Sound. Yo, we're live. We're live. Wow. DK at 103. All right, y'all. We're live, man. I'm just getting this trying to get my thumbnail up. But day 3 is officially started. You know how day 3 goes, man. This thing's gonna fly. But there's 150. I didn't realize there's 155 picks today. That's a crazy number of picks, man. And we're jumping things off with the receiver position, which is very interesting because I wanted to add more to the Isaac Tesla discussion. It hit me today, when we were getting back. So I got back, today, this morning. I didn't sleep last night, to be honest. We didn't sleep at all. We just stayed up all night and we drove to the airport, sat at the airport, flew home. Here we are. So I haven't slept yet. I don't know. Hopefully I'm okay. I think I'm good. At some point I may get tired and end the stream, but we're going to see how long we can roll this thing out. This is interesting, though, because it's not interesting. Well, it's not that crazy, but on the way home, I just remembered Brad Holmes telling us, like, they wanted to get younger at the receiver position. And, I do think that if you're just looking for a spot, like, yeah, it's the replacement for Tim Patrick eventually here. Like, that's what this is going to be. And at the receiver position, like, I like the guys that we have. I feel good about the receiver position. I like our top 4. Receiver 5 is kind of up in the air. Now you're trying to figure out who's receiver 5. Is it going to be Ronnie Bell, Antoine Green? Like, who's that guy? Well, now you're pretty confident Isaac Tesla's going to be in there, and then Steve get another one. And the Lions have always kind of had that position open, like, to an extent. Like, I feel like that position specifically has been a little bit open over the last few years, and, like, that's always been Isaiah Williams, right? It was Tom Kennedy. It's like kind of guys would slip in, but there was never like he's making the team. So it does kind of fix that issue as well. It's not really an issue, but it fixes it. It's like, okay, you got your piece there. And I think to see a guy like DK go immediately at the top of the 4th round, which is, not far. It's far off from where we selected because we literally jumped 32 spots to get our guy. But it does kind of tell you with this receiver room. And I got to make sure, because I'm pretty sure I'm not updated with a lot of the guys that went yesterday and who's actually still on the board. But the receiver room, we know it's not great this year, right? There's positions that are stronger than others. Receiver is not a great position this year. And that's one of those where you can make the same case I think you made about offensive line. Like, get in, get your guy, and get out. Go get your player. Keep it moving, man. Don't just wait. Don't sit back and wait. Go get your guy. And I think you can make the same case for what they did with Tesla as is exactly what they did with Tate Ratledge as well. Like, I thought that was a huge part of Tate Ratledge, and I think that's potentially that's a huge part for me as well when you look at kind of the Isaac Tesla situation as well. It's just not a great group this year. So if there's someone you identify that you want to go after, you may have to just go get that guy. You can't just kind of sit in and be like, well, one of them will fall to us. That's just not how this is going to play out this year. So those 2 position groups specifically. Meanwhile, edge is the opposite. Edge is like, okay, you can kind of just let this happen and see who falls in your lap. Now, that said, we don't pick it till the 6th round, but I think we're going to move the board. I would not be surprised the Lions move. So I don't think they're going to move back. I think they're going to move up. I don't know if they'll go I don't think they'll get to round 4, but I think they can get to the back end of round 5 just by using some of their current picks. I don't think that they're as intrigued in using 5 draft picks for the remainder of this draft. That would surprise me. Maybe they do. I think that you add those picks knowing that they're going to be another little swing up here. But Jacksonville's pick is in. We'll get the draft picks on the screen. I'm kind of getting settled in here. Here we go. Jacksonville, 104. I was watching Tootin yesterday from Virginia Tech. I pulled up Tootin a little bit just to kind of get a sense there. Like, running back is a pretty strong room, so I guess that's the opposite. That's the room that you're comfortable kind of waiting on. And Tootin is like one of the fastest running backs in this year's draft. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this on here, and then I'm going to screen share it. I don't know what Richie was doing this thing through like OBS or something. This dude is high level with what he's doing. I think this might be the best move, man. We'll see, though. If we want me to be bigger on the screen, we can do that. But I'm not mad at, like, something like this. Wait, hold on. Maybe we go like this. Yeah, man. Like, I'm not mad at something like this. We can just bam. Just like that. Now, I got to figure out where the board's at, though. I got to figure out what the board's looking like. And I do have the audio. We'll play the audio for each pick. I don't want to play too much in between picks because I'm sure I could get copyrighted like that. But I'll play it for each draft pick. I'll play it for each draft pick. The thing is, so I forgot all the things that happened with Shedeur. Like, obviously there's noise, but I don't think it's all just noise. Like all of the things I don't know who broke it down, but one of the guys on NFL Network this morning, they posted it on X. They clipped it out, and he kind of talked about all of the events leading up to the draft that Shedeur Sanders was involved in that took place leading up to the draft, or that he wasn't involved in, that he didn't participate in, where he kind of set like, here's how I'm gonna do it. I even forgot about the whole thing of like, yo, if he's not where I want to be, basically, he's not gonna play there. That kind of whole thing. Like he took the absolute. Good look on the echo. I just muted that. It should be good now. He took the absolute wrong approach to that whole thing. Like that was a complete disaster of an approach. So I can absolutely understand why a team wouldn't want to take a swing on that. And if I'm the Lions, I like Shedeur Sanders as a player, but understanding the whole process, the whole way he approached this thing, I absolutely understand where a team's like, yeah, we're not drafting him. Like I completely get it. And I feel for him, but I also understand it. Um, man, like I mean, dude, you haven't been drafted yet. Like he wasn't that, coming out. Like he wasn't that as a player. I don't know. Just the way he handled the process was poor. So I don't think they're going to get Shedeur. Shiloh's fine. He'll be undrafted, I assume. He's going to be undrafted. He could be undrafted regardless, um, regardless of the whole Sanders kind of thing. But I think it's the way. It's not even Dion. I think it's the way that he handled the situation of leading up to the draft. There's a process that players have to handle. It's a big deal when a lot of players decide not to run at the combine, when a lot of guys decide to not do certain workouts. The entire way that he built up that process, and it's not any position, it's the quarterback position. He handled it very poorly. I don't think the Lions are be interested in that. That's it. As a player, I like him. I don't like how he handled anything, and they're hearing all of the things that kind of go back through all of the way that he's handled this poorly. It doesn't surprise me that here's where we are. All right, all right, here we go. He's just out here dancing. That's interesting. I gotta mute it. That's an interesting draft pick with. Stop! 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 No, that's an interesting draft pick with the running backs they have. I mean, they're young at that position. I think they still have Eric Gray. I'm a fan of Eric Gray out of Oklahoma, so I liked him. I think he's been kind of just used as a returner. Tracy was fantastic for the Giants this past season, so they kind of had what felt like their number one running back, and now you throw Cam Scadaboo, which is I guess it's kind of a change of pace a little bit specifically, like kind of a little bit of that, right? I mean, he's still more of a power back, but he's got some juice. If anything, I think it's just a compliment more than just a pure change of pace. I don't think this is much of a cop back. Cam Scadaboo's obviously that's not his style, right? But it's kind of cool to see a guy go this high. Like to see a guy like Scadaboo go this high, understanding the way that he actually did test in. It speaks to how well he played. Speaks to how consistently dominant he was, man. He was awesome last season. We're not in Green Bay. We're not in Green Bay. I flew back in this morning. Like I said, I didn't sleep last night. Like we did not sleep. Me and Richie or Jets Media, we just drove from Friday. We drove right to the airport, like because it was a couple hours away. Drove right to the airport. We sat there and we flew in the morning. So we're back. We're back. I'm dead tired, bro. So again, I don't know how far we're gonna get in this. I like to go the whole way, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't know if it's gonna happen. At worst, we'll just start dropping clips of who the Lions select. But I want to hang around here, see what kind of goes down a little bit. But I'm a big Cam Scadaboo guy, man. I'm a big fan of Cam Scadaboo. He was my number 2 running back weeks ago. So obviously he wasn't going to get selected as a number 2 back. He doesn't have the traits to be a number 2 running or to be the second running back in the draft. But I still really like him. I think he's gonna be very productive at the next level. And they like their offensive line a little bit too. I think more than maybe the media does, or the outside, not media, but the outside looking in does. They kind of like what they have there a little bit too. So I'm excited for him, man. I'm excited. I'm glad he got picked this high. I feel like he's deserving, man. He's earned it on the field. I do see us trading up. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think we're making 5 picks. I don't think they're doing it. Now. The flip side to that could also be it wouldn't surprise me either if they try to push a pick into next year, meaning like they took one of their picks and they try to get if they could. I'm not saying you'd be able to because at that point in this draft, you may not be able to get anything. But if a team was willing to give them a little bit back next season, in just terms of hey, like here's your seventh round, maybe we have a late sixth or we have a probably not a seventh for a seventh, but something like that. Like here's a late sixth for your seventh. We'll get back into the draft. You kind of just lose that pick. You don't really stay in this year's draft. That kind of thing, I actually could see the Lions being okay with as well. So I think both those things, two things, will be in play. How do I feel about Tyler Batty and Jack Kaiser? So Tyler Batty for me, and I'm actually glad you said that because I got to refresh all my stuff here. So Tyler Batty for me is edge 24. He's edge 24. I have him right there with Tyler Barron and Elijah Roberts and Jared Ivey. The thing with Tyler Batty that I do like is I like his play style. His play style to me could be a Lions type of fit. He looks like Davenport. He really does. Wearing the 92, being kind of a powerful player, just the way that he wins as a rusher. I'm a fan of the style. I look at him as a much later round pick, as we're seeing now. And then when it comes to Jack Kaiser, I think the linebacker group, which is pretty shaky this year, especially like we saw those guys get plucked quickly, which again just kind of emphasizes more of the fact of hey, position groups that aren't strong, you better go get your guy. Better go get your guy, man, because linebackers cleared up pretty quick. All the starters were gone fast. The first pick of the second round was Carson Schwessinger, I believe, to Cleveland, which was a great pick. I mean, he could have had a conversation go round one, but those guys just off the board. Jack Kaiser for me, the surprise for me was I thought that he was a plus blitzer. I thought that he actually had a little bit of an element there. I wouldn't use him as like an edge or something, but he could actually add a little bit of juice from the second level, which is a positive. He's not a bad athlete either. I'm gonna try to see if I can grab my notes on him. But I like him a little bit. I don't know where I had him at exactly. We have him. I have him right below Jeffrey Bassa. So I have him below a couple guys that haven't went. Cody Simon. I don't think Mondon Jr.'s went. I don't think Chris Paul's went. Um, Kobe King, Barrett Carter, Teddy Buchanan. So there's multiple guys I have ahead of him. But I do like Jack. I did rock with Jack Kaiser more than I expected to. Also interesting is they met with Stewart 3 times. They were trying to tease out something that they were. Yeah, I mean, it could be. It definitely could be. They could have been interested, and it's just they didn't think that Tesla was going to be there. They could have just. I mean, they gave up. They moved up 30 spots. I think maybe they got to a spot where they're like, "Oh, dude, Tesla's still there. Let's just go make this thing happen." They could have been as simple as that, and they just value like one player as a better player than the other, and they're like, let's just go get the guy. And they could have been okay with taking Stewart, if he would have fell. Now the problem is he wouldn't have fell to any of their spots. They still would have had to jump, right? He goes 90, so they would have had to get inside the 80s to still make that happen. So they still would have had to make a jump based on what we know now, likely to go get that spot. But yeah, I think they still could have liked him. I don't think it means that it was necessarily a throw off. It also, I 3 visits is a lot for just trying to gather information. So I wouldn't be surprised if they liked him and they just didn't happen. I'm sure that happens a lot, right? You have guys that you do like, you just don't get them. Something else pops up, makes more sense. And in this case, wasn't that they just couldn't get him because they could trade up. They just wanted Tesla more. So that's how I would look at it. Here we go. So we just had Craig Woodson go to New England to safety. And speaking of, wow, that was on cue, dude. Jack Kaiser just went. Okay, there you go. There you go. Let me update this stuff. Jack Kaiser goes. Greg Woodson goes. Which is interesting for New England. I feel like New England is much more of a single high team. Unless that's going to change now with new coaching staff. I think he's more of a split field safety. So that's interesting that they tried to go that route with it. My guess, I'm guessing it's going to change up a little bit in terms of the style and how they go about that. Knowing that now, because if I'm looking at safety, why'd I put him in yellow? Hold up, why'd I put him in yellow? Safety's also been pretty beat up too. I'm pretty sure safety's been just snatched, man. I think everybody at safety's been snatched. Wait a minute, let me see this safety position. Who do we have? Who do we have left? I feel like safety's all like most of them went yesterday. Billy Bowman didn't go. I thought he did go. Jalen Reed's still there. Ransom. Yeah, it's been plucked. Castro's in there. It's been plucked a little bit. Safeties are flying, man. There's some nice guys, but a lot of these are very different. Like Reed's my preferred choice as a Lions fan. Um, Ransom, it's going to be about the high end athleticism, matchup capabilities, but you're going to get like a true strong safety there. And then Billy's kind of a slot that doesn't tackle very well. Let's get back to the draft thing here. Draft cast. We'll keep this thing moving. This thing is moving fast, man. Okay, pick is in for the Raiders. Oh, I was going to talk about Jack Kaiser, but it happened too fast. Way too fast. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, let's see what we got. We got so many people. So we're gonna get Shedeur right here. Well, I'm just trying to get these separated. Small schools too. Arkansas. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. 1 second. Dante Thornton. Okay, that was crazy. All right, Dante Thornton's gone. Yeah, man, this is what I'm talking about. Receivers a very jumbled group right now. I think there's a lot of different opinions on that, and I think that's fair. There's not a lot of like clear cut. I do like Jalen Rose a lot, but there's not a ton of like clear cut separators here at this spot, which is again back to that kind of receiver point. Um, Jalen Rose is my top there, but it's pretty messy after that. Like Jalen Royals is still available. He would be my top. We saw Kyle go yesterday. Trey Harris went yesterday. Jalen Noel, I think, went yesterday. Ty Felton ended up going, I think, to Minnesota towards the end. Torrey Horton still on the board, which we'll see. Because Torrey Horton, I mean, there is like as good as he is, there is some concerns. I think there just being consistently on the field. He was so banged up last season. Um, yeah, that's such a messy group. And Tez Johnson, I mean, he's not even like the other styles there. And there's a mess here. Chicago traded back just now. Oh yeah, Chicago. Okay, from Chicago through Buffalo and Chicago. Okay, so Buffalo's on the clock at 109. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Raiders don't want Waldo Sanders. Waldo Sanders. Is that what they call him? What does that mean? That's his nickname? All right, here we go. Dang, these picks are happening fast. I think the Bills are about to make their pick. All right, we got Teddy. Oh, here's Jack Kaiser. Yeah, Jack Kaiser's a 6-year senior too, so he's an older prospect. 6'1", 230 pounds. Plays fast. But like I said, it's the blitzing for me that was the big thing here. Not a great tackler. Coverage is kind of average. Coverage is super average across the board for me. But he plays pretty fast, which is okay. And his instincts, which instinctually, older players usually you're in a better spot with these linebackers. You usually have messy in terms of that feel from that position in rookies. Kaiser's closer to average for me there, so it makes sense. But it just tells you where linebackers at this year. We passed up on Campbell and Green. Yeah, I mean, well, one, the Mike Green one was obvious. That had nothing to do with football. That was off the field stuff. I mean, to me, that was very clearly the off the field stuff. So that's that. I mean, I'm not gonna. Yeah, that is just what it is. Mike Green's a fantastic player, but it was a very weird situation for Virginia, and just understanding that he was at Virginia, transferred out of Virginia, allegations pop up. Really, there's nothing on it that we know of. They know more of that situation, obviously, way more than we do. That one was pretty clear cut of why that didn't happen. Um, for Jahad Campbell, I had the same grade on Jahad Campbell as I did Tyleik Williams. So as much as I thought they would go Jahad Campbell at that spot, looking back on it, I mean, at least for me, it's not a shock. Like looking at the grades, they had the exact same grade, And I just wasn't as high on Campbell. Plus, Campbell has some of the injury things that are popping up that popped up a little bit as well when it comes to the offseason workouts that could push him back a little bit. And at the time, for my grade of Campbell, had nothing to do with the injury. It was just as a player, I was just a touch lower than I think most people out there. So I think for me, both of them are understandable. Both of those moves. Here we go. Oh, they went up and got Dan Walker. Oh, I know Dan's fired up, dude. He is fired up right now. They went up and got it done. Okay, let's put that here. They needed a nose tackle, man. I don't think they drafted one yet either. I don't think that they have. I think they because they went Harrison first, so I don't think that they have one. So they need one. And also Walker's interesting because I think he fits like build wise. He probably fits pretty well behind what they have in Jones. On the interior. That probably makes a little bit of sense there. Okay, here's Tyler Batty. Dang, it took me a while to find that. We got it though. We got it. If something goes down, we got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I'm glad we got good guys. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I love Jalen Carter. He was my favorite player in that draft. I thought he was the best player in the draft. And again, those are concerns that are just they are what they are, right? That's why those things happen. That said, though, if you take him, you don't end up with that was the year we took Jameer Gibbs, right? So we take him, we don't get Gibbs. We also don't get the trade back, right? Because we wouldn't have been able to get Carter at 12. So we wouldn't have got the trade back that also helped us. I think it helped us I don't think it really helped us land Campbell because Campbell was we had 18 already. I don't remember exactly what our kickback was, but I feel like it was one of those day 2 picks, and that was a super strong day 2 draft, ending up getting Branch and Laporta. I'm not exactly sure, but I think those 2 also, or at least one of those were in play as well, which obviously those have been game changers for the Lions. Those have completely changed. Laporta was okay, so it was directly Laporta. Yeah, so Laporta and Jameer Gibbs, like those dudes have been massive for the Lions. Those guys have changed the game for the Lions. And you know what's funny though? I was just like recently the game popped up of the I mean, they lost to Washington, which was sad, but that game popped up against Washington. That Laporta touchdown was insane. I'm glad I saw that again because I forgot that would even happen. You kind of wash the game away after you lose like that, and you just try to forget about it like it didn't happen. Dude, that catch he had in the end zone was nasty. It looked like one-handed catch. Come on, man. Hey, shout to shout to him. Come on now. That play was crazy. And now look at the Bears. Now they got Loveland. They're trying to do the same thing. Come on now. Okay, here we go. Oh, oh no, no went yesterday. No went yesterday. And think those he didn't do that to do that to get Jalen Walker. And he paid 2/3 just plain off. Yeah, but 2/3 wouldn't have got you Jalen Walker. Because you got to think, and I don't know that they were not trying to move up. Like I get the sense, and I have no reason to believe this or back this up, but I do get the sense they were potentially making calls at 15 as the board was running down. We had heard there were a lot of calls coming in, and it was really dropping. But we saw a team give up a future first to move up to 26 from the second round. So I don't think going from 28 to 15, or which it would have taken 15. I don't think a 2/3 would have done that. Yeah, like we probably would have had to give up a first round pick to get things started. We'd probably give up next year's first. And that was what the crazy thing about that is I wasn't willing to do that. So like to put myself in those shoes, just to kind of give my perspective. Like when we were doing the trade things, the one guy I said I would have traded aggressively for was Jalen. So I did it in the BR mock. But the trade that I made was a future third and a future fifth. A future third for a future fifth in exchange, right? So I mean my trade value is insane compared to what we saw. And then I gave up like I gave up 60 or something like that. Like, and then I got back a fourth round or something this year. So I feel like value wise, like I definitely was in a good spot there. But the strong offers, the first conversations I have was they wanted me to give a first, and I was going to get a second in return. And I was like, I'm not giving up next year's first round pick. I just don't want to lose that flexibility. So I wasn't even willing to pull that off. So I hear you. I would have loved to add Jalen Walker, but like I just know personally, like I wasn't willing to do it. So at least I mean I don't have the ramifications that they have, but I didn't even want to give up a first first round pick. The team I was talking to that wanted the first round pick. Um, they made their selection. I didn't tell them who I wanted, but they made their selection. I didn't trade with him, so he could have went right there. Yeah, right there, man. All right, here we go. We're back. I think the Jets pick is in. I don't know if they moved. I think they're just sitting here. Shedeur has not been picked yet. He has not been picked yet. Yeah. Widely obsessed edge to Lions. Um, I I don't know. I don't know, man. Look, it's well, here's the thing. I don't think it's a Lions thing, to be honest with you. You know what I think it is? I think it's a draft thing. Like I think it's a draft thing. So if you go to any mock draft simulator, what do they do immediately? They show team needs, right? Every time you draft for a team, if you go watch someone do a mock draft, what do they talk about? Hey, I'm drafting this guy because they need this. We all say not team needs, but everybody does it for team needs, right? So everybody uses the conversation as drafting a need. So the Lions just don't take that approach. But the outside looking in, it's the best way to kind of tie two things together is like, well, they could use this. Whoa, 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 whoa! Stop the music! Stop the music! Man, receiver run is going right now, bro. Someone's receiver run is rolling right now. The receiver run is rolling right now. And man, people are all over the place, all over the place with the rankings. Arian Smith was all over the place from what I had heard coming into this thing. So this is you find the guy that you love, and I guess you get him right now because these dudes are flying off the board, and it's leaving guys that some people like a lot better, still sitting there. Um, here we go. But I no, I here's my thing, and I'll stand on this. I still disagree that the edge rusher injuries is why we lost that game. I think it's a big factor because you can't replace Hutchinson. I thought schematically it was a horrible game plan against Washington, and I stand behind that. I don't think it was a player thing. I think it was a bad game plan. I love Aaron Glenn. I thought it was an awful game plan against him. We created pressure. We couldn't stop the run. So from a depth perspective, I wanted to get better against the run. So at least from my opinion, I just want to see us get better against the run. So when I see Tyleik Williams, I visualize that as that helps us. That makes us better against the run. Tyler Williams is going to stop the run at a high level. So for me to at least stick to what I've, to try to stay consistent for me, like you all can disagree. I wanted the Lions to get better against the run. I all off season, that's where I've been at. Like we have to get back to being dominant against the run. We were not dominant against the run last year. The advanced analytics say the Lions are falling off in stopping the run in terms of efficiency. We had to get back to being efficiently dominant at stuffing the run. And I think last year we lost that. We lost that for the Lions. And it was weird because we added DJ Reader to that. And I think we lost it. And some of that was injuries. Some of that was injuries. Some of it was game plan. I thought Washington was a lot of game plan because we already knew some of the advantages they were going to try to throw at us. And I didn't think we forced them to play a game that they weren't comfortable in. We allowed them to play the game they were comfortable in. So for me, I was just like, hey, get back to stopping the run and we'll let everything else kind of open up off of that. That's where I was at with it. But I thought the scheme was horrible in that game, and that's where I stand. If we're going one game individually, I just thought it was a horrible game plan in that one. And also, I think that you know injuries as well, like adding into your defensive line is important because you were becoming into this year without a Lee McNeil. By the way, Ty Robinson just went to Philly. You'd be coming into this year without a Lee McNeil. You're going to take a step back against the run again next year, right? If you come in with the group that you have right now, you're worse against the run. So you have that. The linebacker position, I wasn't even against try to upgrade this offseason as well. I just think the positions that we also put our linebackers in was not effective. I mean, we had the injuries that we had, and especially when Alex was not there. Alex was back by this time. Like in some of those games, man, the play we were getting from our linebackers was very shaky as well. Just the depth that we were getting. And that was incredibly beat up. But in that game, we weren't beat up at the linebacker position outside of Derek Barnes. So having a guy behind Derek Barnes, that could be very beneficial to them. And this offseason, they ended up signing. Now we'll see. I think they could still add that here in the draft. I think those guys are still on the board. But this offseason, who is the guy that we signed this offseason? I know we signed Pittman back. It wasn't Pittman. Who was it? It was Saints pick is in. Let me see who it was. I think there was a guy this year that caught my eye when we Oh, Roy Lopez, that makes us better against the run too. It should. Um, oh yeah, Grant Stewart. They had a Grant Stewart. So my hope is that we improve against the run with at least in terms of some of the depth too. We're going to be more comfortable how we can stop the run because that's what the lines were built on. They weren't built on pass rush. They were built on earn the right to rush the passer. That's who this team was. That was their thing. They were dominant as a run defense. And if you all remember, when they started becoming dominant against run defense, it changed everything. They became dominant against the run. I would say in 2022. Right. In some games they weren't great. Like Carolina, they just ran all over us, 250 yards rushing. Sam Darnold went crazy and we got torched. Like that's still a thing. You still have to be able to stop the run, but that was like a huge like, oh man, our corners are involved. Everybody's getting involved in run. The safeties are stepping down, hitting guys. And I feel like when that changed, everything kind of changed along with it with the defense. It was like the building block, and then it was the secondary next and as they came along. But we have to get better at stopping the run. So hey, Dan Skipper was good last year. Dan Skipper was good last year. I got to give Dan Skipper credit. He's gotten better. Now, that being said, I've always wanted to draft a backup tackle at some point, invest in that. But I'll give him credit. Like Dan Skipper, it was a good get back because he has improved. And when Skipper played last year, I felt very comfortable with him. Obviously, it's a downgrade, right? His run blocking is the biggest issue. But pass pro, he's actually, most backup tackles are going to have to give them help as a pass protector, he was actually at a like I felt comfortable with him for the couple games he played against divisional opponents. And then they drafted Manu, which is their hope as they're sticking him at tackle and leaving him at tackle, which obviously Tate Ratledge helps allow you to do that. Their hope is that eventually that's going to be Giovanni Manu as not only the swing tackle, but maybe down the road the starter. But in the meantime, that's their investment. That's why they made that last year. And again, they look at draft picks as investments, not the 1 year rentals. So in time, that's their hope there. But Skipper has at least been able to be a sufficient stopgap for us. And I was concerned. I didn't think he'd be able to get there, and he did. And I gotta give him credit. Oh snap! Yo, that's a crazy back. Danny Stutzman. Every linebacker is getting selected, bro. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. My bad. Every linebacker is getting selected right here, man. They're gone, dude. They're gone. These linebackers are flying. Danny Stutzman. Stutzman was way up there though for me. Stutzman was way up there. I had him right below Schwessinger. Schwessinger. I don't know why I said it like that. Okay, we'll take him off. Wait, where are we at with linebacker? I want to double check on linebacker. Kind of feels like a New Orleans Saint too with his size. That feels like you with the older Demario Davis. Like that feels like a super consistent player, really sound in coverage. Like you know he's going to get to. That's I like that. I like that pick for them. That's some stability to that room. The Saints are just so weird. I don't know what they're doing, but I like that for them. Okay, let me. Here's what I wanted to do. I want to see positions. Where's linebacker at? I don't think we looked at this yet. Wait, this isn't right. Oh, okay, linebacker. Chris Paul's still there. Cody Simon. Yeah, dude. This actually looks like the next group. This looks like the next group right here. Because now you're looking at dudes that are. Yeah, this is a messy group. I mean, these are all. Some of these are like developmental projects. Bassa, Mondon, Paul. Some of them are just limited upside. Lindenberg, Kobe, Cody, and then you got maybe some like pieces that do some other things like Asante and Shamar. Yeah, Colin Oliver. Like, yeah, this is definitely the next group. Like, this is definitely the next group here. Okay, he's still there, bro. He's still there, man. You've been watching John Vice Trader with Decker is looking solid. Hey, bro, honestly, I haven't seen it to be honest. I haven't seen it, but like I believe it, bro. Like I'm excited. I thought they were gonna move him to guard. I'm glad that they were disciplined to keep him at tackle because that's why they did what they did, right? They took the swing on him because they thought he had the traits to make it work at tackle. So it's hard to find those dudes, man, especially beyond round one. So I hope it does, man. I hope he comes to his own. Here we go. CJ West. All right, so we've already seen them take an interior defensive lineman. I think that's the second one that San Francisco selected. CJ West was my top defensive lineman left. I had him right below Alfred Collins, but we've already seen Ty Robinson go as well. So Ty Robinson went. CJ West is gone. and now you're kind of in that next group of interior defensive linemen. I think a lot of the guys that you feel like are going to come in and make immediate impact are probably snagged at this point. You may get a couple. You got some rotational guys, or you have different body types like a Riley Mills that could make an immediate impact. But you definitely lost like your top interior defensive line at this point. I think they're kind of gone. We need another edge if we do not if we do get Zarius. Yeah, I don't think they're bringing Zedarius. I wouldn't expect that because Zedarius is going to have to take money that he's worth more than. He's gonna have to take money that he's worth way more than. I don't think it's gonna happen. Um, they'll get someone that can rush the passer. They'll add someone else here, but I'm just like I hope I'm wrong because I love Zedarius, but I'm like just laying it out there for y'all now. Do not bank on Zedarius getting re-signed. I feel like it's close to 0% chance that he gets back. He gets signed back. I just think that's where it's at with the two sides. Do you think we find a stud from the 6th, 7th? I hope so, man. I mean, look, if we don't move, we got 5 picks to find one. Because if realistically with how aggressive they were, you'd want to believe that a pick at 70, not a year one starter, right? But it's developmental, has potential starting upside down the road in a couple of years. That's kind of how you would look at it. And then in the second round, Tate Ratledge is similar boat, right? But it's a quicker potential starter, right? Within a couple of years, you could have him as a starter. Maybe year one if he connects right away. I think he'll need a touch of time. But again, I thought that with Mahogany, and Mahogany looked ready to go. It's just we haven't seen a huge sample size. And then you have your first round pick in Tyleek, who's going to play year one. It's just how high level that's going to be the question. I think early it's going to be ups and downs with him. I think it's going to be that. I think it's going to be like Terrion. Terrion had less experience, you could say, at his spot. I think Tyleek's going to have some up and down. I think the game's going to be fast for him, especially when they ask him to play nose and they kind of start moving him around. He's got to play different spots, but you're going to see he's smart, so he's going to have a good feel for where he's at. I would, then at that point, like if you actually can land that projection for all three of those guys, and then you come back with 5 picks at the end, if you could hit one of them, if you can hit one guy that can eventually be I don't know, like a rotational piece at any position, you'd feel really good about how you walked away from this draft. I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty good. Um, get this draft straight. Oh boy, let's see his video of the grill on every passing pick. Man, you are not. Wait, are you Buff suck? Oh, okay, I got you. I was gonna ask, are you like a Shedeur fan? But it's Buff suck. You just don't like Shedeur, or what? You're just not like Colorado? Are you a Colorado State fan? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, I don't know who that is. Is he a DT fan? I don't know. Hate Edge or hate to take advice. No, I just think he's taking guys he likes, man. Look, bro. He couldn't look. I'm just be honest, he couldn't have laid it out any more clear, like how he approaches draft, bro. He's taking dudes he's not going to draft a position. He's going to draft a player. He's taking dudes that he likes. It is what it is, bro. He's taking dudes that he likes, man. And it's like if it hits, it makes sense. It's that straightforward. I love it because what we're seeing, and it's different. Like we all were here for Bob Quinn era. We saw a guy that was pretty patient, which is not a bad thing. Doesn't mean you can't draft that way. You can, right? Both have their ups, both have their downs. This is an aggressive style, but you understand his conviction when he's going after guys because he loves those dudes. You don't move up 32 picks to get a guy that you kind of like at receiver. And like, oh, maybe like you get a guy that you really like. He stands out amongst the group. You're going after that piece. And you also kind of like let us know before the draft, like we're going to get younger at receiver. We want to get younger receivers. So I guess it was maybe not there, but anticipated at some point. But yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch the conviction though that he has because he's just like, that's my guy. I'm going after him. And it's the same way that I approach things. Like again, I don't have the repercussions when I miss. Like this is a one-time deal. When I'm doing it on a simulator, it means nothing. But I always kind of think about it the same way. Like that's why I trade all the time. It's like I'm gonna go get the guy that I want. I'm not just gonna let the simulator fall and then draft somebody. That's why I hate doing that. That's why I hate when you do a mock and it's like, oh man, there's too many trades, it's unrealistic. Now with Brad it ain't. With Brad, I need more trades. Otherwise, it's not realistic. He's gonna go get his dude and he's gonna keep it moving, up or down, whatever that's gonna look like. He's gonna go get his guy. And I'm sure he was trying to move up or down at 28, and he just couldn't do it, so he stood and picked. But I like it. I think it's fun. We'll see if it hits. But to this point, I mean, the guy had us in the NFC Championship game, so I'm not going to complain. You know what I mean? I'm pretty confident that he's going to hit on majority of his picks. I believe if you look at the span that he's been a Lions coach, they've actually had the tied for the highest value is coming into last year with Philadelphia in terms of the on-field production from the draft picks that they've had. I remember there's a study done by Sports Info Solutions that we went into. I used to work for Sports Info Solutions, so I'm pretty up to date with how they track things, and they're very detailed. Every single play matters there, and they were tied at the top with like, hey, this is the most valuable single draft, and then over that span, the most valuable team drafting. Like they were right at the top of both of those. So he's done okay. He's done okay. Now he's had the picks to help him out there, but he's built up a little bit of a foundation with me to believe that he knows what he's doing. By the way, Arizona's pick is in. We just had Trevor Etienne to Carolina. Okay. Hey, that creative draft was tough. You know what I'm saying? I stole that trade based on what we're seeing though, Panda. They gave up a first round pick to go get James Pierce at like 26. I got a third and a fifth swap. That was a steal, dog. We stole that draft pick, bro. Come on now. Okay, every linebacker is just gone. Every linebacker's gone. This is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, man. Every linebacker's gone. That's crazy. Chris Paul's still chilling, but it's Kobe King is still there, Carter Buchanan. Bro, they're snagging these dudes, bro. They're snagging these dudes. Broderick Martin. What do you mean? Yeah, Broderick. I mean, we'll see. I mean, hopefully. Look again. Hopefully he connects this year, right? This year to do it. You know, you're not going to hit bat 100. You know, batting 50 is rare. Like that doesn't happen. So it's like, yeah, you might have missed on that pick. But it was one of those swings, and it's been a swing that he's taken a couple times. We'll see if he can hit on a few of them. Where he told his developmental pick. You know, this is a guy that was stood out during all the bowl games or all the bowls after the season, right? All the all-star showcases. He was awesome. Played well against some good competition. They took a swing on the upside, the size, the athleticism, what they could get it to if they could find consistency. And right now, that's all it's been. It's been here's a good play, and then it's like, what the heck is this? But that's what they took a swing on. They did the same thing with Giovanni Manu. They've done that. Now they've taken a couple of those swings, and we'll see if they connect. But there are different also ways that teams grade players as well. A lot of times they don't have a just a number. At least how we did it, there wasn't just a number system. It wasn't just like, hey, this guy is this grade, that guy's this grade. There was also developmental grades as well, where you would throw it with a developmental tag, and you understood that you were taking a swing on a guy that, yeah, there's more high risk, high reward. But that's also why teams typically, or I wouldn't say teams, but again, scouts that have worked in the NFL that I used to work with, we would also grade ceiling projections and floor projections because those also play into that developmental tag. So guys with higher floors can be drafted with lower ceilings as well because you're taking a swing on kind of what that hit could be. Now, I don't hate doing that, especially when you're talking about getting into back in a day 2, day 3. It's much more dangerous in the first round, right? Shamar Stewart could have that tag from teams this year, even though it's going to be at a much higher clip. Like the ceiling is outstanding and the floor is low for a first round pick. It's like way concerning. But I think at that spot, it's an okay spot to do it. If the guy matches up, like I'd feel more comfortable doing it end of day 2, day 3 kind of thing if you can find that swing because typically you're getting a guy that's a little bit of an outlier at his position if he's been proven productive, or you're getting a guy that hasn't put it together anyway. We just got a trade here. 2026 draft trade. The Dolphins acquired 179 this year and a third round pick next year from the Texans who moved up to 116. So the Texans gave up a third to get to 116 from 179, and they got a 224 kickback. So they gave up a third to go what? 60 spots, 63 spots, 63 spots. Okay. Here we go. Well, let's see what the Texans are doing. I mean, well, they need offensive line, right? I mean, what if they had one pick? No, there's no way they've only made one pick. Who will be next? Oh, snap! We can vote on these things. I don't think it's gonna be any of these guys. I don't. I don't. I don't know. Another player. Yeah. What are you doing? Okay. I guess we can vote on these. I don't know. Yeah. Wait. How many picks have they? Hold on. Let me check. I'm curious now. There's no way they made one pick. Okay. Yeah. Okay. They just haven't updated it. Nursery Knoll, Jalen Smith, Jaden Higgins. I think they're gonna go interior offensive line here. My guess is, ooh, I'm guessing they're gonna go. I think Miles Frazier might be coming off the board here. I think it's going to be an interior offensive line. I think Miles Frazier might be coming off here. Trying to think of like what would fit them. I think that could be the pick. Let's see. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, my bad. Bo or Frazier? I'm gonna say Frazier. Frazier is my fourth best left, I think. But because we saw Charles go yesterday, I think we saw Wyatt Millam go yesterday too. I think he did. I don't remember where exactly. Thought he went at the end of round 3. Did he go? Oh yeah, the Jags. Okay, the Jags did take him. So yeah, I'm gonna say Frazier. Yeah, I do like Joshua Gray though being sneaky here. If they wanted to go interior. Also, we got another trade. The Rams just moved up. Rams gave up 190 to go up 10 spots from 127 to 117. So a 6th round pick got them up 10 spots. So that's interesting to keep in mind. You can jump 10 spots with the 6th round pick, which tells me that when you get to the 6th round at 6-6, which Lions pick at, a 7th round pick could maybe get them around a similar type. That could get, I think a 7th round pick could maybe then get the Lions into the back end of the 5th round. That could happen. I don't know. That's their 6th trade. Wow. They're bouncing everywhere. UCS. UCS. He said from UCS. Okay. Prank called Shedeur last night. Of the guys that prank called Shedeur last night. Oh, that's crazy, bro. I didn't know that even happened. I didn't know that happened. That's messed up. Leave my guy alone. Hey, leave him alone, bro. Leave him alone, man. You don't need all that. All right. This is trades are going crazy right now. Hey, what if the Rams took Shedeur Sanders? Shoot, we're just gonna have some fun with it. Hey, I was right? I said another player. Shedeur Sanders is my guess. We're gonna go Shedeur. Here we go. Oh, they took Hunter. That's better. Dang, man, that's like a okay. So the run on running backs is going down. Run on running backs, huh? Oh, I love me some Hunter, man. I think Hunter's a problem. Hunter's a problem, dude. I was watching him a couple weeks before the draft again to kind of re up on Marquez Hunter. I thought it was Harquez. I don't know. Where's my notes on him? What the heck? I do like that though, man. He's consistent. He fits, bro, because he's gonna fit right into a. They've went to more of that gap style, but like patience and vision. I think he can add more juice out of the pass game than what we've expected. There's just a consistency to his game. I love his running style. Um, I like that for them. I like that for them, man. That's now they're pretty loaded at running back though, right? I mean, they would have a trio of backs at this point. Because didn't they draft Blake Corum last year, or was that a different team? I thought they drafted Blake Corum. I think they have 3 running backs now. But Hunter's going to stabilize that thing for sure. On Johnson taking strays in the big 2025. Oh, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, here we go. Here we go. On, man. I feel bad for dude. I know he's like aired his frustrations out about the fact that man he was just beat up, which I don't remember what it was, but like his highlights came up from college. His highlights came up from college, and I was checking out. And some of those plays, bro, I didn't even know he had those in college. Some of the plays that he made is like I didn't even know he ever did that. Like there's like one where he spun off a dude, and like we went redirected the entire field, scored like a 30-yard touchdown. Crazy. Feel bad for bro. Freaking injuries. There goes Billy. Billy Bowman, man. I like Atlanta being aggressive defensive back here, man. They need some guys who can take the ball away. I know they jumped on this yesterday, but Billy can cover. Billy can really cover, and they can settle him into the slot, kind of revamping that whole back end. I think yesterday they went the safety route. I think yesterday, I think they added was it Xavier Watts yesterday? Yeah, they added Watts, Pierce, Walker. They're taking some swings, man. But it's all about getting the defense right. Like this was a very clear cut draft. I like these two because, well, here's the thing: it's a very clear style. What they look. I mean, they want rushers, and then you gotta get a little linebacker play here. But you got guys that are gonna cover well. Like that's their strength. Not as much tackling for Billy Bowman. That's not my strength for him. But or the physicality, consistency there. But he's gonna be able to move around and play different spots and cover guys. So they've had issues at corner. Like did they have Mike Hughes playing there? I think he's still there. I think he's still there, man. They've been just trying to figure it out at that position. They've been trying to figure out all over the place. Where am I at with Billy? Come on, Billy. Come on, Billy. I still got Willie Lampkin notes in here too. Hey, let us draft Willie Lampkin. Then we can just use these. I feel like I'm not going to use these at all today. It's going to be a little unfortunate. I think it's going to happen. Hey, here we go. Billy Bowman. 5'10", 192 pounds for Billy Bowman. He ran the 4.42 40. Gave up 4 touchdowns last year, 2 picks. 23% missed tackle rate, which is a problem. I thought he was below average there, but Duke can really play in man coverage. And I always think that that's the kind of corners that Atlanta has typically went after, even though they haven't all really hit. They go after those man coverage corners. Now you got Bates, you got Watts. Yeah, he had 11 career interceptions. Like this is plays the game pretty fast, man. He just may have like a little more limitations when you put him towards the box a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, shoot, man, get some dudes that can cover. I'm with that. Wait, so they selected Barrett Carter. Is that are they not showing him? Did they select that during a commercial? I think they did. Yeah, I think that's what they did. So they're redoing their linebacker room. It looks like here because that means go here. Demetrius Knight and Barrett Carter. Barrett Carter will be a backup though. Like he won't start. I don't think he'll start year one. I definitely don't think he'll start year one. I think he's a backup. Demetrius Knight should start year one. He should. But he'll probably replace Jermaine Pratt, Logan Wilson, and then you'll have Barrett Carter mixing in there a little bit. Barrett Carter can probably line in some different spots for him too. He could find a way to get on the field. He'll probably be special teams early. Special teams would be good for him. Get him out on the field somewhere and go chase dudes around, man. To me, he's more of a will backer. He's a will linebacker, but I'm pretty average across the board on him, man. I didn't really felt like he bring much pass rush juice, but he can play man coverage. So it feels like maybe a special teamer early that has a little bit of stoutness to him. Probably needs to shed a little better. Probably not that long either, which is probably an issue. But plays the game pretty fast. You could maybe put him outside the tackle box, put him over the slot a little bit, let him kind of run. That might work for him. Just try to get out in space, chase guys down. Probably special teams early. Was Marcus Bowe drafted? I don't think so. Think so. Could be wrong though. Let's see. It's available. I don't know what they have him listed at. They have him listed at guard. Yeah, so no. No. I like Marcus Bowe. I like Bowe. Bowe's gonna have limited suitors though. I don't think Bowe fits everybody. I don't think he fits everybody because of his play strength is a problem, and he's already a little bit undersized. He moves really well. Again, it's still a projection to kind of push him inside, but he doesn't. I don't think he fits everybody. He'll find somebody though. He'll find somebody that makes it make sense. Where's Marcus Bowe at? 6'4", 300 pounds. Yeah, I had him with below average anchor. You know, it's interesting. I also had him with an anchor average body control, which again, that was my knock on Tate Ratledge. But Tate Ratledge only had a spot below. He's just a really good athlete that has nice hands, gets to the second level well. I mean, he's played right tackle. He'll probably go to guard. I think he'll go to guard, but he just needs to get stronger. So it'll probably limit some teams, but teams that want athletic linemen will take him. Realistic Lions fits. at this point where they mood up, sticker pick. Um, man, yeah, it's that's tough. That's tough, dude. Gunnar Helm just went. Gunnar Helm. So tight end out of Texas just went, which would be my top tight end left. Because we saw Evans yesterday to the Rams, which felt like Gerald Everett kind of. And then we just got Helm. So that kind of to me that kind of wraps up the top of the tight end group. That puts you at like for me it's Fedone out of Nebraska and Jackson Hawes and Earl Sec. It's those kind of guys. So you kind of went to the next grouping there. But pick is in for Tampa Bay, by the way. Pick 121. Realistically, I mean, I think if Chris Paul was in the range, they would take him. I think if he was in the range, they would definitely draft him. I don't think he'll get there though. I don't think he'll be really in a spot to do it. Bassa could be interesting. He'd be undersized, but he could be interesting. All right. Oh, snap. Who selected him? Tampa Bay goes David Walker. So they passed on Izaraku early. Passed on Izaraku, and they went David Walker. Okay. What had they done? Tampa Bay. Oh, wait a minute. TB. There you are. David Walker, Jacob Parrish, Benjamin Morrison. Oh, they got Parrish and Morrison? Yeah, I mean they're getting a little bit older up there at that cornerback room. It's a fun draft. It's a fun draft. David Walker's just one of those guys that fits into the undersized, kind of an exception to the rule type of draft pick. It's kind of what he is, but and Duke can go. And he's not overly athletic, but he knows how to rush. Like he doesn't get off the ball incredibly well, but he can get after a little bit. And to me, he's physical because he's so low to the ground. Like he's got the leverage, but he's 260 pounds at 6'1". That dude's stout as heck, man. That's his game, man. That's where he's built. He's not that long either, but it's okay for his size, almost 32-inch arms. Like David Walker, we've had those guys over the last few years. I think every year is gonna have those, like the more you kind of see it. But dude, we've had those dudes last few years where you get like the really like the short edge rushers, and they're like, oh man, but he's just kind of like natural leverage, just playing under dude's pads. Like we've had a couple of those. I don't think any of them have hit actually in the last few years. I think David Walker is maybe a notch above. He was crazy productive. I think he'd be a notch above of some of those like end of draft picks, but we have seen that. Um, if we pull all five left, how far can we move up? That's a good question. If we pulled all five left, we're at 6-6. I would think toward the top of the fifth. At worst, top of the fifth. I would think. I don't know if you get into the fourth with that. I don't know if you get into. I don't think you get into the fourth because I think some teams might still think there's some day two guys out there. But I think you could get to the top of. You could get to the. I think you get to the top of the fifth for sure. And we're almost through the fourth round already. We're rolling through this thing. We're 20 picks in. And Lathan Ransom just got selected by Carolina. Try to get Diggs, see if he can rotate the end. Yeah, to me, like, Diggs would fit because I'd put him behind Derek Barnes. I don't think he's a great rusher, but I think he's super smart. I think he's super smart. I think he's an ant rusher, but he's super smart. And he's very physical. He'll set an edge for you. I put him behind Barnes, but the flexibility helps. I mean, you can kick him in the inside and let him go. I'd like a guy that would be more comfortable, I think, winning outside of a tackle rather than the inside. But the Lions, we know, typically value those guys that win towards the interior. I would just be interested in a guy that can actually win on the side a little bit more. Like, not that you can't ever get those with Diggs, but the guy that's most comfortable winning out there. But I do like Diggs. I just don't know if I like it as my only. What are we looking at here? What is this? All right. Oh, I clicked. They have a draft simulator on ESPN. That must be new. I've never heard of that. Hey. Oh boy. Yeah. We wanted to trade up. You know what I mean? Trade up. There's some guys actually. You know what I mean? Wait a second. Braden Swinson hasn't gone yet. Hey, yo. Nah, real though, I would offer right now Pittsburgh every pick to get their spot, and I would draft Braden Swinson. And I call it a day. Straight up. Like if I'm making choices around here, they probably would hang up the phone on me. Well, maybe not. I don't know. There's 5 picks there. If they weren't gonna hang up the phone, you find a team that has like 2 picks in this round. I'd offer every pick I have this year for this spot for as fast as I could get up, and I would take Braden Swinson and I'd keep it moving. That's what I'd do. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love that. They got Ingram Dawkins pretty high up here, but I get that he's crazy athletic for his size. There's some dudes, man. There's some dudes still in here. Yeah. Hey, Kamion Rucker, UDFA for the Lions. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Rucker as a UDFA for the Lions. That dude is ultra productive. Okay. This thing's getting interesting. Pittsburgh's pick is in. I would say right now, I kind of like Tyler Barron as the Lions pick. He has the body type. He's got the typical measurables, and he is productive as well. He's been a pretty productive. He's a smart rusher. He understands angles really well. I would keep an eye on these two, Q Robertson and Tyler Barron. Oh man, I think I spoke that into existence. I feel like I did that. Jack Sawyer just went. Oh man, my bad. Hey, um, Swinson's still there. I'm just okay. Wait a minute. Jack Sawyer goes, man. I had Jack Sawyer at 7 for my edge rushers, but at number 8, I have Swinson. All right, that does feel like a Pittsburgh Steeler, though, bro. No, that's a great pick for Pittsburgh, though. That's a great pick, dog. They can stand him up opposite of T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith. No, he'd be a great pick because he's like great opposite of Highsmith, and you can make it work opposite of Watt. Dude, I love that draft pick. Good job. Hey, we see you, dog. I see we see you, Pittsburgh. That's some work right there. Y'all did some work. That is rough. I feel like that is my fault. No, I'm actually feeling that. Dang, dude. All right, let's talk about guys we don't want. Hey, Green Bay. Shedeur Sanders. Hmm? Looks a little intriguing, huh? Look, man, Green Bay is one of those squads. Oh, I want Shedeur so bad, man. Hopefully he doesn't go right here. I would love to get Shedeur at 6'6", man. We could just go get him. I'd give up everything. I'd give up a future second to go get Shedeur Sanders right now. I just do that, man. You know what I mean? Green Bay, don't do it. We really want him. We really want him, dog. See if they hopefully they don't take our guy. They don't take our guy, huh? Green Bay, hey, Green Bay is fired up for this pick. Oh my goodness. We don't take our guy. Here we go. Here we go. A lot of people there though, but there's more room. People are walking around. Like people can actually move. That's good. That's good. That's healthy. We need that. Got a little Chiefs fan in there, I think. I don't know. He's just fired up. This dude thinks the Chiefs are on the clock. That's crazy, dog. Look, man, y'all don't pick again until well, yeah, should be. I'll pick pretty soon. Maybe he's just getting fired up. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, bro, if I'm standing behind a dude with the cheese head on, I'm getting fired up, bro. Take the cheese head off, dog. I can't see. Straight up. I'm not getting blocked by cheese, dude. Block cheese? Stop it. Come on, man. We're cooking a little bit. We're cooking a little bit. All right, why are we dragging this out? This is the 4th round, bro. They're taking Shedeur Sanders, bro. Sanders, bro. Come on. Yo, they're fired up, dude. They're throwing stuff, which doesn't shock me. The bathrooms were disgusting. But here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yo, Goodell's coming out for this one. Oh, they're taking Shedeur Sanders, bro. They're taking Sanders. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, okay. Wait, what? Oh, Baron Sorrell's there. I didn't even know that. Dude, that's fire. No, that's fire. Hey, respect. Respect, Baron. I love that actually. I didn't know he was there. I had no idea. I don't like that he said because he's here. I feel like he could have just left that part out. Just announce the pick and keep it moving, bro. You don't need to like make it feel different. Just announce the pick, dog. I love that. No, I actually love that. I'm with him, bro. Like, why not, dude? You know what I mean? Like, dude, that's so special, especially that is in Green Bay that it worked out for him. Like, Green Bay may have been like, let's take the dude he's sitting there, but because if it was another team, I don't know if they announced. I guess they probably would announce it because anyway. But like it being in Green Bay makes it even better for them. They're all gonna be excited about it. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool, dog. I like that. I like that. I'm with it, man. We actually got to walk through there, which was pretty cool. We got to walk on the stage like where they're hugging, and we got to walk through that tunnel and then go into the green room. I had some pictures of it, and then through the green room, like there's a kick out way into where we were, which is where the players would go afterward. But yeah, dude, that's pretty sick. Yeah, Brian Brett. Yeah, man. Hey, he sat there for round 4. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But realistically though, do we think he was sitting there round 1? Like I mean, I'm just being honest. Like I don't know. He wasn't on the list. He wasn't on the media availability. Maybe they didn't let him. I don't know. But was he really sitting there day 1? Oh, now he's going out to the fans. Okay, this was cool. I remember Hutch came out and so did JMO when we took him in Vegas. I didn't really get to see him. It was so crowded, but like he was like in front of us. He was in front of me. He was just people were so fired up. That's fire, dude. That's what the draft's about, right? This is a celebration. So good for him, man. Good for him. Um, yeah, Sorrell's to me he's a technician, man. He just finds a way to get it done. He's got the hand usage to just find a way to make it work. That's sweet, dude. That's so sweet. Also, it kind of fits the mold of like I think about Green Bay with like a Colby Wooden and kind of the role that they would play like inside the tackle. They would set into a 4-eye. You think about the style, that's the kind of thing that actually makes a little bit of sense for them. This is a cool story, but he came to the draft in Green Bay Saturday in the green room until day 3, and then got stuck in that frozen land for his career. Kind of tough to be honest. Oh my god. Hey man. Oh man. That is tough. That is unfortunate, but it's a great moment for him. I'm okay with this one. I wasn't that high on Sorrell. Where'd I have actually no, where'd I have Sorrell? Let me not say that. I don't know where I was on him. Where'd I have him? Okay, yeah, I had Sorrell 22. That's not bad. That's kind of where we're at in the draft. Yeah, 22. I have Q Robinson at 17. I have Kennard at 14. I have Swinson at 8. So we still some dogs out there. Still some dogs out there. Q would be great. I would love Q Robinson. I would love Q Robinson. Love to see that happen. I hope. Wow, what are they doing? It's like a parade, dude. He's on like a platform and everything. What are they doing? They're going crazy with this. Hey, this man's smart though. Like he's like, yo, I'm not getting picked on day 1 anyway. So if I just chill, this is about to be about me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at it though. Take advantage, bro. You're in Green Bay because if Green Bay doesn't take him, it's probably not like this. But because they did, now it's special, man. That man's going all out. Man's taking advantage of the full opportunity. That's like me yesterday, man. I was like walking out there with combos. You know what I'm saying? They were giving out snacks afterward. I put some combos in my pocket. I put some what's it called? Y'all know them hummus pretzel things. I never had that. Pretty good. Pretty good, bro. I was loading up. You know what I mean? That's what he's doing. He's loading up. He's taking advantage of everything offered. He's like, I'm gonna stand on the platform. We're gonna sing some songs. He's doing it all. We're gonna be riding one of those bikes. He should have came out on a bike. That would have been tough. You should have rode that. Hey, riding up that thing on a bike though, realistically would have been difficult. Going up that ramp because it's kind of a steep ramp in there. Not now it looks crazy, like all the team signs in there. And then we got to look in the mirror. I didn't take a picture. I should have. We got to look into the mirror. Uh, the lights are crazy. It feels like if y'all ever been in like a haunted house, it feels like you're in a haunted house when you're walking through that thing with all the lights. It's just black, and you can kind of see the backgrounds, but it's like there's nothing. because it's so dark in there, and then you got like all the lights. It feels like you're in a haunted house. That was the vibe that I was getting. And then you pop out, and it's like, oh man, here's the green room, and it's just chill. Hummus pretzel things. Don't hold back what you got. Nah, man, that's what it was. I didn't know it was hummus. I thought it was cheese. And Richie's like, nah, that's hummus, dog. You ever had hummus? And I was like, I don't think so. So it was that, which I like cheese better than hummus, by the way, after having it. But it was pretty solid. And they had like little pretzel things. And it was like a container that like you popped it and then they split and you just dip them. You know what I mean? Pretty good. It was pretty good. All right, pick us in for the Chargers at 190 or oh geez, 125. What is our number of pick now? Because six has to be higher than 190. Let me check. Let me check. It's 186 anymore, right? Shoot, I hope not. Cast rounds. Okay. So 125 for here. So we got to go to 6 and we would be 182. Woo. Okay. We got a ways to go. We got a ways to go. That comments more than cheese, then we can't be friends. No, I don't. I don't. We're good. We're good. We're good, dog. We're good. It was cool. It was cool. I rocked with it. But no, it's not better than cheese. That's fact. It's not better than cheese. Ever had Baba Baba Ganoush? No, I haven't. I haven't. I don't know what that is. 185, I think. Oh, did I leave it on the screen? Oh no, we're good. I can leave it like this, right? Y'all want it like this, or do you guys want to see like the draft cast thing? Y'all let me know. Because I can do this and we can kind of see the past picks, right? Like it'll kind of bam. Or if y'all want to see the draft cast where it kind of shows like options and stuff, y'all let me know. But hey, and also let's just do this for fun. Throw your predictions on what team select Shedeur. Give some team names. I just want to see where I'm curious to see what people think. I feel like any team at this point, if anybody, I guess I almost get the sense he might go undrafted. I'm not even gonna lie, like he's still out there, bro. He's still out there. No, I get the sense dude's gonna go undrafted. To be honest with you, but you know, we'll see. All right, 125. Here we go. Cowboys in the 5th. Keep the screen like this for sure. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Oh, we already got the pick in. Ah, dang, it was spoiled. Kyle Kennard. Kyle Kennard. That makes sense. Yo, I don't know why Braden Swinson's falling, dog. I'm gonna be honest, bro. This is gonna be the heist of the century, bro. Whoever pulls that off. No one picks him. Lions in the 6th. That's why we got that pick, so we go get Shedeur. Dog, if there was like no of the whole drama with it, if it was like strictly like, oh, he's done everything right, but he's just people think, I'd be cool with it because I think he's a nice player. But man, the other stuff is crazy. Um, yeah, I mean, Kyle could go. Kyle could go. Kyle was one of the most, to me, explosive edge rushers in this draft, which was unique because he was going to get picked a little bit later, which he did. Um, I had him with the same first step as I did James Pierce, to kind of put those things in a line. He can get off blocks, he uses his hands well. Kyle Kennard was a good player. Now he's an older player. He's a transfer from Georgia Tech. His build's a little bit undersized. It shows, which is a problem. It shows on the field the lack of strength a little bit as well. Um, I think he's a 3-down starter, backup year 1 with expansions as a pass rusher needed. That's what I listed him as. So a year 1 backup with needing to expand his arsenal as a pass rusher, which is kind of going to be a sting. Maybe get a little bit stronger too. If he can do that, he could be in a nice spot. Dylan Sampson, that was so fast. That was so no. Scadaboo went early. He went early. He went to L.A. No, not L.A. He went at the top of the round. Not L.A. though. He went to where do you go? Giants. Dylan Sampson goes, which they need a running back really bad. I don't think they drafted one yesterday, and their running back room is in shambles. If we're being honest, they kind of need everything though. But I like what Cleveland's doing, man. I like Cleveland a lot. Having 2 firsts next year, and then you're kind of just tying in guys that you like right now. Like they got some starters. I think they got some dudes in time. It's like you give these dudes a year. Mason Graham, Twessinger. They got Judkins and Sampson. No, they did get a running back. So it was in shambles. But now you get 2 guys that balance each other off pretty well. Aiden, Iowa State. Okay. 1 second. Wait, so they selected Fannin. What do I have? Yeah, Fannon's gone. Okay. I like this draft by the Browns, man. I like what the Browns are doing, bro. I mean, it's hard to miss when you kind of need everything, but like I don't know. I like the players they drafted. I just like the players they took. And then Jalen Travis here to the Colts, which their kind of offensive line blew up this offseason a little bit. I feel like they've been trying to find a tackle too, so we'll see. I know that they are big on their athletes at the offensive tackle spot. Gino isn't the long term answer for Raiders, but is Shedeur? That's the question. That's the question. Here we go. Oh, that's a nice pick. Yo, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna say that if Jalen Royals is there at 6'6", I'm drafting him. Like straight, I'm just gonna draft him. I don't even care. We'll figure it out later. I'm just drafting him anyway. If he's just gonna sit there, I'm just gonna take him. Um, I wonder how people feel about his like background. Like I feel like it's looked at as a positive, him going to the military school because his grades were garbage, and he gets to try out and he cooks at Utah State. But I wonder if people have any concerns kind of tied in, wrapped in all that. Jalen Lane, he was one of those guys, and I'm circling for returning ability too. His offensive usage was, what's cool about this though, because he does a lot after the catch too, and Jalen Lane can really go. Like the route tree was so basic, and he worked so many just over routes and kind of just floated behind linebackers. But I think about that offense, and it wasn't the most complex, in terms of like the routes they would ask those guys to run. But they put a lot of stress on you. And Jalen Lane is kind of the perfect fit from college. Like he's a college player that's probably going to play like he did in college in the NFL. Like you're gonna get him on the move pre-snap. You're gonna get the quarterback out of the pocket. You're gonna check some things down to him. You'll just get him running. I feel like he'll translate pretty fast there. That might be a really good landing spot for him. Lions looking at Jalen Reed, Penn State, or Malachi Moore. They should be. To me, Jalen Reed is he's the number 3 safety in the draft for me. I think he's that good. I think he's the third best safety in this year's draft. So if they end up getting Jalen Reed, I think it would be I think it'd be one of the best draft picks that we've seen in some time. I think it would go down like value wise. I think it'd be one of the best draft picks we've seen in a while. Crazy. I don't understand why he's fallen so far. But him being from Michigan makes it even more intriguing. Hmm. They met with in person. I honestly don't know like many of the players they met with. I really didn't keep up with that too much. I would assume they met with Reed. Y'all can let me know though, or I can just pull it up. Um, Safety's been picked apart a little bit here. They picked apart a little bit, but there's still guys I like. There's a lot of guys I like here, to be honest. This top 10, I ended up at one point giving us Elijah Clark, but this top 10, I like a lot of different things about all these guys' games. Obviously, Jalen Reed, I'm super high on. Malachi Moore, the flexibility is great. The leadership, I think, also taps in there, the flexibility. Sebastian Castro's fun. I just don't trust him in terms of some of the range. He lets things get away from him a little bit. He's very fluid. He's a hitter, man. That man is Mr. Toughness. Maxon Hook, I think, is somewhat similar to Sebastian. Difference is he plays like a robber all the time. Sebastian kind of just sits in this nickel and he kind of works a lot of zone coverage. He'll kick back to safety a little bit though too. Like I like a lot of these guys. You got a big body here in Trader that I think was he the 2-sport player that kind of transitioned full time to safety? And he's been productive, especially this past year. You got Dan Jackson, who was ultra productive for Georgia. Lane is a guy I'm fired up about. He's so reactive, but he just hurts himself a lot. He's just over like I don't know what he's doing, but he's fun to watch when it's good. He'd be a nice special team right away. I like a lot of these safeties, man. Safeties, I get the sense we won't have to move and we can get a safety we like. And maybe it's none of those guys. There's probably someone on their board that's not even listed on ESPN here. Very possible. The Lions have drafted guys like that, but I think we're going to be able to land a safety, man. I think we're going to be able to land a safety with what we have. What teams? Say he didn't want Shedeur going to. Wondering if that's why the Brown Steelers not taking him. Yeah, dude. I don't know exactly what team. Did they tell? I don't think they told us. Did they tell us? Maybe they did. Maybe there was some buzz on that. But I even feel like for other teams too. Like, do they even? I don't know. Like that could affect them too. Sebastian Castro is fun to watch, dude. That man is hard nosed, man. He's tough, dude. And it's I mean, you can get a little flexible with where you put him. He transitions really quickly too. Right? There's not a lot of false movement within his game as a mover. What? Yeah, I already read that. Okay. At least the Ball kids got drafted. Dang, that's the second time I've heard that. I don't know if I heard that somewhere else. Um, my dad texted me yesterday. We were watching this and compared it to the LeVar Ball situation. I was like, I wasn't expecting to get that kind of text, but that's the second time I've heard that. All right, Baltimore. Dude, linebackers are flying, bro, this round. Every linebacker's getting plucked this round. Teddy Buchanan. These guys were hanging on the board for a long time, and they're just going. They're just going now. I like Teddy Buchanan because of his size. I like his size. I like how that translates. He has an ability to kind of get ahead of blocks, which I think allows him to rack up a lot more production than maybe you would expect with some of the skill set when guys actually can latch him at the second level. He also does a nice job of kind of jarring the ball loose away from guys. He gets out in space, can kind of run a little bit in coverage. I like this his ability to run in coverage. There's a lot of man in zone upside just because his movement speed and movement skill set. So Buchanan to me will also hit special teams probably running. He's just not an enforcer against the run. One of the Lions pick again. Right now, I'm thinking they may trade up. I mean, I think there's a possibility they could trade up. What are we looking at here, by the way? My bad. But we pick at it's 130. 130 is in. We're about to the end of round 4, and they're set for pick 182. So we got 50 picks. 50 picks. I think next round, or maybe it's 2 rounds, it starts to speed up a little bit more too. But we've kind of flown through this round, I'd say. We're an hour and a half in. We're about through the round. 130 at 130. Tighten up. We're 52 picks away. How many top 30 dudes we have left? Let me look up the top 30 visits. I have no idea. No idea. I didn't look at this once. I only heard what you guys told me. That's all I heard. Here's every player the Lions had in for a top 30 visit. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. What the heck is going on? All right, let me get off of that one. That one doesn't work. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Lan Larson out of UC Davis, the running back. He's still on the board. We have Ben Urosek, Georgia tight end. He's still on the board. Um, Hugh Robinson, Alabama edge. He's still on the board. Chaz Chambliss, linebacker, Georgia. He's still on the board. Which, dude, they got a lot of dudes back there. Ruben Hippolyte, linebacker, Maryland, still there. And then those were their top 30 visits. Those 5 or 6 are still there. They did have a local visit with Jalen Reed, it looks like. And then they had invited local pro day invitees. I don't know any of these dudes. I know a couple of these dudes. A lot of guys in there. There's a few of them. But was Diggs even in there? I don't think Diggs was even listed. They don't have Diggs listed as a top 30 visit. Oh, Diggs was a virtual visit. He's a virtual visit. That's interesting. I wonder what that is or how that works. A virtual visit. Hmm. Looks like a lot of undrafted players that they ended up having pro day invites. Some of these guys I do know a little bit, but a lot of these guys look undrafted. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Yeah, yeah, no, my bad. No, I get that. I mean, just like, what does that look like for, like, in comparison to, like, I feel like I haven't seen a virtual visit as a thing. Like, I don't know that I've seen that in the past. It feels new. It's probably not new, but it feels new. Am I frozen? I think my camera turned off. Okay, hold up. I think my camera just turned off. I'm glad they didn't get Oladejo. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm glad they didn't do that. I did not want Oladejo, bro. I'm glad that that did not happen. Am I tweaking or am I yo? All right, Saints selection's in. All right, hold on. I might have to refresh. I might have to refresh. All right, Saints selection's in. Let's see what they're doing. Quincy Riley. All right. Hopefully it turns back on. All right. I think I'm gonna fix it. That should fix it. Maybe I might have to refresh. All right. Huh. All right. Give me a second. There we go. There we go. What the heck? Okay. Bears pick is in. Bears pick is in. Quincy Riley goes. Oh, Malachi Moore just snuck in there. How did we miss that? I didn't even see that happen. Malachi Moore. I like that because I feel like Malachi Moore was like just getting shredded when it came to all the mock draft simulators, which made no sense. Like he's a good player. It's always weird. I'm glad to see Aaron Glenn went out and grabbed him. Like okay, I'm gonna switch my other camera. Now we're good. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. Oh, we look terrible. Do I want to? Wait, why did that turn off? Yo, StreamYards must be on. Okay, let me just refresh real quick. All right, so Ruben Hippolyte just went, who was one of the guys that the Lions had on one of their visit lists. Let me move this. So man, we look horrible like this. It's fine. We just look very bright. It's just a. Let me turn this off. Well, it doesn't keep turning off. All right, now we look normal. Now we look normal. But yeah, Ruben was one of those guys the Lions actually had in for one of the visits that we saw, right? So he was in for he was an invitee. He was an invitee, and he goes to Chicago. So I guess that's one off the board. There we go. The stream was, for some reason my camera was like just not. I don't know. I think it was a StreamYard issue. Like it just wasn't moving. But I think we fixed it by refreshing. But yeah, Ruben was listed on here. He was listed as a. Yeah, he was listed as a Local Pro Day invitee. Okay. Any dudes from Texas left? Any dudes from Texas? I mean, definitely. Isaiah Bond. Isaiah Bond still available. Let me see. Oh yeah, their center still available too. They have Majors is still available. Who else would be in there? I don't know. No pass rushers. But those two are Quinn Ewers. There you go. What pick do we have now? We have 160. Oh my, we have 162. No, 182. 182. I'm sorry, 182. His character issues, according to an Alabama student friend of mine. Dude, there was something there because it was so weird, and I knew there was like buzz, like what's going on with this guy. But as a player, bro, he was fun to watch. I loved watching Malachi Moore. I liked him a lot last year. I remember last year when watching Malachi Moore from the season before. First impression, like my first impression wasn't from watching Malachi Moore, it was matching other players and noticing Malachi Moore and thinking like, oh my goodness. After we got Brian Branch, I was like, Malachi Moore is like the perfect fit for the Lions. Like put him in here with Brian Branch, he's gonna fit perfectly. And being the Jets, being Aaron Glenn first time there, like you may have seen, he definitely understands the Alabama, like the defense and how it's going to connect to the NFL. So he probably feels really good about that from a coverage perspective. Pick is in for Kansas City. Jaden Blue is still out there. He is still out there. Yep. What the heck? No, that's freaky looking. That's freaky looking. They gotta get that minion. Looks creepy, bro. All right, Chiefs pick is in. Pick 133. See what we're looking at here. I want to keep up with what these teams have too. Because Kansas City. All right, we'll come back to that. Here we go. I mean, you're asking for money for a picture with him. We'll find out in a second. He's a good player.
Chiefs Kingdom is here, and the German Arrowheads are ready for the next. With the 133rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royals, wide receiver, Utah State.
There he goes, Jalen Royals. Jalen Royals, man. You know what's crazy about that? The initial concern I had for Jalen Royals, and while I was actually lower on him, I had an immediate comp with Sky Moore. Like immediately I thought of Sky Moore when watching Jalen Royals, and I was like, oh, I don't know that I want that. And mainly it was just like, can he open up a full route tree, right? Can he win in a multitude of ways? And then beyond just can he win in a multitude of ways, the way that he's winning is it going to separate? Like, because he doesn't maintain separation incredibly well. Like guys will kind of recover on him a little bit. He's not overly fast or like crazy explosive, but he's just stout, and he can definitely run through contact. Does work after the catch pretty darn well too. I just remember thinking Sky more when I watched him. Now, the more I watched him, the more I liked him, and I ended up being a big fan of Jalen Royals. But that's what I thought of. I just think that's interesting because they ended up, drafting Sky Moore. Now it didn't work out, but there's still a style to that they could have been intrigued by. So another small school player, and again, his story is pretty nuts. And I feel like Kansas City. Kansas City's taking a lot of guys that we've talked about. Josh Simmons, Norman Lott, Gelati, Noel Williams, Jalen Royals, and I kind of like what they're doing a little bit. Like, I feel like there's a lot of development within multiple of these picks. Like, this is long-term. This feels long-term, even though there's probably some limitations because of his build. This is probably like you kind of know what you're going to get, but I could maybe see some of the upside. Noel Williams, I think, like I think I would try him at safety, but he could stick at corner for that defense. And then Jalen Royals, like that's even one that could be developmental too. I like what they've done. I like that. I want to go to the Lions page real quick because they have the needs listed. I want to see what they have listed for the Lions needs. So they got us with 4 needs. They got us with a center in here too, which now is kind of filled. I can almost kind of say they plugged that because they drafted a guard, so it kind of plugs that. DT edge. They had DT as need 1. All right, ESPN. I got some respect for ESPN now. They put DT 1. Respect to that, man. Respect to that. You know what I mean? I appreciate them doing that. DT was the biggest need for me too. It was the biggest need outside of guard. Those two were the biggest need. I'm glad they did that. We're loaded up though. We loaded up on all these picks. Denver's pick is in. Let's see. Every time I see Denver, I think about them taking Shedeur and being able to make it work with Sean Payton, but I don't think they're going to do that. Joshua Farmer's their best fit. They need interior help. I thought they'd go more size, dude. I thought they'd go a little more length in the inside. I guess no, take that back. Farmer's got 35-inch arms. That would make some sense. That's not a bad fit. I thought they'd go with a little bit of a leaner body type is what I'm trying to say. I like Broughton right here. Broughton from Texas. He's still available. Someone asked who is still available from Texas. Broughton. I think it's Broughton from Texas. I like that. I like Broughton or Broughton. I like him right here. I think that's a sneaky move. Yeah, dude. I like that fit. Oh, my goodness. They took Q Robinson. Ah, that hurts, brother. That hurts, man. Makes sense for them, though, because that's what the Denver does, bro. Denver puts their linebackers on the line. They've made the transition with the Ohio State kid. It actually worked out pretty well for him, and then they ended up trading him away. So it worked out well for the player in a positive way. I think it wasn't incredible. It worked out. This is what they do, bro. They take kind of these linebackers that they can bounce around, let them get after it. That makes sense. They got Ellis opposite. Like, it's just, I don't like seeing that. Get that off my screen. Get it off my screen, bro. Y'all need to stop. I don't even want to see this. My goodness, man. Let's delete this from my screen. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here with all that. I think officially, every player in my... Wait a minute. Yeah, because Walker's gone. Savion got picked yesterday, right? And then Sorrell's gone. Even though I had... So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So only one of my top 20 edge rushers are left. Only one of my top 20 edge rushers are left. And he's number 8. And that is Braden Swinson. I think that's right. Yeah. Unless Savion didn't go, but I'm pretty sure Savion Williams did go. Braden Swinson's still available, man. Man, it's crazy. I remember Stafford as a true freshman at Georgia. Now he's old and gray. Man, it is weird seeing that gray beard, bro. No idea what we're doing now. Hey, they got a plan, bro. Bryce said he's got a plan. He's going to draft someone that we're not thinking of though, because if he's comfy sitting back, they're gonna have someone that's not even on our radar. I almost guarantee it. Here we go.
Say hi to my kids back in Australia. Ilya, Aria, Roman, I love you. I want to give a huge shout out to my football teams back in Australia, the ACT Women's Monarchs flag football team and the Canberra Centurions. With the 135th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle.
Oh, they went out and got Tonka? What the heck, Raiders? Okay. They went out and got Tonka. Yo, I love Tonka Hemingway with South Carolina, dude. I love that dude, bro. He's been there for so long, and he's been on the field a lot. Tonka's been on the field a lot. I feel like he reshaped his body at one point. I don't know for sure, but I feel like he did a little bit. Because Tonka initially was just kind of like you just kind of plug him in. Might help you against the run a little bit. And then he started to add some juice, man. Tonka was so fun. He played a ton of snaps in South Carolina. I remember charting him all the time. That dude's been on the field a ton. That's fun, dude. I kind of like that one. That's a Tonka truck, yeah. Nobody wants Sanders, bro. Dude's about to go undrafted. For sure, I think he's going undrafted. I like that. Tonka Hemingway. What a pick, dude. Yeah, bro. But it's not even that. Like, there's a great video, and I saw it this morning, and I can play it. I don't know who the guy is. It's not. It might have been Pelissero. Pelissero from, if you didn't see it, from NFL Network, like, broke down all of the steps, or not even the steps, but all the things that, like, basically took place this offseason, before making before this whole process that he didn't handle correctly, and now, here we are, and it's messy, dude. It's messy. He did a lot of things wrong, a lot of things poorly, bro. By the way, Tennessee just traded up, I think. I think Tennessee just jumped up with Seattle. I think that's what happened. They're saying they need a guard, too. Saying they need a guard. There's still some guards up there. Marcus Bowe is there. I don't think Marcus Bowe's a fit as much. Miles Frazier is still chilling, though, so I think Miles Frazier will be sneaky. Did Miles Frazier go yet? I don't think he did. I don't think Miles Frazier went. And then for me, I have Joshua Gray in there. So, yeah, they went with Baltimore. They moved up 5 picks with Baltimore, moving up 5 picks to get in front of Seattle. Seattle needs offensive line help, I would assume. So it's possible they did that, but they could have also went receiver, because receiver is pretty weak over there for them. I know they added a little bit to it. And now Jalen Royals just came off the board. I think we might see Torrey Horton here. I think Torrey Horton might be the pick here. Or Ayo Manor. I think they're going to go get some size here. They could go Ellick. I'm going to say they take Ellick. I think they're going to want a little bit of size here at receiver.
With the 136th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Ellick Ayamatter.
Hey, come on, bro. Hey, you got to give me some of that. Nah, y'all got to give me some of that. I didn't cheat. I had one right all day, baby. That's a W. Let's get some W's in the chat. 1 out of 50, baby. 1 out of 50. Let's go, dude. That's a W. That's a 1 out of 50. Come on. I'll put my own W in the chat. Yes, sir, because I won't hit another one. No, that's perfect. Super dope. Yeah, man. That's good. We need to clip that moment. Clip that. We need to post that thing. That was fantastic. If we just clip the picks I got right, there'd be 2 clips. People be like, man, look at this guy. He's out here just breaking it down. It's like, yeah, dude. Got about 2 of them right. Q Robinson just went, actually, unfortunately. He just went. I thought he'd be a great option. He just went to Denver. Man. Oh, gosh. This scares me, bro. This is the type of team that would do some of this. I'm going to say they go Miles Frazier, though. Miles Frazier feels like a Patriot. We don't know what's going on at this point. If we call Sanders and have a conversation with him. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh, wait, no. They just traded the pick. To who? Or no, did New England just move up? I don't know what happened. No, New England moved up. Wait. So New England just traded up with somebody. I don't know who, but they just traded up. Let's find out. Ah, man. Wait, so they just went receiver. Does that mean New England's going receiver? They've drafted 1. They got in front of San Fran. San Fran needs O-line. I'm going to say it's an O-lineman. Let's just see if we can go back-to-back here. They got to go O-lineman. I'm looking at the list. I'm looking at the wrong list. Oh, no. Oh, man. Dude, Miles Frazier makes sense for them, though. They gave up. Oh, they moved up with Seattle. So they gave up a 7th round pick and moved up 7 spots. Okay, yeah. So we could get into the We could get into the 5th round with the 7th round pick. We could definitely do that. We could definitely do that. Maybe package a couple of those, you get even higher. I would think you could do it as long as someone's interested. I think Miles Frazier fits them though. No, I think he does. But and I feel like they drafted a tackle yesterday. So let's do this. No, wait, stop. Oh, I kind of like that. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm going to say they take Jalen Rivers. They're going to take Jalen Rivers. That's my guess. Jalen Rivers, that's my guess. Shedeur would be crazy, because they did trade away their backup quarterback. So maybe. New England does not have a backup quarterback. We can point that out. But I'm going to say getting in front of but Jalen Rivers, does that fit San Fran? I think so, kind of. I'm going to say it's Rivers, bro. I'm going to say it's Rivers. We'll find out. I would go Frazier, but I think I'm going to say they go Rivers here. Who we get next? Man, we're getting Shedeur Sanders, dog. They all wearing Brad Holmes' college jersey. Do you see the Lions draft from? I did not see that. When did they show it? Like on X? I didn't see it. I need to check it out now. Oh, yeah, they need some juice on the rush position. Hey, let's not mess with that. Oh, bro, they're going to take my guy, and I'm going to cry. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, let's find out. Let's find out. I got to think it's O-lineman, right, for getting in front of San Fran. Got to think it's O-lineman. Frazier would be such a good pick, though. I'm going to say Rivers.
I'm Lower Cheese, defender for Flamengo and the Brazil national soccer team, proudly representing Pets Nation from the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And with the 137th pick, the New England Patriots select Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle of Florida State. Yeah. Go Pats!
Oh. Okay, Josh Farmer. Okay. That works. That works, man. Is that the last pick of the round? Oh, one more. Okay. One more. Yeah, because where are they at? They have throw Joshua Farmer in there. And they have Milton Williams, Christian Barmore, and Tonga. They could replace Tonga here. They also have Keon White, too. They have some dudes up front. What the heck? Yo, what the heck? Oh, wow, wait, hold up. What are we? Oh, we're hold up. I need to refresh. I didn't realize this was going on. All right, no, we should be good. No, we're good.
With a new president.
We good. I just got to change my camera. I got the wrong camera on. Maybe? Okay. Got it. I got it. I was messing with the wrong thing. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. I think I may have missed a Patriots pick though. May have missed that Patriots pick. Need to find out. Hey, we're just gonna act like nothing happened. We're gonna act like nothing happened. That's okay. We're all good, dude. We're all good. We're all good. It's day 3. It's been so long since I streamed, man. Like, dude, I was a mess setting this thing up. Actually, it just felt so out of whack doing it. So out of whack, dude. Okay, who's the pick? Who's the pick? He definitely made a pick. Jordan Watkins goes to San Fran. And who just went before that? Joshua Farmer. Okay, no, we saw that. What am I talking about? We watched that happen. And then Jordan Watkins goes. So that puts us in round 5. All right. Let's see. Take the... Cool. Yeah, we're in round 5. We should be around 5. Did they have a break or they just keep rolling? Maybe they have a break. I don't know. Yo, like as a team, this would be crazy. Oh no, there's no break. We're right to it. By the way, do we sound okay? You sound all right? Yo, we probably sound better now, right? That probably sound really bad. You sound better now, I assume. Yeah, we probably sound better now. I might have just messed it up. I don't know. I think I fixed. I don't know. I think I was messing with the mic instead of the camera. Do you have Smil Mondon Jr. linebacker out of Georgia in late round list? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a Mondon Jr. fan. He's up there for me. I mean, I don't think linebacker's that deep. So we saw such a a run on linebackers this last round. I think his athleticism alone, like his upside, just as a skill set, is interesting. He's worth a flyer. He just plays way too slow. Like he doesn't play to an NFL speed at all right now. He doesn't have the feel for it. But Chris Paul Jr. is still on the board. So Chris Paul was my linebacker 6. Mondon Jr. is my linebacker 7. And then Kobe King gets in there at 9. And then Bassa's in there at what, 12? And then I have Madrano and Lindenberg. I like Madrano from UCLA. I like Kane Madrano. I think he'd be sneaky. But there's a couple of dudes that can rush the passer late. You know, there's a couple of dudes that can get in there. It'd be interesting. Colin Oliver would be interesting. He'd be an interesting fit, like someone that's kind of a little bit more of like a hybrid rusher that can really get after it after the quarterback. Could be sneaky here late. I feel like we're taking a break here. I don't know what's going on. Boy, I should have gotten an energy drink, bro. Oh my. I look crazy like this. That's a crazy comment. Man. Okay. So I'll put that on. Here we go. I really wanted Donovan. Yeah, I thought we were going to draft him. I thought we were going to. I wonder if he was on the board at 28 with Tyleek, who they would have taken. I would like to know. I would like to know what that would have turned into. But I thought we'd take him. His mom would call him Pooh. I'm gonna call him Pooh. Hey, dude, if we draft him, you get a jersey that just says Pooh on the back. I'm with it. All right, Vikings pick is in. Ingram Dawkins out of Georgia. The edge / interior defensive lineman ends up going one of the better athletes for his position. Again, I was a little bit lower on him. I had him listed as an edge, but he was Seahawks are trading Sam Howell to the Vikings. Wait, what? That can't be real. Oh no, Sam Howell. Okay, I read that as Sam Darnold. That can be real. Seahawks are trading quarterback Sam Howell to the Vikings. That just happened? Oh. And Cam Jackson just got taken out of Florida, the big nose tackle. Kind of a run stuffer for them in there. Did that just happen? I mean, I guess. Yeah, Ingram Dawkins, was he six? He's 6'5", 275. Ultra competitive. Kind of gets stuck on one guy. That was kind of my issue with him. I thought he was a poor pass rusher with low average play strength, but he could get off the ball pretty well. He had some juice for his size for sure. Um, dude, I like Sam Howell. Yeah, that just happened. Okay, okay. Just told you on TV. Okay, all right. Yeah, dude, I want to see what the. It's okay. Here we go. Vikings are trading Sam Howell, and the Vikings and they're swapping 142 and 172. So 142 and 172. Okay, so Seattle's about to be on the clock soon here. Seattle's taking Minnesota's spot. And they're in front of Miami. He told you. Shout out to Adam Schefter being a guy. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna switch to ESPN real quick. I want to see it. Here we go. Oh, they drafted Milrow yesterday. Okay, no, that does make sense. I forgot that happened. Kind of a good trade off then. I think that's good for both sides. That seems good for both sides. You hate Howell too many? Yeah. Yeah. I don't like seeing that either, to be honest with you. Now he looked horrible in Seattle, but that was Seattle. But he looked horrible when he had to step in. And as a Howell guy, I was like, what in the world is this? But I liked him with Washington, even though he threw a boatload of interceptions. He looked horrible last year when he came in. And the pick is in for Baltimore. I don't think this is updating either. Here we go. Got potential, but he's on the last year of his deal, so that'll be interesting because I feel like it's difficult to get re-signed if you don't play. So he may end up playing a little bit this year. He could, or he could just be their backup, which makes some sense because instead of using that pick, might as well just trade for a guy that you like instead of using that on a quarterback here. Makes sense to me. By the way, is Kyle McCord still available? They need someone that can play now. I think that's why they did that. Who? Oh, Vincent. They took Vincent. Yo, I like Vincent, man. Vincent was awesome at the Senior Bowl. That was like my first experience. Like I immediately thought, like, yo, could this dude move to guard? Vincent was like a sleeper, man. I thought he was like super under the radar at that specifically. I've only watched a little bit because it's been hard for me to find his stuff, but I like it, man. I like it. Carson Vincent, dude. And Shoot, they do those big offensive linemen. That's Baltimore. They need offensive line help. Let's take a look. Guess so. Maybe they might move him to guard. I don't know. I mean, feels like a backup tackle to me, but they might move him to guard. I may try it. They've already had one. Did they have a massive offensive guard? I feel like they did. We just got a trade, by the way. Oh no! Wait, no. This must be the trade they're announcing right now. Never mind. Never mind. This is Seattle's pick. Here we go. I thought they traded it again. That'd have been something, but no, they're picking right here. Look at that, Adam Schefter, man. Just breaking news. Seattle taking Shedeur. I don't think so because they took Jalen Milroe yesterday. I forgot that happened too. But they took Milroe, so I don't think they'll take another quarterback. Oh boy, they got to stop putting Swinson up there, bro. They need to stop doing that. I'm pretty confident the Lions aren't going to take Swinson because I feel like if they wanted him, they would have been aggressive to go get him. But um, I still would rather just see him on the board longer. I still rather see him on the board a little bit more. It happened fast yesterday, man. I just remember because the guy on ESPN just said it. So Seattle needs a receiver. I mean, Seattle lost Tyler Lockett, right? They let him go in free agency. I'm gonna say Bryant goes right here. I'm gonna say Bryant from Illinois goes right here. That's gonna be my guess.
Hello, everyone from Germany. I'm Amari Williams, defensive back for Ryan Fire. And I'm Ted Jeffries, the quarterback for the Ryan Fire. And we're coming to you live from Düsseldorf, Germany.
Riley
Now we're working
Mills.
with the Seattle Seahawks. We're here to announce the Seahawks' next pick for the 12th
Yo, Riley Mills was up there though.
and with the
He was
146th
my
pick
top
in
D
the
lineman left.
2025
Interior D
draft, the
lineman
Seattle
left.
Seahawks select Riley Mills,
I had him above
linebacker,
Farmer
with
too.
our name.
All right, we'll take Riley Mills out of the mix. Okay. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Well, I mean it's fine, but that's what I meant to do. Whoa. Okay, that's all copyright. Y'all need to stop. I feel like I should have started the stream in the fifth round. I should have started this in the fifth round. Is he him? Nah, his RAS is nuts, but that's his height and speed combined together. It's freaky. I don't know that makes him for me, but I hear what you're saying. Like I like Isaac Tesla a lot. I like him a lot, man. I'm down with the player, bro. I'm super down with it. Down with the guy at that size, with that athleticism, with that kind of wiggle underneath. It's lined in the slot. I'm absolutely down with that. Jalen Reed is still available. I look. Nah, bro. I just didn't. I literally have not slept yet. I have not slept. This is me from yesterday. We were in Green Bay, so we just drove right to the airport from Green Bay, and then we flew home. So I haven't slept at all. Um, yeah, we didn't get like a spot last night. We just drove.
And with the 143 pick, the Miami Dolphins select Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle, Maryland. Go!
Jordan Phillips. I had Jordan Phillips in my 15 at one point. Then ultimately I took him out of there. I just didn't feel like he popped enough, but I loved what you watched at Maryland. Like I loved what it looked like. It wasn't enough for my top 15. I like watching him play. Like I really wanted to buy in it the more I watched it. I never got like in love with it, but I really liked it. Let me see if I have the um here he is. Yeah, because he was what 6'3", 6'3", 312 pounds. Transferred from Tennessee. Arms are a little bit on the shorter side. Oh, okay, like Johnny Newton kind of build. That's what I had it as a Johnny Newton type of build. I can play low, kind of move at the line of scrimmage, right? Kind of get move around laterally. He's got some suddenness to his game. Little push pull wins. Got some quickness as a rusher. I liked him, man. I like watching him play. Just didn't consistently connect enough. All right, pick is in for the Browns. It sounds like the Browns just traded up to 144, and I'm gonna be honest. They're gonna take Swinson. They're gonna take him here, and that's because they have McGuire, and they could replace McGuire with a guy at that size, unless they've already drafted somebody. I think he's going off the board, man. Oh boy, that's my guess. I thought they may have taken someone yesterday, though. Oh, yeah, they didn't. Oh, bro, he's going right here. I'm pretty confident he's going right here, dude. They're going receiver. I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. Dude, we actually have 5 picks left. We have 2 6th-rounders and 3 7th-round picks. Just all in the back. So we're kind of waiting. We pick high in the 6th round. We pick 182. But we got a little bit of a wait. Fortune. I'd put Fortune at safety. I like Fortune. I could see put him at safety though. Kobe Bryant's still there. I haven't heard his name. He should be. Should be. Lions pick next, top of the 6th. There you go, bro. There you go, man. Like we're getting there. We're getting there. Slow and steady. We're getting there though. And it sounds like the Browns traded up to 144. Oh, we don't have details on that. How are the Eagles next though? Like, how can the Eagles have traded up? How they have traded? Did Philly have back-to-back picks? Philly must have picked back-to-back. That's why they did that. Oh man. Yeah, man, we got 5 picks, bro. I thought we were gonna move some, but like I said, I also think we could move some in the next year. Like if they can't get up, they might try to throw some in the next year. It makes some sense after the 2 3rd-rounders last year giving up. Here we go. Pick us in. Oh, here. Let's hear from Adam Schefter or you're in prep report. Sorry. Best available for me is Swinson, the edge from LSU. Miles Frazier's up there, but we don't really need that. But he's up there. Um, Tim Smith is also up there for me. Tim Smith is also, and then for me, Bilal Cohn would be next. Oh, and Jalen Reed. Bilal Cohn, Jalen Reed. Some dudes, man. There's some dudes. I just want Swinson to fall. That would be unreal if somehow that was the thing. I mean, you're gonna have to jump to make that happen. I think Cleveland's gonna take him right here. Replace McGuire from Missouri. Kind of like put a guy on top of him. That's my guess. Yeah, no, I hear you. Let me see. What did I have for me? Like intriguing rushers that aren't Swinson. Me, like I said, my top 20 is gone. I think Batty adds a little bit. I think pass rushers. I like Tyler Barron. Tyler Barron out of Miami as guy that has.
With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Yo. All right, get this guy off the screen. Get this guy off the screen right now. Get him out of here. He's wearing an Odell jersey. Take him off the screen. Wow, bro. That's crazy. Shedeur Sanders to the Browns. How about that, dude? Kind of forgot about him, to be honest. Shedeur Sanders to the Browns. All that, dude, there's talk about him at 2, and he goes 144. Well, someone gave him a shot, and it's Cleveland. And I mean, look, this works out really well for Cleveland, though, because I feel like even if you take him in round, like, dude, you take him at 144, you can absolutely come back next year and draft a quarterback with your 2 first rounders. Absolutely, you can do that. And I think they'd be okay with doing that. I don't think they have any problem with doing that. You take him at 2, no, you can't. But you can't. Well, I guess we've seen a team do it once, but now you definitely can. This works out really well. I like Cleveland, what they've done. They got 2 first round picks and they still got Shedeur Sanders. How crazy is that? That's crazy, man. Good for Cleveland. I feel like Cleveland's had a fantastic run here with just how things have fallen for them. I love that too. I like Shedeur as a player, man. Shedeur a lot as a player. So there you go. How do we feel? Let's grade the pick. What do we like? Cleveland and Shedeur? Do we like the fit? I do. I think that's great for Cleveland. Barry does not look happy at all. That man he was forced to make that draft pick. My goodness, he looks like he's about to cry a little bit. Oh, they drafted Dylan Gabriel too? Oh, so they took 2 quarterbacks. Oh. I mean, I guess though, like if you look at it from the perspective of after this year, say they drafted a quarterback, then their backup could be either Gabriel or Shedeur. But they took 2 of them. They took both of them. That's wild. That's weird. At round 3 and round 5 is weird. Mac McWilliams to the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, I love that. I love that. Love me some Mac McWilliams here. I feel like he's a little bit more traits over like consistency for me with McWilliams, but man, I love McWilliams. Um, in a cornerback room that's really strong. Where is he at? He was my second corner left, right below Cone. But man, he could play all over the place, dude. He was in our mock too. He was in our mock. We're gonna get none of our picks right, by the way, just for anybody that's wondering. We're gonna get none of those picks correct. Man, dude, it's crazy. All right, here we go. Let's put these in. Some guys standing out here. All right. Eagles take Mac McWilliams. Yeah, I'm a big Mac McWilliams guy. Let me get my notes on Mac McWilliams. He's one of the Yeah, I really like Mac McWilliams, to be honest with you. And they needed it, right? They lost Isaiah Rodgers this offseason, so they needed a little bit back there. But his flexibility, like they could put him in the slot, they could put him at safety. It'll be a good backup for him, I think. They can kind of put him in some different positions. I don't think his home necessarily has to be at wide corner. And I think especially when you think where he's taken in the draft, it makes a lot of sense that you could look at moving him around a little bit more than just kind of leaving him at that position. Mac McWilliams, man, he's low to the ground, super twitchy in short areas. That change of direction is fantastic there. His feel is a little bit questionable, I think, when the ball goes up in the air, which is kind of a problem I had with him. That's where I had some concerns with him. Let me see, because I know Denzel Burke, Quincy Riley. Quincy Riley got selected. Did see that. Bilal Cohen still hanging in there. Justin Walleye still. Okay, here's Mac McWilliams. 5'10", 199 pounds. Very reactive athlete. He ran the 4.41 40, won the 1.52 10-yard split, man. Dude can absolutely move. Stout in his frame, powerful punch as a press coverage corner. He'll give some space underneath, which is a problem, especially from the nickel, which is why I kind of like him at safety. His off man is a little bit shaky as well, but he does work in zone coverage for sure. And he does have some plus play speed, even though it's not great. He plays plus play speed. The pacing is just a little bit hit and miss to me. A lot of there's some real rawness to his game. And no, I'm not gonna stand for this, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Wait, when did the New England pick? Bro, come on, dog. New England selects Braden Swinson. He said I never liked the Patriots. Man, bro, what the? Oh my goodness, bro. I don't think either of those guys can replace Ragnar, though. That's my issue. I don't think either of those players can replace Ragnar. Like, I don't think either of them are really starting level. McLaughlin's close. McLaughlin would be my pick if I was going to take one. We might have a chance. He's a good enough athlete. Braden freaking Swinson, bro. I don't even want to read my stuff on him. Obviously, I liked him. I had him at edge 8, man. He was a power player. He lacked some bend, but he'd run through guys, man. He gave dudes a hard time. It reminds me when they took Keon White. Now, Keon White went way higher, but Keon White, I think, went like round 2, and he was such a fun player to watch. He was so physical. Motor was insane. He was super powerful. He was long. That's exactly what Braden Swinson is, man. It's exactly what he is, bro. Dang. Well, here we go. Here we go. Okay. I don't want to talk about that one. Man, that stinks. Stinks. They do a good job with their DNs. They do a good job picking those guys. I think they got a good one here. I think they got a good one, man. By the way, Savion Jones did get selected, right? He did get selected, I think, yesterday. So my top 15 is white. My top 20 is white. If there's not a player left in my top 20 for edge, pick another guy. All right, no, I got you. Let's find one. Jalen Reed. Yeah, Jalen Reed. Jalen Reed would be my guy. If Jalen Reed wants to fall, I think that'd be fantastic. He would pick 101. Oh wow, so you went before us. Crazy. Yeah, give me Jalen Reed. I think that's the guy I'm like. Give me some Swinson notes. You worked on it. We're interested. All right, I got you. I appreciate you for saying that, man. Because my disappointment was real right there. I didn't think people want to hear it. So I appreciate you, man. Let me read you some Braden Swinson notes. And if you're a New England fan, I think you're happy about this one, bro. I think you nailed it. 6'3", 255 pounds. Got invited to the Shrine Bowl, decided not to go to the Shrine Bowl. 33, almost 34-inch arms, which I love that. I love that size. To me, his power was just like mini Marcus as soon as I saw him when I watched it, man. But he's got a good get off. He's got very good play strength, very good play strength to me. And he's also a guy that's still a good pass rusher already. Now, development was going to take place in terms of being consistency, getting off blocks, shed ability. The agility was a lot closer to average, which we have gotten the sense now the Lions typically do value guys that have some agility. I would keep an eye on Tyler Barron out of Miami because he's a guy that has some of that short area quickness. That's going to be a little bit more of an issue with him, but he's very long, super powerful. You just need to improve his hands. You got to improve his plan. Just in general, he's a little bit more of, I think he overwhelms guys more than anything right now as a pass rusher. Um, Losing momentum, speed to power isn't as crisp as you would like to see. That may hurt him a little bit in terms of translating with the walk back technique is a little bit more hit and miss, but And he's not super fluid in terms of entry. So a lot of the fluidity needs to be added. A lot of the smoothness. They got to smooth out a lot of the rough edges. But I think that was a lot of Keon White's game too. He's just in a smaller package of that player. He's forceful, man. He's going to put tight ends on the ground. 22% pass rush win rate. I love this pick. I love this pick for him. And he's just so powerful, dude. He's just so powerful. He had the ankle strength. He had the course power. He could sink. He could absorb contact as a run defender. When he was accurate downhill, he just handled dudes. Pullers just bounced off him. He kind of just settled down to the line of scrimmage and be a problem on entry. He's a little bit top heavy, right? He's not as fluid. So, yeah, man, good pick for New England. And Ty Hamilton goes to L.A., which is another guy. He's a guy I considered to get into my top 15 defensive tackles. Left him just on the outside, which I think is okay, even though we haven't seen Broughton yet. Ty Hamilton, 6'3". He's about 300 pounds. Arm length is okay, but he's an athlete, man. He gets out the ball really well too. He's very shifty off the ball. He's got quickness to his game. He is enough to kind of react to his zone scheme. There's an adequateness to that specifically. He can work some wide zone scheme a little bit. He's not a good pass rusher, which is a problem. For me, he's a below average rusher. Ultimately, I don't think he's a great rusher just in general. Which is the problem. He's below average there, and at his build, you want more of that, which I think leads to him being a day 3 pick. There's enough juice there, but his size isn't overwhelming. It's not in a bad spot though. It's just that he doesn't have a great plan to actually get an edge. He doesn't play with a lot of power for me as a rusher either, which doesn't really translate. His initial hand usage is really messy as well, but he's got some pop to his game with some get off to his game. Those two things could translate, especially if you can keep that with being able to maybe add a little bit more to his size. He can create a little bit of hip power, lock some dudes out a little bit. So I think about the Rams there. They've made it work with some undersized defensive linemen, you could say, but they get guys that have juice, man. He's got that, and he plays with some power for a guy that's not the biggest on the inside either. He's going to be able to work up and down the line of scrimmage for the Rams. Would be my guess there. I think you could put him all around, all over the place inside the tackle box, man. He's got the lateral movement to make that work as well. He was able to really deal with quarterbacks moving around a little bit, find quarterbacks, and he carried the hand usage to tie it together. You got to have a little bit of technician to your game. So yeah, I like Seth McLaughlin. I mean, for me, he'd be my top like center option because I think that his floor is backup center. So we'll see what it can get to. I'm not all very confident he can become a starter down the road, but I think he could plug in and be a backup center. I'd feel pretty comfortable he'd be a backup center. So, and by the way, who is this jumping into a pool? Is that Shedeur? I'm gonna guess that's what that's supposed to be. I guess we'll see if they take him. I'll have my notes ready for him if they do. Do we like Ryland? Ryland can get after it. Ryland is sneaky. I thought Ryland would go pretty high. I thought he'd get kind of shot up. If the Lions like Ryland, it would be a really nice pick for him, right? If they see the vision, and they could, right? Because he can play stand up. He plays everywhere on the front. He's just kind of a matchup piece. He's like a matchup piece for a rusher. You just find a spot to put him. He's very productive. Knows exactly how to win. Can get an edge. He's just not that loose of a rusher, and he's kind of a wide frame build, which is a little bit awkward for a rusher as well. But because of the power that he brings to his game, he can kind of put him inside and feel comfy with him. As I say that, Texas or Dallas goes a route that just makes too much sense. Jaden Blue out of Texas. That just makes too much sense for the Dallas Cowboys, man. We talked about the running back, and they go with the Texas running back. Speedster. The speedster. Reed it is, going for Reed. Yeah, bro, I would love Jalen Reed. I would love that. You have more as a DT. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. He's is like an undersized DT. Yeah, where did I have him? So for me, it would be our guy out of Boise State, whose name I can't say next. Then it would be Tyler Barron. Then it would be Batty. Then it would be Elijah Roberts out of SMU, and then it would be Jared Ivey. That's how my next would go. And then Powell Ryland would slide in with Diggs, and then you get kind of that next group, which is a little bit messy from Virginia, from VT. Yeah. No, dude, hey, look, man, he's so productive. Like, he wins. And I think the only problem will be like finding like, oh, what's this 3-down rule? He'll kind of get thrown into that same mix as well. And he's not like uber athletic, like he's not freaky athletic, but he wins a lot. He knows exactly how he wins. He has a feel for it. He's got kind of a Ty Robinson feel, just at a different position for me. Pick is in for Miami at 150. I like John Doe, edge from East, West, North, Central Vermont State. Let's get him. You make a good argument. I didn't think about John Doe, edge from East, West, North, Central Vermont State. I didn't think about him. But now I know. My bad. My bad. My bad. Let's put him in the conversation, chat. What do y'all think? BPA. Well, I think Jeff just hit us with BPA. To be honest, we just found out, JT. We just found out. Here we go. Miami's pick is in. They got a couple coming up here. Oh my goodness, so many picks left. All right, so what are we? 26. We're about 30 picks away. 32 picks away. All right, let's find out. They're just partying over there, dude. That's how day 3 was, bro. It was just music and games and stuff. There's nothing draft related going on. We were just fired up, dude. Just drinking. That's it, dude. That's all day 3 was, bro. Jason Marshall to Miami. You spoiling? Oh no, you ain't spoiling picks. Just popped up. Jason Marshall out of Florida. The cornerback, yeah, cornerback. That's weird, man. I'm surprised they went with him so high. I mean, they've had issues, obviously with the cornerback position. So, we'll see if this connects for him. I thought multiple players were better than him, but for corner. But corner's nice. I mean, it's just pick your flavor at corner. That's kind of what it is. Quincy Riley's off. Still some dudes out there. There's some really good players out there at corner though. Like my top is Cone, and then it's Dorian Strong, and then it's Justin Walleye, and then it's Alexander, Cy Alexander, and then it's Kobe Bryant and Denzel Burke. So there's still some dudes at corner for sure. Still some dudes at corner, man. Why not package the sevens? Yeah, the only thing I can think of is too is like I don't know, like I know teams are jumping up in the 7th are pushing them up 10 spots, but that team that also would trade for Lions would also know that they're moving back like 30 spots. So it's like if a team has anybody like within 10 selections, player within like 10 selections they're cool with, I think it's fine. But 30, like that's a long way to go, bro. 30's a lot. I mean, pretty much anybody that you had considerations of is gone. So I think if you're like that team, you're like, okay, I don't know if I want to do it unless I just have nobody in sight for me. Then I'll take your picks. Then I'll just pile those picks up. 30 picks is a long way to drop, though. That's the only thing I think could be holding them back. From the team still taking that trade, which is again, it wouldn't shock me if at some point we try to grab some future picks here. That wouldn't surprise me. But I would like to see a trade up. I would if they have a guy, I would like to see it. I think they're confident with where they're at. It seems like now, like just waiting, bro. Here we go, Colts pick. What in the world did I just watch? What the heck was that? What in the world was that? DJ Giddens, man. Put him behind what? Jonathan Taylor? Do they have a backup? I don't think they do. They lost Zach Moss, right? So that's their backup. That is their guy. Okay. DJ Giddens is fun, man. It's a good running back room. I feel like now is where the value comes into play. Like how many guys can you hit on here? Like how many dudes can you find from this point on? DJ Giddens is where I would kind of start that conversation because I think there is some dudes still here. And we just got a trade, by the way. It looks like Dallas just moved up. Dallas just traded up with, I don't know who, but they just did it. Or no, yeah, no, they did. Dallas just moved up with the Giants. Maybe they jumped in front of Cincy. Is that what just happened? I'm happy for him. I did hear that. I did hear that, man. Our Packers guy told me that he was doing. He's supposed to do the 6th round pick, is what the Packers guy is what Bass said. But I don't know if they have a 6th round pick. Probably do somewhere in here. Yeah, right here. Probably 198, unless they move it. Hey, we're getting close, man. We're almost there. Almost there. Smart James. That feels like a dang cowboy right there, dude. They're gonna just pin his ear back and let him run, bro. He's gonna be just tracking people down like a overshown type of pick. That's the vibe that I get. That'd be my sense right there. That dude's just gonna just chase people down left and right. It'd be tough if you had that. Like you were like, hey, you get a pick, and then your team just like got rid of all their picks and turned them all into future picks. like, like yeah, bro, we're trading these. We trading that pick away, dog. That's for next year. And you just like what? You just like don't do anything. Like man, that would be tough. Yeah, it definitely hurts the draft for sure. It definitely does. I think DJ Giddens is a heck of a player, though. I think this is a heck of a player. I think Jamar James is a fun player too, man. I think these are some fun players. You're getting some athletic swings, but like Braden Swinson getting here is, to me is crazy. These are dogs, though. This group is strong, man. You got some dudes in this group. This whole round so far has been pretty strong to me. But we'll see how long that continues, bro. It could, in my opinion, at least drop off pretty quick. I killed it at Radio Row. We appreciate you, dog. Hope you had fun too, man. I appreciate you guys watching, dude. That was unreal. That was unreal, man. Um, yeah, that was the coolest thing ever, to be honest. So appreciate it, man. I think we got better each day as a group, like in the content. We wanted to do it as a group, so I could have just sat there and talked to Lions, but it was a group thing, man. This was a roundtable, this is a roundtable event, so it was as a group there. And I think we got better with the quality as we did it. Plus, it was more fun that way. It's more fun than just me chatting about the Lions the entire day. I enjoyed it. No, it led to some craziness though, man, because when trades were happening, bro, I was like not prepared at all. So it was fun. Pick is in for the Bengals at 153. Michael Boswell says Skull. Michael, how do you feel about the picks, man? How do you feel about Donovan Jackson? I feel like the Vikings reception on Donovan wasn't great initially. I like Donovan Jackson. But where are you at? How do you feel? How do you guys feel right now? Are y'all excited? Back in the day, the Saints traded every pick they had in the draft, plus 2 of its first 3 picks in 2000 move. Yes, bro. I watched that draft recently. Like I go back and I just like watch old drafts. So I know what you're talking about because that's when Edgerrin James went like pick 3. I think it was the same draft. And then Ricky Williams was like the talk that he could go first, and then James ended up going first. And then they made the crazy move. Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts. Like something like that happened today doesn't feel even possible. I think back then, man, the craziness was there, bro, because there was probably like less scouting too. It's just like a less of a clean process for scouting. So when you had a guy that you're like, oh, this guy's amazing, I'm sure it was a little bit more appeal. Like, dude, we know this guy's fantastic. We don't know about Jalen Rivers as well in for the Bengals, so we don't know about it. We're not traveling and seeing these guys as well. Um, but yeah, Jalen Rivers, there he goes. And Jalen Rivers was a guy that I guess we threw his name out there a little bit earlier as a potential pick. For me, Jalen Rivers, 6'6", 320 pounds. That's a big dude, man. And I thought that he could have some flexibility, but I think ultimately he's going to guard. I know it's a big guard, but I think if you leave him at tackle, you're gonna have to give him some support. He's a really like burly type of offensive lineman that I think is going to be best at guard at the next level, even though he's huge. But he does have the length to be tackle. Same thing with the hand size as well. He played left guard and left tackle in college. Last couple of years, he moved to the left tackle spot. For me, the body control, says that hey, Probably play tackle if you wanted to, but I mean, look, we've got guys that I've had lower there, and they've worked at guard, so maybe he stays at tackle. I like him though. I like him though, man. He's not the best athlete. That's his biggest problem. He's actually, to me, a below average athlete just across the board, but he's sound, man. And sometimes that helps you with control when you're not that athletic, I guess, is that you're a little bit more sound at what you are. But he's got some, he's got some play strength that can connect at the next level. I think he can sustain blocks a little bit. You just don't have him getting out and connecting with people at the next level. Like there's limitations when it comes to Jalen's game. His hands are okay. Like there's enough there. And speaking of, we just got the complete opposite pick. Marcus Bowe goes off the board to the New York Giants right away. New York Giants and go right back to it. So Giants do the absolute opposite approach. They go and get the athlete that is needs to put on some muscle mass, for sure. Needs to get stronger, but definitely could play the guard position. I think at the next level, teams could look at him as a tackle, just the complete opposite. Right now, it's 6'4", 300 pounds, very good athlete, shorter arms, that has played guard in the past, but I think he's going to kick back inside from that right tackle spot. And that's what the Giants win for here. A little bit worse with the control. The strength is a little bit more of a problem, but he can run. He can get upfield. He can connect dudes to the second level. To me, that's I don't know. It just is your flavor, right? Now, the positive here for Bo and why I had Bo higher is his hands are. I like his hand usage and his sustainability better. Some of that's because he has the athletic traits, but also I think when you are a better mover and we got to get stronger. Sometimes that can concern teams because they just don't trust that it's going to get there. I think it's a real concern with a guy like Fairchild, but Fairchild's hand usage is fantastic. That could be a concern with Bo, but if you get him in a scheme that's going to allow him to work zone heavy, allow him to run a little bit, I think you're going to be pretty confident with what you got here. So I like him. He just needs to make sure that he's not rising so much when he's kind of working back in his pass sets when he's sitting into the tackle. To me, that gets him into trouble. He rises up in his pads a little bit. So you put him at guard, you try to minimize some of those issues. And, you know, maybe that works. But it's weird because he also plays pretty skinny too, which isn't great for guard either. So I guess, ultimately looking at like the weirdness of kind of his fit is why he's gonna fall. He just does some of the positional things well, and a lot of it's because he moves well as long as he keeps his feet working and keeps his self balanced as he's moving around as a blocker, and he improves his angles a little bit as a blocker too. But the traits are there to go upside here. So that's the Giants pick. Couple offensive linemen to go. Now we got the Dolphins, 155. Their pick is in. They just had a pick. Yeah. And they I guess they needed a corner, so that's why they did it. Jalen Ramsey seems like he's gonna be on the way out, so they kind of needed the corner there. Jordan Phillips gives them some interior help, which they've already added. Did they not go Walter Nolan first? I think they did. I think they went Walter Nolan first. So going with a little bit of a different style. Kind of a kickback there. Why are they showing this old stuff, bro? We got nothing new happening. What are we doing? Yeah, Phillips and Marshall. Like, I don't know. I like the Dolphins picks, man. They got some nice little players in here. See you, Dolphins. I'm gonna switch over to ESPN. They're not even announcing picks over here anymore. I want to see if they're doing it. All right, here we go. Pick is in. Trade up and get Jared Ivey. Oh man, I don't like Jared Ivey. Um, I mean, I don't know. I could see a team. I could see the Lions liking him because of his physical traits. I could see it that maybe. I'm not that high on Ivy, but it'd be more of just kind of valuing the traits, maybe some flashes occasionally. He's got to play a lot stronger for how big he is. Here we go. Dolphins pick. It's all international stuff. Dante Trader. Yeah, they're hitting needs right now, dude. They're just drafting needs now. Because Dante Trader could probably replace. I mean, he can play a couple different spots, but he might be able to settle in and kind of replace Ashton Davis, who they brought in for a short term deal there. Maybe be able to put him a little bit closer to the ball and let him work there. And that, I don't know, that could be his best spot. I think next level. I like Ife Malfanu, of course. I think they got a dog there, so I don't know. They might be chasing some needs here, which I don't think is a great approach with where they're at. But It's also where Miami's at. They got to win some football games too, so we'll see. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about what Miami's doing. By the way, Steelers just traded to Kansas City, who jumped up to 156. So from 164 to 156, I think. But you're seeing all these trades, man. Nobody's dropping 20 plus. You know what I mean? Everybody's moving like 8 to 10 spots. I think it's gonna be hard for the Lions to get up that far. I think even if they were calling, they'd probably be struggling to get up that far. Got left alone at home today. Nice to hear your comments in chat while watching the draft. No, man, I appreciate you being here, dude. I'm just trying to stay awake. I'm gonna be honest. I apologize if I sound like I'm down. I'm not like I'm just trying to stay awake. Miami is fired up, bro. They wanted Dante Trader. Dante Trader's fun, bro, and he's physically a presence on the field. He's also a good player. He's pretty sound. I was a fan of Dante, man. He gets in good positions. He's a swing for upside, but that could replace Ashton Davis for sure. All right, here we go. Kansas City. Mm. Mm. Okay. I think this is a good range for him. I think he was ranked too highly. I wasn't as high. Chris Paul's still there, by the way. I'm just gonna let y'all know now. If Chris Paul Jr. gets to a spot where Lions can trade up, they're gonna trade up and get him. Like I'm gonna put that out there. I would I said I'd bet yesterday I'd be wrong all the time. I'm pretty confident if he continues to drop a little bit, the Lions will be willing to go up and get Chris Paul Jr. if they can pull it off. Also, on top of that, you have some linemen that I still kind of like out here. A couple of them, if they wanted to. Remember a spoonful of hot sauce video. Doing that again would wake you up. It would wake me up. It would wake me up. I just don't think I'm about that life, man. I don't got hot sauce on me. I don't ever have hot sauce. I don't yeah, I remember it though. But I had to go out and buy that, bro. I'm not a hot sauce kind of guy, dude. But I was munching on tacos. They had the Mexican tacos at Green Bay. I got those so often, too often to be honest with you. I was going crazy with the Mexican tacos, but those were hitting. But Jeffrey Bass is 6'1", 230 pounds. Explosive as heck, explosive athlete that I wasn't as high, but he plays the game fast. He feels quickly. He plays with really good speed. He can pick up drag routes, kind of work in coverage a little bit. He's kind of like what they say is like the today linebacker, right? The athletic linebacker that can kind of run and move. The redirect ability, the speed when he kind of transitions, works through coverage a little bit. Elijah Roberts just goes to Tampa Bay here. He's a fast communicator. That was the big thing about Bassett, man. Smart player, communicator. He was a presence on the field. He was pretty consistent with the way that he played. It just wasn't as high for me because again, some of the stoutness, you tie in some of the shed ability, which could be a little more hit and miss as well. I mean, I think he played with a pretty good base, but the shed was inconsistent as heck for me. And then zone coverage was shaky as well for me as well. So overall though, I wasn't as high, but that was probably a little bit more of a preference than anything. Um, we also just got Elijah Roberts who just went, who see where he's at. Elijah Roberts was right above Jared Ivey for me. So the three edge rushers I have above Elijah Roberts right now is Hassanian out of Boise State, Tyler Barron, and I think it's Tyler Batty too. I think that's his name, Tyler Batty out of BYU. Those are my three above that piece. But I think Powell Ryland, I think Diggs are all sneaky. I have Ivy in that mix too. I think those are sneaky picks. And Johnny Walker, man. I think Rucker would be a cool UDFA pickup. Who do you want the Lions to do in the sixth round? I want him to get Jalen Reed. I want Jalen Reed to fall in their lap, and I want him to run away with the pick. That's what I want to see. But dude, there's some dudes. What was I gonna say? That's kind of like the Logan Hall, right? Like the Logan Hall type of build. It feels like. Yeah, I like Joshua Gray. I like Joshua Gray a lot. Joshua Gray he was my interior offensive lineman 10. So he was still a top 10 player at a position for me, which makes sense because I have Miles Frazier at 9. So both those guys still settled in my top 10. Then right behind that, Seth McLaughlin with Jackson Slater. And I think it takes a little bit of a step back there, but that's kind of where, because Jared Wilson's gone, and so is Jalen Rivers. So both those guys were up here. Jalen Rivers is in my top 15. Rucker's nickname is the Butcher. I want to see him sack Baker. See him sack Baker? I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing there. Okay. Okay. I see what you're doing there. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at what you're doing right there. I think Rucker would be a fun UDFA pickup. Chargers pick is in. Oh. Let's see if we can guess some picks here. Okay, Chargers need a receiver, tight end, a guard, and a DT. Okay. I feel like they're not gonna go linebacker again. I could see them going DT. No, they gotta go corner. They gotta go corner. They gotta go corner. I'm gonna say they go. I would take Cone. I would take Cone if I'm them here. I'm gonna say they go. I'm gonna say they go Denzel Burke. Do I like that? I'm gonna say. You know what? No, I like Hancock. I'm gonna say they go. I'm gonna say they go Hancock. I would go Cone. I'm gonna say they go Hancock right here. I think they go Hancock out of Ohio State, but I like Cone. Let's see what they do. Okay, okay, okay. I can see the value there. I can see the value there, dude. No, I can see that value because, I mean, like they have young dudes. So yesterday, like when I was thinking about LA, I was like, oh, maybe they won't because they do have young guys there. I know they got some better stuff out of Quentin Johnston, but Lambert Smith, bro, was dude's talented, man. Dude's super talented. He's definitely a vertical like presence. It's just connecting every other box to his game outside of just being a guy that can run pretty fast and get over the top a little bit. But I'm not mad at that pick at all, dude. At that one at all. Did Pat Bryant go? Yeah, Lambert Smith is 6'1", 190. Ran the 4.37 40 with pretty long arms as well. My problem, I had him as a below average route runner, really struggling to get off the ball specifically. I think that's going to show up at the next level. But he has some separation upside. His hands aren't great either. But he can also his hands aren't great either, but he can also do some work once the ball's in his hands. He actually averaged 7.4 yards after the catch this past season, and he's got some of that quickness in his transition to his game as well. So yeah, this is a take the top off kind of piece for Justin Herbert, no doubt about that. Packers pick is in. Pat Bryant did go. Okay, what did I have? Why did I have that listed? Pat Bryant went. Wait, really? He went right after Tesla for real? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So Torrey Horton's still there. Get Bryant off here. Pick is in for Green Bay. Restrepo, good value. I hear you, but I feel like we would now have too many receivers. I like Tez Johnson. Restrepo's cool. I'm just wondering if he's going to get drafted. I think he might go undrafted. I can see him going undrafted. All right, here we go. Packers. Colin Oliver. Wow, I thought maybe that's who they could have had their eyes on at 182. I thought maybe the Lions may have been thinking Colin Oliver at 182. We mocked one time in the 7th round. Um, pure edge rusher here, pure just rusher. From Oklahoma State. I thought so. I thought we might, but he just went, man. So I guess not. I guess not. That's okay because Colin Oliver wasn't even included in my thing, but yeah, we definitely need a safety. I mean, if we don't get one, we'll probably have to sign a veteran somewhere. I mean, we have one, but I think you'd want to get younger. I think ideally you'd get younger. So at least one pick would make it make sense. You'd have your vet and the dude from Philly that you sign. I think who he is, and then you would get a young guy in there. Hugh Robinson went a while ago, unfortunately. No, I don't. I don't think he. I don't think he. I don't think he's doing anything out of spite. I think he's just taking who he wants to take here, man. He said he had a plan, man. He said he had. When he was asked about Edge, he said he had a plan. I think they have our eyes on a couple of guys. I think they have a guy that they like, at least one, maybe multiple. But I just don't think he's on our radar necessarily. And I think that's probably what we're gonna see happen. I can see him going small school hunting. When they took, I didn't know who James Houston was when we drafted him. I didn't know a thing about him, and they drafted him, and that dude got after it. I think he's got someone in mind. I just don't know who it is. For me, Tyler Barron's the guy that I would go after, but I don't know if the value even adds up there. Or I'd take our guy out of Boise State, but I go one of those two. Not sure what we're looking at here. Okay, Broncos maybe wanted Tesla and we trade in front of them. Very possible, yeah. I mean, there was like a lot of buzz about the Broncos going after a receiver, and it wouldn't shock me that the Broncos would like a similar type of receiver to what John Morton likes as well. Siegle, Kansas State safety goes. Yeah, the Boise State guy's nice. He's my top edge left. He's my top rated edge left. Hey, Little Caesars sound kind of good right now. I ain't gonna lie, man. Literally anything sounds kind of good right now. I don't know why. I think like anything to just give me some energy sounds good right now. Anything, man. We're about 20 picks out. 20 of them things. And the tough thing is, like last year, we kind of ended early. Dog, we can't end early if you don't trade up. Lions, trade up so we can end early, please. Yo, I want to sleep, dog. I ain't gonna lie. When this thing's over, I'm out. No UDFA video, bro. I'm sleeping, dog. UDFA coming tomorrow, man. I'm hitting the snooze button, dude. Since I live in Colorado, I'm also a fan of the Broncos. Okay, there you go, D. Elliott. Yo, Deshaun Elliott's in the chat. How we get Deshaun Elliott in the chat, man? Deshaun Elliott, do you live in Denver? Hey, if this is Deshaun Elliott, hey, yo, what up, D. Elliott? We see you. Um, I do like Q though, and I like Q to Denver. That feels like a really nice Denver fit. Wow. Okay, see, this is the goofy stuff that Philly does, right? No, I think I figured it out. I figured out Philly's draft picks, bro. I figured out Philly's. I figured out Philly's draft picks. Philly is like Indianapolis. Sean Elliott, fantastic player. Love the Sean Elliott. Philadelphia to me is like Indianapolis, right? That's how they're drafting guys. They just took Mondon. But I feel like there's something to that. They're like Indianapolis, but they only draft dudes from massive schools. That's what Philadelphia is. That's what my takeaway is. Like you're a big school player with a tradition for your position, and you're athletically a freak. That's how Philly drafts. Jahad Campbell, Jalen Carter, Samel Mondon. That's exactly what they're doing. They're like, yo, that guy's more athletic than everybody else. May have some issues. We'll find a spot for him. We'll figure it out for him. And we trust that he can play because of the competition that he faced against. We're not even risking the fact that this guy might not be able to transition to the next level. That's what Philly does. That's my guess. That's what Philly looks like they do. Cooper DeJean, right? Iowa, freaky athlete. We're gonna find a spot for him to make it make sense. That was the whole question. But the dude can play. That's what Philly's out here doing. We cracked the code, Philly. You're not slick. Yeah, withdrawals, not thinking Georgia defender. He sat out with a hurt pinky for us. He had a hurt pinky. Dang, I don't remember all that. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember. I love Deshaun Elliott though. I had no when we benched Deshaun, I was fired up. Like, what are we doing? I remember that was like one of those things that had me fired up. Like, it made no sense to me at all when we benched him. It's like, what? I get we're struggling defensively. You don't bench that guy. That guy's playing well. And then he came back in and picked it off. He came back in, got an interception immediately. Yeah, bro, that was some craziness. And, if we need a safety depth afterward, I'm definitely on board with that. Definitely on board with that. Only 20 more picks. We're gonna trade back too. Hey man, I think that's their play. Well, let's look. Let's look at Philly's draft picks. Probably go year after year here. MNOP. Here we go, Philly. Okay, maybe not UCF. Maybe not UCF, but athletically, freakish athlete. Nebraska, very productive for Nebraska. Very good athlete too. Really weird build there. Super productive Andrew Makuba from Texas. Dude, I think that's like what they do, bro. They have a style, like clearly what they go after. Our style is clear too. Draft the best players in the draft at our pick. Have the best draft every single year. That's our style. But no, like I think that feels like the vibe that you get with them. Jets pick is in, by the way. He sat out Dolphins, then signs with them next year. Yeah, he should come back here. He was better here. Do you like the running back from UC Davis? I haven't watched much of Larison. I'm gonna be honest with you. So if we took him, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell you much about him. But I do believe he has some returning upside, which I think is going to be of value in this year's draft. Francisco Miyagoa. Maybe. Maybe. He's very Chris McCaffrey. Like, all right, here we go. Here we go, Brent. Brent, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Because I'll say some comps. What was that comp that I said a comp to? Like, I call Levi Baby Donald, and I thought somebody else made that up. I made that up, I guess. All right, don't do me like that because you'll get some goofiness like that stuck in my head, and I'll start calling him Christian McCaffrey when we draft him. And then all of a sudden, you'll be like, "Yo, why'd you call him that?" It's like, don't know, dude. 20 more picks to the Lions pick. I like Devin Neal. Oh, Donovan Edwards. You gotta put Donovan on there. Donovan's gonna go to work. He's gonna be a matchup piece. 20 more picks to the Lions pick. Here we go. Basically there. Boy, this thing is like stalling out, man. Okay. All right. Almost there, dude. You get a little Sour Patch Kid, get some energy, huh? All right, Panthers pick is him. Mitchell Evans. Oh, I like Mitchell Evans too. Yeah. He was where was he at for tight end? Mitchell Evans was Wait, I already crossed out Mitchell Evans. They just selected Mitchell Evans? Oh, well, he was my best tight end left. Yeah, I thought he was already drafted. Okay, maybe it was something else. He would have been my best tight end left though, Mitchell Evans. I thought he was gonna go, man. I thought he was gonna go, and it would get late 5th round, maybe a little bit lower than I thought that he'd go. Probably not as high as I thought that he could go eventually. Because I just thought he had a little bit of juice, man. He had some juice. Wasn't a great blocker, but he had some juice as a separator. I thought he was gonna go. Yeah, I think so too. I think we're in the conversation of moving up. I think we're now there where it's very possible. No, I like the Mitchell Evans draft pick though. and especially for Carolina, who has Tavion Sanders. I don't think he really came together yet, but I think you get like kind of a consistent presence when you add Mitchell Evans to that group, especially as a receiving upside. And then you go out there and you get the Sanders, who kind of was like your overwhelming like physical piece. That could be a nice duo at tight end maybe at some point. I think we mocked Mitchell Evans once. I think we did it one time. He ended up being on the higher side for me too. I think we took him into like 130s or something. I have him above Ferguson, and Ferguson went early yesterday, but it's just an athletic difference there. That's what that is. Because Evans can catch the ball, man. He's got reliable hands for sure, and he can separate at a plus level. It's not a very good blocker, but it's okay because he has the body type to do it. All right, let's see. We have Steelers pick us in. Real champ for staying up for this long dose. Just want to say I appreciate you being here, Jonathan. What is your picture of? What is this? You got a tree? All right. I see you, man. No, I appreciate you being here, man. We're almost there. Almost there, dude. Staying next to his fourth to get him now. Crazy, bro. Making the seventh round like speed chess and have 10 picks. Yo, we could trade our sixth round picks into the seventh round and just go crazy. Dude, I'm not dude, if we're sitting there like while there's some dudes, man. Like Miles Frazier would be a lot of fun. You still have Torrey Horton sitting there. Kyle McCord becomes interesting at quarterback for sure. But I love me some Tez Johnson. Cameron Williams would be sneaky. I would like to throw a like Cone for me, or I'd throw. I obviously I want Jalen Reed. Like that's the top pick for me. I would love to see us pull that off. I want to sit and take like five more players. Oh, we about to. It was a tree though. I thought maybe it was like something. There was something in there. It's just a tree. Jonathan just took a picture of a tree. Hey, look, man. Look, man. All right, here we go. Steelers. All right, hey, let's hurry up with this pick. All right, pick's been in for like 3 minutes here. Okay, what are we doing? Are they doing like a national anthem or something? Maybe they're doing something. I think they're doing something. I think today's where they're having the concert after the draft, so I think that's why. I think that's maybe what they're going in the preview in here or something. But they're doing a concert after. I think that's for numbers reasons. You can see it's not full there anymore. That'd be a fun little haul, right? Walk away with Reed. I honestly though, I think they're gonna take Paul if he's sitting there. If they can walk away with Paul and Reed, dude, that'd be fantastic. That'd be fantastic, man. I think we're seeing like I was right early for being lower on Chris Paul, and I think that's because one off ball is very questionable. Can he plug in at off ball? It's going to be a little bit interesting if he can make that work in the NFL. I think you have to be creative with how you align him, but and you're banking a lot on just traits more than I think what he's actually done to this point, and I think that's why we're seeing him kind of drop down here like this. But I think the traits align with who the Lions are, and that to me, if a Chris Paul pick would be the Lions taking a guy that makes sense for them, that fits who they are and who they are as a team, kind of like Diggs could as well. But I think definitely Paul. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, Black. Yeah, yep. Yaya Black, man. This guy's kind of nice. I kind of like watching Yaya Black, man. He kind of overwhelms, dude. He's super long, and he doesn't have like a lot of variety to the ways that he wins. But he gets his hand in people's chests, and he kind of just handles it. And you'll see it on single blocks. To me, I didn't think his frame, looked like it was filled like that well that I loved. But man, he was a handful to deal with, dude. And when he got a rolling, he would have stretches, dominating dudes on the interior. Yaya Black was sneaky. He was at the Senior Bowl too. He made like a couple flash plays, but I think that's mainly what it's going to be in the NFL. Is he kind of just overwhelms dudes. It's not much outside of that, but he's super long too. So Black's a lot of fun. He has something that he wins with now, so it feels like there's something you can buy into having already kind of know he has a way to win, and then it's what can we add to that? Sounded like Kuiper said he likes cornerback McMillian. Yeah, well, he already went, man. I liked him too. He was one of our mock draft pieces. He went to Philly. He got taken by Philly. His name is Pooh. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Pooh. If we draft Pooh, I think they'd like Pooh. I think they'd. Oh boy, yeah. All right, here we go. Chargers pick is in. Chargers pick is in. They're needing tight end and guard. All right, what do we think here? Let me look at tight end real quick, and I'm gonna throw a guess. Oh, my top is Thomas Fedone. I'm gonna say Thomas Fedone, the second out of Nebraska's to pick. He's my top tight end left. All right, stop with the music, dog. Fedone, and then I do have Hawes in there. That could be that could be a type of fit for Conyers could be interesting. I'm gonna go Fedone. Oh, they went the receiver tight end. Okay, so they went production. Yeah, this guy does not know. But the thing is with him is like, the talk was about getting Colston Loveland. He had like 900 receiving yards this past season. He did slide into my top 15 specifically. He was kind of trying to figure out how it's going to work. He's rangy though, man. The dude has a massive catch radius. People wondered about like his bend a little bit. I didn't find it to be a massive issue, right? In terms of like being as crispy with his cuts. I thought he did a good job. I thought he's an efficient mover. He was efficient with his footwork. He could find ways to kind of get in and out of breaks a little bit. You're not going to be asking him to run the most crisp route tree, but you can see like the footwork is smooth at the top of the route, man, and he could separate. Like so, I thought you want to see him be more dominant maybe at the catch point than anything. But the dude is essentially a receiver that kind of plays tight end, and he just lines all over the place. That's just a receiving threat for them. And I think they lost a receiving threat. Didn't they have Smart last year? They lost. So yeah, 900 receiving yards for a tight end at this spot. Kind of makes sense based on the way that he plays, but I liked him. I liked him. Um Interesting. I'm interested. I can see how he's above Stool. I'm interested to see if he goes today. Stool gets drafted. I like what I saw about the receiver that the Lions drafted. 6'4", runs a 4.3, great hands, and no problem with contact. That's what I'm talking about, dude. No problem with contact. Yeah, the guy's physical, man. But the thing is, he's got the control, right? He's got the agility. He's smooth underneath. Big guys that separate underneath, man. It's basically like what we do at DN or what I do with our DTs when we put them at receiver. The line's got a type. Big guys that move really well in short spaces. We're seeing that. And Torrey Horton goes to Seattle. So Horton finally comes off, which was the last of my top 15 receivers. Finally jumps out of there. Torrey Horton is gone. He was kind of standing out a little bit. And it is, big body receiver kind of fits on the outside. Just got to get him on the field consistently. That's the biggest thing. I think he's got to improve his release technique. That needs to get better as well because it's just not that efficient right now. But I remember some of the receivers they had there. They weren't the most diverse receivers, but they were clutch, and that's what he was. He was the offense for that team, and he played inside outside. He's also super smart too. So I think he'll work early. And I think the team's trying to buy into the upside because he was super productive coming into this last year. He only had about 300 yards, missed so much time, but he had a 1,100 both of the past 2 seasons before that. So, um, I think he'll be ready because he's so smart. And now we get Jackson Slater, who I'm a Jackson Slater guy. Okay, Tennessee making moves, dog. No, I'm happy about this. Let me just get this. I feel like Jackson Slater, bro, was not getting love. I feel like he was not getting love, bro. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about, man. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about, man. This guy was getting slept on, dude. Here we go. Look at this. Bam. This is my top 15, by the way. This isn't everybody here, but oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, we're cooked. Oh no. All right, no, we're good. We're good. Here we go. Oh no, it's a wrap. Okay, we're good. Here we go. Look at this. Jackson Slater, Sacramento State. Look at that, bro. He's in there. He's in there. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm a Jackson Slater guy. I like this. 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 Where's the stuff at? URS. Oh, S is before M. That's important to know. URS. Oh no, it's not. It's after M. No, I'm URS. Yeah. Jeez. Struggling right now, dude. Struggling, dude. 6'3", 311. It's like a mauling type of pick right there. Wins early in pass pro. He's run scheme versatile. Needs just to improve his sustain a little bit. His recovery is going to be a problem as well for a guard, but gets on guys, shuts down the rep early, and if he does that, he wins, man. Feels like an absolute backup year one for sure. And he'll be a pinch, maybe in a pinch they can put him in. All right, that pick is in. We have Philly back on the clock. Drew Kendall. Okay, so another lineman here. Is this the how many draft? Oh wait, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, we're on 169, so we have 182. So what? 13 picks away. 13. We are on the scroll screen now. Oh boy, we are. Wait, did we trade up? Nah, we didn't trade up. We didn't trade up. But yeah, we're about there, bro. This round's about over. We're about to round 6. We went 2 rounds without a pick. Come on, man. Big perms in the chat, man. How are you, man? It's good to see you in here. How's everything been? Any high RAS remaining? Brad Crazel's freak athletes. No, honestly, I don't know the RAS top of my head. I had to hit my guy Bass for that. He'll know. Let me check. I gotta update some of these though. Because King or Bass went. I gotta assume Madrano's not bad there. What's Broughton? What's Broughton? Hey, could Broughton be the Lions pick? Could Broughton be the Lions pick, man? Justin Walleye's got to have a crazy RAS score, by the way. I got to throw that out there. Okay, I think we're getting a pick right now. Oh, Za Frazier, the cornerback out of UTSA, just went to Chicago. Speaking of RAS, is Boston College a big school? Yes, yes, they are a big school. They're a big school. A lot of big names from Boston College. Yeah, they count because, like, think about it. If I said Boston College, you think football. The only thing you can think about. Nothing else. Nobody else. Nothing else to think about Boston College. Shoot, what was it? What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Yeah, dude. Vernon Broughton. Sneaky target here. Sneaky target. Denzel Burke. Sneaky target here. I don't think they're gonna do that. Kobe King. Sneaky target here. Hey, Kareen Reed. Linebacker, Utah. Sneaky target here. No, but let me. Tez Johnson. No, I draft Tez Johnson. Wait. Yo, I think we have to consider Vernon in our next pick. We have to do it. Have to do it, man. Also, by the way, we did draft a receiver, but we still could use a tight end. Like let's not like let that go over. Like forget that. The Lions could definitely still use a tight end. Mitchell Evans, he's gone, but they could definitely still use a tight end. And dude, there's a good amount of tight ends left. But think about 2 names the Lions met with, right? Or 1. Benjamin Urasek is still there. My guy is Thomas Fedone II. Hey, I'm just saying, man. Urasek is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's my 11th tight end. Fedone is my 9th tight end. Hawes is my 10th tight end. And I got Conyers at 12. So you got some names there. Those are multiple names that I'm cool with. But I wouldn't overlook that. Right? Tight end is still a because it's not even like that it's just the position. It's also that there's a handful of guys there that you really like. There's a handful of guys here to really like. I'm trying to figure this thing out. Max and Hook. Ooh. Okay, hold up. Jared Ivey. McLaughlin. Yo, throw some predictions. Who do y'all think we're drafting? Throw your predictions in the chat for 182. I know it's early. We're going to get early predictions. Early predictions. I thought someone said Rebel. I was like, oh, this guy. This guy. Come on, man. Lions traded up? Nah, you lying, bro. You lying, bro. You need to stop. You need to stop. Did we trade up? I don't think we traded up. I think he's lying to me. You lying to me? They did? Woo! Hey, wait a minute. To where? To where? To where? Come on, man. Calm down. Yo, this is crazy. I'm glad I asked that question. All right. Not now. Next. They're pick next? Oh, okay. All right. Oh no, I turned my camera off. Wait a minute. No, turn my camera back on. Hold up, chat. Oh my goodness. I didn't mean to do that. No. All right, hold up. I'm not gonna look at. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Yo, chat. I missed the pick. I missed the pick, dog. What did we do? Bro, I missed the pick. Chat. What did we do? Oh, we took Miles Freight. We out here cooking, dog. Yo, what? Hey, that's a W. Yo. Come on, man. See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. I was like panicking, dude. I'm panicking. Why is my camera just stopping as soon as we make a pick? We've been sitting here for 3 hours and I can't. Miles Frazier. This is what I'm talking about. He was my number 9 interior offensive lineman. All right. So he was my number 9 interior offensive lineman, which means came in as top 10. He was, for me, the cutoff. You can actually check it out. My interior offensive line video is up. And I'll show the clip. For me, he was the cutoff of a guy that I thought had starting potential as an interior offensive lineman. I thought he was the cutoff in this year's draft. Legitimate starting potential for an interior offensive lineman. And the Lions went up and got him. Now, look, everybody, we're going to talk about need again. Lions are drafting dudes they want here. This is a W, bro. No, I'm going to actually grab my notes real quick. This is a huge win for the Lions. I think this is my favorite draft pick because I was such a fan. Oh, no, I was such a fan of Miles Frazier. This is a massive draft pick. And to me, he also brings where he's going to come and he's ready to play. Miles Frazier can go right now. I think he can go right now, year one. You can get him on the field. So this is a great pick. All right, let me go through my notes here. I'm going to show you guys the clip of what I said in my interior offensive line video. That way you guys know it's unbiased. But here's my notes. I want to tell you what I had on Miles Frazier. So he's 6'5", 325. All right. So he's one of these bigger interior offensive linemen. I thought he was built for a power type of scheme, which again is similar to what I thought was the case with Mahogany, and that ended up working out as like a guard only type. Dude, you know what my comp was for Kevin Zeitler? I wrote this on the top. Or my comp for Miles Frazier was Kevin Zeitler. Yo, we out here cooking, dog. We cooking. Yeah, Brad. What? Hey, I wrote it down on the top. Kevin Zeitler was my comp. I'm not. I'll show y'all. Y'all gonna think I'm lying to. Y'all gonna think I'm making stuff up. Like I just wrote this down. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, it's gonna be a little bit hard to read it. All right. Y'all see that name? It says Zeitler, right? Comp Zeitler. Comp Zeitler. I think he looks like Kevin Zeitler. Because athletically he's average, but he's got very good play strength, which separates him. Lines like that, plus body control. To me, the hand usage needs some work, right? The ability to get to the second level, that's slightly above average, and he's not that athletic, which was the key. The key for me there, and I remember saying this, is that he's not overly athletic, but Kevin Zeitler is good at getting to the second level because he gets off the ball so quickly. He does the same thing as well, and hand usage is kind of closer to average for me as well. I want to. I saw in comparison that had Miles compared to Billy Turner. I compare him to Zeitler, and a lot of that was also based on the testing. Zeitler 6'3'7", 314. Miles Frazier is 6'5", 324. But vertical is it leans to Miles Frazier by I think an inch. 27 bench press reps versus 32 bench press reps. What do we have? 9.0 broad jump versus an 8.08 broad jump, which leads towards Miles Frazier as well. Because the question was like, hey, is he athletic enough? Is he a power only player? Or is he a gap scheme only player? But the point is, like, athletically, you could actually lean Miles Frazier. He's played right guard over the past 2 seasons, but the year before that, he also played the left guard position. So there's even flexibility here that the Lions could look to utilize as well, like kind of bounce him around the offensive line. I thought he was more guard only. But dude, I'm pumped on this. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show you guys my rankings, and that way you know it's unbiased, and then we will go from there. That does feel good though, because that's like one player that they drafted, that I had really high, that I really liked. For his position, he was like standing out for me. So this one makes me really excited. I'm gonna play the clip. Oh, okay. because he was in my top 10. And what I did was for this video, anybody that wasn't in the top 10 didn't really get a spotlight. He got a spotlight because he was in my top 10. So I'm gonna pop. He came in right. Here you go. All right, here you go. This was my take on our new offensive lineman before we got him. So just let me know y'all can hear this when I start playing it. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear it when I start it, okay? All right, here we go. All right, y'all said you can't hear it? Okay, let me switch the audio just real quick. We should have time. I don't think we have a pick coming up that soon. We have one coming up, but it's not that soon. All right, let me get this real quick. Edit. Here we go. You know what I'm gonna do just so I can keep it easy? I'm just gonna play it through the speaker. I'm gonna play it through the speaker. All right, here you go. Let's run it again. Oh, you know what? Oh, my mic's not hooked up. Not hooked up. Yo, it switched my mic when we moved. Okay, give me a second. My mic's not hooked up. By the way, we'll get that queued up. When do we pick next? Let's dial that in. Here. 196. Okay, and we are at so we don't pick the next round. So we ended up giving up. Okay, so yeah, because we moved into the 5th. So we picked 196. Okay, we got some time. We got some time. Cool. All right, let me figure out what's going on here. So the microphone is this one, and then the speakers need to be my headset. Chat. And then since that time, we've gone what? Chris Paul went. You guys said Chris Paul went. Chris Paul, Jackson Hawes, and Denzel Burke. So Denzel Burke, we were just talking about him. Jackson Hawes, just talking about him. Tight end goes, and there's still some tight ends though that I like, man. I mean, he would have been my second best tight end left. So there's still a couple tight ends that I can rock with here. And Chris Paul, man, that's okay. Here we go. It's kind of the drop off. All right, now y'all got to let me know, and then give me the one if y'all can hear it. We'll try one more time. I don't know if that was playing. This has always been an issue with StreamYard for me too, for some reason. Can't hear it. StreamYard's just gonna. All right, I'll grab it some other way. All right. We'll just focus on the draft, and we'll figure that out later. I'll work on the background. I'm gonna get the draft screen pulled back up. Oh, y'all can see it. So we still have 186, 230, 244. Okay, so that came in kind of clutch for us. I can't believe they just let Miles Frazier fall in our lap, dude. That's an unreal pick. That's my favorite pick so far. That feels like we did that last year. Like that's a crazy draft pick. I'm shocked that ended up working out. Hmm. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so now I'm gonna sound like this. Here y'all go. This. Put 5, but 320. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Could Frazier play tackle? I don't think it'd be great. I think he'd struggle because he's not that athletic. I don't think I would want to put him at tackle. I think he'd struggle to move around at tackle. The big thing would be is like trying to see if one guy could play guard or center. But I don't think it'd be great at tackle. Could be wrong though. I do need to watch more to do a full breakdown. But I do need to watch more to get a full breakdown. I don't think he'll go to tackle. I don't think he's athletic enough for it. Like I guess you could put him out there. You definitely have to give him help. But I would just leave him at like guard. And then you're just trying to see who can play at center from the inside. I think that's more the key now. Trying to see if anybody's comfortable at center. But dude, that's a super value pick, man. That's a super. It feels so good now because the Lions are gonna have. As I'm gonna move my thing back. No, it feels great now because then Lions are gonna have their guards figured out. Like they're gonna have Tate Ratledge, they're gonna have Mahogany, and they're gonna have Miles Frazier. They're gonna have center as their Glasgow as their backup center, which is massive because they don't have one. And then maybe after this year he could be because he'll have it out on his contract. But that they had like last year we were trying to figure out what the O-line. Well, Source was probably on the outside looking in, but remember Source still went back to tackle and then he kind of flipped in back at guard, but he reverted back to tackle. So his competition is going to be Dan Skipper and Manu, I would assume. But the interior O-line is set, and it's not only set for now; it's also set for the long term. I believe. I believe this is a terrific interior offensive lineman. I had Miles Frazier, one spot below Tate Ratledge. So I know their rankings were different, but I'm pretty sure I had Ratledge at 8 and Miles Frazier at 9. No, I had Ratledge at 7. I had Ratledge at 7 and I had Frazier at 9. So I feel pretty confident in both of those picks, man. But this one I feel really good about. Feel really good about how this value is going to shake out here. Let me try this one more time. So if I put it through the headset and then I click the headset, and the headset should play the sounds. Should play the sounds. All right, I'm gonna try one more time. If it don't work, it don't work. I'll clip it. I'll throw it into a clip later. Y'all will see it there. Sustainability, and for me overall, there's enough to get up to the second level and have some scheme versus to create some force through his hips. Again, I don't think y'all hearing something. I feel like it's not going through. Oh, it is going through. Y'all hearing it? Oh, okay. So I had to do this. Okay. I'm going to play it now. This was me talking on Miles Frazier. Before we drafted, this is my interior offensive line rankings. This is what I had to say about him. And I could do Tate Ratledge too, but this is what I had to say about him. He tested out well, and I think that's going to also translate for him at the next level. Moves us to number 9. At number 9, we have a little bit of a different body type here, just over 6'5", but 324 pounds we have him listed at, and that is Miles Frazier out of LSU. For me, this is clearly a power scheme fit. I also think he's going to fit more as a guard at the next level. I don't know how much flexibility you're going to get between center and guard. Maybe he could flip positions because we have seen him do that, which is huge. It's a big part of his game. He's played both left guard and right guard. Athletically testing the measurements, I got vibes of Kevin Zeitler. That's just a feeling I got when watching him. Now, that extent, Zeitler was a former first-round pick. I don't think to that extent or that kind of consistency in his game, but just the play style in general, how he does win, does remind me of a Kevin Zeitler. And I think there's enough juice when he's working towards the second level. I have him slightly above average there, where you can have him kind of reach, cut off backside blocks by just being able to get out and run. Like there's certain guys that maybe test better, but don't get out and run like he does in space. I think he can run a little bit. To me, I just think he's pretty well rounded. And the big thing is here, his play strength, his anchor ability does show off a little bit. I think he's very good in that spot. Some issues of hand position can give him some problems, but to me, he's a guy that's going to win early on reps. He's going to shut down reps early. He's going to maintain that pocket depth. He's really going to kind of keep that horseshoe in play. And he also has that ability with stunts in games to work pretty well. He can be a little bit tall into his pass sets, and his re-anchor is probably the biggest concern that I do have as a play starts to work backwards. But ultimately, that's why he wins early. He wins with early positioning. He sets his angles really well into entry points. It allows him to create seal blocks. Again, going back to a power scheme, he can kind of down block, clear out run lanes because of that specifically. Got some accuracy early, but issues of closing tight angles as a puller. The sustain on the move could be a little bit of a problem as well. I think his sustainability is just average at this point. He could be late to get up to the second level, lose a little bit of length in pass pro sets as well. His entry timing is hit and miss, which again, he needs to win early as we've seen. But ultimately, that's what he does. He's going to win early, and when he does, he's going to shut down the rep. He's going to win near the line of scrimmage. And then as a run blocker, I think he fits because he really maximizes what he's capable of, and that's really clearing out run lanes, being a smart player, playing with control, which I think is slightly above average as well. Resets himself to kind of position for blocks and deal with games up front. He's active resetting his feet. I think that Miles Frazier is again, a more limited ceiling, no doubt, from Florida State to LSU, would find some success at the next level as a backup that gets some opportunities to step in and start. Move on to number 8. So y'all can see, I like Miles Frazier. I like Miles Frazier, man. Miles Frazier's a stud, bro. I like him more than the tackle Emory Jones that ended up going. Just to throw that in there as well, not take a shot, but just to throw that in there. Um, yeah, I think he's a heck of a player, man. I think this is the best value pick we've made today. I think this is in the draft. I think it's the best pick. Who's he playing over? So we'll see. I mean, in our case, I think hopefully Mahogany's a starter, right? The only thing we haven't seen with Mahogany is a lot of pass sets. I think based on college film, I would have trusted Miles Frazier more in pass protection 1-on-1 than I would trust in Mahogany. Mahogany did a good job last year. We only saw about 100 pass sets from him. So that's still yet to be determined. So he'll come in and compete with Mahogany, I would assume, right away, knowing that he can flip positions. Ideally, Ratledge is your starter immediately. I think Glasgow then would kick to a backup center role, which is perfectly fine because we don't have that. And then, you kind of roll your tackles there. So that'd be my guess. And then obviously, as you go forward, you move off Graham Glasgow. Those guys slide up. And the competition is, hey, there's 6 offensive linemen here: Mahogany, Ratledge, Frazier. Let's figure out who's going to win that battle, right? And that'll be our 5. But I love that. And then your offensive line has, it's not like been our, I don't say it's like been our Achilles heel, but like we've seen that's what will kill us. It will. Like if that struggles, we have problems. It will. That will, and we've seen it happen against divisional opponents. So I love this. I love that they didn't force something here and they just took Frazier because Frazier was standing out for me. Like I said, I think Frazier's fantastic. I think that's an awesome draft pick. My favorite draft pick right there, dude. That is fantastic. Okay. Lock back in. I'm gonna get that thing settled in here. My bad. That's super loud. Okay. We get the draft pulled back up. Is there like a break happening? Is there's no picks? Or what's I don't know. All right. I don't know what's going on. Maybe there's like a break going on or something. Or is it just not updated? I feel like the picks were rolling and then it just stopped after we made our pick. I mean, we made a heck of a pick. Okay, there is a break. Got you. Okay. Might let me zoom out. Yeah, where are we at? We're at round 5. Dude, I love that traffic. Yeah, they did slide in there, take Baron. So yeah, we gotta wait a tad, but we do have picks to jump back up if we wanted to. I assume if they wanted to, they could. They're at 196 versus 177. They got 19 picks. They did 19 picks. Hey, nothing wrong with KO, bro. It's competition, but like, yeah, we can get better. Like, we definitely get better and keep KO around for practice squad, things like that, man. Like, he doesn't have to be out. We can keep him around, and things do happen. But oh, dude, I would love a Brad Holmes jersey if they're selling those. Absolutely, absolutely. I think it means Colby's got to find a spot at tackle, so he has to. His competition for me is mainly Dan Skipper, and if he's not beating out Dan Skipper, he's gone. And as for, yeah, I think that's where it is. Or prove you can play center, which I don't think is going to be the case, but do that. Passed on Seth. He's better than Seth McLaughlin. Seth McLaughlin, I think, is a backup. I think he's a long term backup. Frazier can start. I love this draft pick. Any good DN available? All right, hold up. Let me get my stuff pulled back up. I'll actually just pull it up on their thing that way you guys can see it. Let's see. They got Jared Ivey up here. Man, I'm telling you, I think Powell Ryland they would be have a lot of fun with. I think he would. He's just a true rusher for him. You just got to find a spot for him to get on the field, but he's a true rusher. Obviously, Diggs has the connections. That makes some sense. Joyner brings a little bit more length to the spot. It's probably between these 3, to be honest with you. It's one of those 3. I think Diggs feels like the most likely. Dorian Strong just went. You could also consider maybe a few of these guys. I feel like they're missing somebody here too. Like I don't think everybody's listed on this. Yeah, like yeah, so Tyler Batty's not listed. Who I would have no. So yeah, I'd go by Boise State's Hasian. How's he that guy Ahmed. Boise State's Ahmed is my top edge left. And he'd be a power player. He'd actually be able to set the edge a little bit. He wins with power. If you could potentially pair a guy like that with a guy like a Diggs who can kind of play the backup role to Derek Barnes, or a Powell Ryland who could kind of do the exact same thing, more as like a pure rusher. I'd lean Ryland as a rusher. I have him a step ahead, but Diggs might fit the lines a little bit better. He's such a smart player. One of those two, if you could potentially pair one of those two with a guy like Hassanian, I think that'd be a great pairing. And then maybe if you could do it without trading, you have 3 picks left. You could potentially look at it and grab a safety still in here, right? Because we still have 4 picks. Or how many picks do we have? 3 picks. You might be able to get out of here with the safety too. And I think that'd be ideal. It'd be ideal, but it's like there's also some depth at safety, and there's depth at corner too. Where now we're getting to a point where there's enough guys on the board. Like you can even look at some of these linebackers that can rush a quarterback too that are still available. Um, Dorian Strong just went. It's a good spot for him. Oh, at that. Like Asante can get after it. I like Madrano. Um, I'm trying to think what would be. Yeah, because you could go to the defensive backs position. I mean, you could go Kobe Bryant, put him at safety. I think Kobe Bryant at safety would be fun. I think Kobe Bryant looks like a safety. You could take a swing on something like that if you just like the player, which I love watching him play. I think he could be better at safety. Um, or a Zy Alexander or a Cone. Maybe in a Burke because of his athleticism. But there's enough DBs. Like, there's no doubt with the DBs that are there, safety slash corner, the Lions can find a DB without moving. With any of their picks, they can walk away with a defensive back they like. And as I say that, Bilal Cone just goes to Baltimore. So they grab Strong and Cone. My top 2 corners left are now gone. So that puts me at Justin Walleye. Dang, I hate that. I wanted a Cone. That puts me at Justin Walleye, Zy Alexander, Kobe Bryant, and Denzel Burke as my next 4 corners. And then for safeties, Jalen Reed's number 1 by a mile. Then it'd be Jordan Hancock, Maxon Hook, and then Rylan Lane / O'Donnell Fortune from South Carolina. So Armstrong hasn't went yet. I don't think. I don't think, bro. That's fantastic, dude. I'm fired up about that. I need to cut that thing out, bro. I'm so fired up about that pick. Shout out to Alex who just sent me his RAS score. I didn't even know that was that good. He's a dog, dude. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think we found our starting guard. We'll see on Ratledge. Mal Frazier gonna start. That dude's gonna be hard to keep off the field. I'm just laying it out there right now, bro. That's dude Ethan Downs, Fidel Diggs. Ethan, I worry about Downs. I think he's gonna be I think he's a practice squad player, but I love watching him play. So maybe that 244, whatever we do it. Source still probably gone. But like, hey, bro, that's the competition, man. I mean, if it's you wouldn't want to have it any other way, right? You better have some dang competition. Plus, we're at a spot on our roster. It's always gonna be that, right? It's always gonna be if we have we're always gonna have competition, you know. Like if we have spots where we're drafting guys and there's no competition, our roster's probably not in the spot that we think it is. But yeah, he's probably in a tough spot. Like I definitely believe that. Dolphins pick is in at 179, so we're kind of waiting for that to be the case. I'm gonna grab this clip in the background while we're doing that. Chat, throw your predictions for the Lions' next pick, which is 196, right? Yeah. Throw your predictions in there. I want to hear where y'all are thinking. Hey, priority free agents, man. You can hit on those. Shout out to the priority free agents, bro. All right. Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, Reed, if they're dude, I would love to grab Reed. Ah, man. Dude, I would love to grab Reed, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, no, Asanian does. He is. He's so physical, man. He'll set an edge for you. Let me go to his stuff. It might not actually be in my book. Asanian. Ollie Gordon just went to Miami. Let me see if I can find the. All right, we'll come back to that. Yeah, I mean, if we draft him, we'll have the notes ready for him. You know, Frazier's just a heck of a player, man. Thing is with guys like that too, and it's an athleticism thing, right? It's like it's trying to figure out scheme versatility. Scheme matters so much for O linemen, but he's got enough athleticism, and he's got the size where it's like, bro, you can connect these two things, and bro's gonna run. You say grab Ivy. I could see them wanting Ivy, and I think you're gonna get to a point where he's gonna be up there as one of your best. He's still not my best, but like right now he'd be 5 or no, because Barron's gone. He'd be 3. He'd be my edge 3 left. But I technically have him above Powell, Ryland, and Diggs. But they're all pretty bunched there. So those next 5, man, just finding the right one that fits. Do we need a replacement for Rodrigo? No. No. I mean, do we need to find a replacement at some point? Probably, but I could see Rodrigo resigning on a very cheap deal. Like I don't think his an extension for Rodrigo would be that expensive. Ivy or Reed would be good. It'd be great, bro. It'd be great. I hope it's Reed. I hope it's Reed. I hope it's Reed. I want Reed, bro. I think JJ Pegues, however you say his name, he just goes. Dude, I think if you grab Reed, bro, you're grabbing a starter, bro. You're grabbing a starter. I mean, he won't start for us, but he could be a starter. I think they should have taken Landon Jackson. No, I wasn't a Landon Jackson guy. I mean, he was fine. He was like my 12 edge. So I think it would have been I would have considered it a reach based on my stuff with him. I like Landon. I wasn't that high on him. I thought he was more of an effort. Heavy effort, right? He could find ways to win. He could kind of grow on you as you watched him. But I didn't think he was a true pocket collapser, which was my issue. I didn't think what his dominant trait had to be was dominant. So, you know, like I mean, I think a lot of teams liked him. I just wasn't as high as others. So I wouldn't have taken him in the second round. I probably wouldn't have taken him there. But that being said, we took Tate Ratledge, and you could have, based on the grades, it could have been all over the place for me there. So I'm just speaking on him specifically. I wouldn't have taken him. But Buffalo got him, man. I think Buffalo's going to be. Buffalo finds a way to get like good guys like that, and make those dudes work. Definitely from a character perspective, it seems like everything would have been something Lions would have bought into. Can see DT on the ticker. Oh snap! Wait, what are y'all watching? Y'all watching NFL Network, or y'all watching ABC? Wait a minute. Y'all watch on NFL Network? They're not even showing the draft. ABC? Okay. Oh, I see it. Yeah, they are showing it like that. Okay. Okay, I do see him on the ticker then. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I get where y'all are coming from. You think Justin Simmons is that's possibility? I think it's definitely a possibility. They're gonna have options if they sign nobody. My thing is, and here's the thing with DB and corner, with DB where it's at corner slash safety, there's gonna be UDFA's that I think they could like too. Um, I think the UDFA group is gonna be pretty strong for safety slash corner this year, just from what I'm seeing based on how I have it stacked up. I thought cornerback was deep this year. That said, those guys are an option. I would think they would prefer to get a young piece because they're, they already had added Avante Maddox, but you could do both, dude. I would take a swing on Tez. I just don't think they're gonna touch receiver again. Don't think they'll do it again, but all right. Big is in for the Pats, 182. Yeah, Brandon Joseph had the stuff come up about him that wasn't football related. I'm pretty sure. Isn't that crazy, man? Oh, it reminds me of Wingo. That's very and in both same school. Last year when they drafted Makai Wingo, it was kind of similar. Like I remember when Wingo was available and he was like, "Oh, okay, he's standing out a little bit there." And then they drafted him, and I'm still a big fan of Wingo, so we'll see how that turns out. But like that was like the one pick that was like, "Oh, okay, it lines up with how I have him ranked too for sure." Talik actually did, because like I said, I had him the same grade as Jahad Campbell. Looking back, they both had a 6.32, but he actually was kind of standing out there. That was pretty cool. First pick of the day was money, man. Kobe Bryant or Melo Dotson. For me, it's Kobe Bryant because I would put Kobe Bryant at safety. Like Kobe Bryant's gonna battle with everybody. I'd think about throwing him at safety sometime. I'd move him around. Kobe Bryant's a pretty well-rounded player to me. People are more projecting what is going to be the concern at the next level as a press corner and sticking with guys in man than what actually showed up. But I think you might be able to minimize that. And he hits, dude. Like he's a hitter, right? He's physical, so I don't know, man. Andrew. Oh, they went place kicker. Andres. More Jallis. I love Sebastian Castro. Castro's nice too. I forgot he's not even on the thing. Sebastian Castro's nice too, bro. There's some names at DB. There's some names, man. They're gonna get some guys to UDFA's. I think that we're gonna like too. And I'm sure if the Lions don't draft one, they're gonna sign one quick. We're gonna quickly get a name in there. And that's what I like about them too, bro. Is they're not like just sitting back because it's the end of the draft. Like they're still engaged to go jump up and grab Miles Frazier, regardless of the position. Like that's awesome, dude. Donovan Edwards. I would absolutely love that. All right. I feel like this stream is whack. Like the NFL Network stream is whack. They're not even showing the picks. Not showing anything. I think UDFA corner safety will be there. I think so too. I think so too. And they're good at receiver. Like they realistically, they don't need another receiver. I don't think at all. But they'll definitely probably tap into it. Now here's the thing: they made 4 picks. They have 3 picks left. If they make all 3, I think that speaks to them moving off Jake Fromm. I would also say, because they're probably going to fill the rest of it up through UDFA's. I would also say best available. We look here, like quarterback position. It's not bad. Like Will Howard, could they take Will Howard in the 7th round to compete as a third quarterback with Kyle Allen? I could see that. I could see that. I like Curtis Rourke. Um, Marcus Harris out of California. Okay, he got some buzz, man. Oh, that's Shedeur Sanders dancing. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Martinez different style for sure. I look Martinez for more of a as an actual running back. I look for Donovan just to catch passes, and I don't think we need that with Vaki. But I just like it because I interviewed him, so I would love to do that. NFL draft trackers running faster than the networks. Got you. Okay. I'm just gonna put this one on because when they announce stuff, I can like play the audio. There's like no announcements on anything anymore, so I'm kind of just gonna leave this one up. Yeah, I mean they're over here talking about a kicker. I think Brad wants his speed rusher. I think so too. I think so too. I think so too. That's what I would want. I would want a guy that went outside, but you can double dip. You know what I mean? Like there's we're out on the board now. I mean, and there's not really a speed rusher available. To be honest, at least if you based on their board, there's not really a speed rusher. The closest thing to a speed rusher I would call is. I mean, Rucker's not really a speed rusher. That's how he should win, but he's not really that. Like, I mean, closest thing to a speed rusher would be like a Johnny Walker. That versus for what's actually available, or like a Powell Ryland. You could make the case on a Powell Ryland. There's not really a lot of speed rushers, like true like speed rushers. But they bring to James. I think he's on Cleveland. He might be a free agent now, but I think he's on Cleveland still. Um, Devin Neal goes to the Saints. Production cow. I don't think I've heard that one before. Okay. All right. My bad. I had to lock in. I gotta lock in. I got all this dang thing going in the background. I'm trying to put it together. Feels like to have another trade. I wonder now, man. I wonder if they're gonna try to hold those picks. Try to use all of them. I'm with you. We got 11 spots. I just don't think we need a running back like at all. Like I love our running backs. Craig coming back. I love Vaki. I'm not trying to put anybody in front of Vaki. I want Vaki to play football, bro. I don't want to put anybody in front of that guy. DeMarcus Walker is still available from what I know. And I was thinking about that too. I think he is still available. So that is something. I think then too, you do want to get a speed rusher, right? If you can, but I think he is still available. But and Johnny Walker like he's got some horrible reps in there. Like he struggles a lot with like contact things like that. But he can't fly. You can't put him out there and he'll roll. That's something different than a lot of these other dudes. He can go. Steelers pick is in at 185. All right. I think he'll be a UDFA too. But I'm just if you're thinking speed rushers, that guy that's what he is. Does this mean we don't take it? No, I don't think he's coming back. I don't think he's coming back. They said the only thing with Zedarius is if he took money that he's worth more. If he took less money than he's worth, that's how it happens. But no, I don't. I don't think he's. I don't think he's coming back. All right, Steelers pick.
Thank you for having us. Fantastic. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you in Dublin. Maybe with the Badgers.
Who's the money badger?
27. The folk and the Irish dances are very similar.
Uncle Rico.
We also hope to see you in Pittsburgh at
You're welcome.
Before another done,
Oh, they went Will Howard.
and the Pittsburgh Steelers are over it.
Oh, Michael Badgley. There you go.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Will Howard, quarterback.
No, it's just I just don't think they're gonna bring him back. Like I just don't think it's gonna happen. They said they couldn't afford him. I don't think it changes. He has to take less money than what he's worth, and that's on him. That's in his court. Like I don't think that's something that Lions are really gonna control. Like they've set their numbers, so I don't think he's coming back. Yeah, I just don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe he looks at the situation and says, "Man, I can still play here and get a lot of snaps and forget the money. I just want to go." Then there you go. Like then it's his balls in his court. He can make that happen. I'm sure the Lions would love to have him back, but I don't think they're gonna be like, "Oh, let's change our price now." I don't think that's gonna happen. Will Howard to Pittsburgh. Who's Pittsburgh quarterback? Who in the world does Pittsburgh have as their quarterback? Oh, not anybody, right? Aaron Rodgers. Hopefully, they're thinking. Well, I guess they had to add somebody. With Mason Rudolph. Yeah, that's messy over there. Why isn't he resigned? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm assuming that he's just holding out for because teams need edge rushers. So probably after the draft, see what's there, see what's available. Teams get desperate, and maybe he does want to come back to the Lions, but it just won't come to him. But yeah, yeah. I mean, he can. Jamal did nothing when he left, so it is what it is. Like you gotta make tough decisions, man. I love Jamal, but and look, they said it was more of an agent issue there between the conversations. I look, I love me some Zedarius. By the way, I missed this. By the way, reversion of to the mean. I completely missed this. A 25 piece. Get yourself a Brad barbecue burger for dinner. Brad was munching on some barbecue burgers. Oh, dude, that sounds fantastic. Hey, my man, I appreciate you with the 25 piece. Can we get some birthday cakes to the chat for my guy? Reversion to the mean. With a 25, you get a little bit of a burger. What? That actually sounds fantastic. A barbecue burger sounds amazing. That sounds amazing, dog. I'm mad I missed this. I apologize, man. Woodson. Woodson went a little bit earlier. I think he went last round. Yeah, let's get some birthday cakes in the chat. You know what time it is. Let's show some love. Let's show some love. All right, here we go. All right, no, never mind. Nothing's happened. This thing is really slowing down for some reason within these last few picks, but the Ravens pick is in right now. It's Holmes at the barbecue cooking. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a beat on. I need some beats going. Let's how can you track who's still available? So we can go like this, best available. Oh, they actually have an overall board, so that's good. Jalen Reed is still there, bro. And honestly, I don't think they're gonna do it. I don't think they're going after him because if they were, I think they would have done it. Tommy Hill would be nice too, man. Tommy Hill's upside's crazy. But yeah, I would dude, if I'm the Lions, I'm throwing a pick to just go get him. Like I'm seeing if I can pull it off. And then I'll use whatever that last pick is on whatever. But I'm getting that thing done, dude. Getting that thing done, dude. I'm getting that thing done right now. That'd be, dude. Adding Jalen Reed to this mix would be outstanding, man. It would be a heck of an. Oh my goodness, bro! I'm telling you, it'd be an amazing addition. All right, here we go. The Ravens are actually announcing their pick, so let's see what's going on. Is pick 186. Lines are 196. Thanks a lot of the dudes we've talked about.
Future is right now. We're the Lady Thunderhawks from Oneida Nation High School right here in Green Bay.
All right.
On behalf of parents, coaches, the NFL, Toyota, and everyone growing this game, we're proud to represent
Oh
the
snap!
Thunderhawks
Yo, they
and
just.
changing it.
I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it.
With the 186th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Tyler Luke, kicker from Arizona.
So they went kicker, bro, with the whole Justin Tucker situation. They ended up going place kicker. That's crazy. And plus, he was rough last year, bro. Dude was struggling last year anyway, so I guess it makes sense. You would have never thought, man. Tyler Luke, bro. We're just watching some highlights of a kicker, bro. That's crazy. Man. So weird to see Tucker like missing field goals last year. Dude, it's crazy to watch, man. The dude's out here missing field goals. That's on never would have thought. Here we are though. Stuck in an ice storm. Dang, you didn't know lines lost iffy? Yo, that was a minute then. I love that you streamed all day after getting down yesterday. Man, yeah, man. We rolling, man. We're in it now. I appreciate you being here, JT. I was trying to figure this thing out in the background. That's why I was a little quiet for a little bit there. But we're locked in, man. We got a couple more picks. Wrap this thing up the right way. Glad Tucker didn't buy that house in Detroit like he wanted. He wanted to buy a house in Detroit. Fedone. No, dude, I'm with it. Fadone's my top tight end left. That's definitely a conversation to be had. That's definitely a conversation. I think Fedone should be in consideration. I think Jalen Reed for me is one, but I don't know. Like to me, he's standing out so much. Oh man, why in the world? Dog. That's tough, man. That's tough, bro. That was like as I was speaking. As I was speaking, he went. Bro, I feel like they didn't have the same love for him I did. I think they would have jumped up for him because for me, like it was to me, it was like clear and obvious to just go get him. He was my third safety. So we'll take him off the board, man. Oh man. That hurts, dude. That hurts, dude. Good for the Texans. See, the Texans are great at defense, man. They know what they're doing, bro. You know what they're doing, man. Shoot. Okay. Well, we'll keep moving then. That changes some things for sure. So now for me, I think tight end's definitely in play because tight end's strong for me. 3, 4. No, Hall's went. Hall's got selected. So we have Fedone, Eurosec, Conyers, Dupree, Bringing Stool. Eurosec would probably be their pick just based on the fact that they met with him, right? That would probably be my guess is that's probably where they would go with it. Because that position right now is still pretty strong, at least in I don't know, to me it's strong. Okay. Yeah, I think tight end's in a good spot. You could take your swing on tight end. Khalil Mullings from Michigan just went. Man. Yo, and they're lost the screen too. Wait, but they're don't did they draft the other dude out of Michigan like a couple years ago? I don't think it really worked for him. I thought they did. I think they did. I think they did. It's crazy. It's crazy. Tennessee likes Michigan running backs. Yeah. Okay. So they did. Okay. I'm not. Safety and DN still targets. I think so. I think so. Yep. I think safety's in a good spot. I think safety's in a good spot. Just depends on what they're looking for. Corner's in a really good spot. I wouldn't be shocked if they took Kobe Bryant and they just found a spot for him on the defense. But also, I'm just trying to figure out because I feel like they'd want more of a free safety than a guy that's a little bit more polished stepping down right now. I think that's what they would prefer at safety if they went that route. Dan Jackson could be that guy for them. It could be Dan Jackson. There's some guys there though, man. That's not a bad room. Yeah, Haskins, Hassan Haskins. There you go. Hassan Haskins. Yeah, man. I like Hassan Haskins. He was at the Michigan I did. All right. 189. Ryan Lane. Ryan Lane would be fire, dude. Ryan Lane would be fire out of Navy. Put him on this defense. Kickers and punters are going. It's about that time, huh? We're gonna draft a special teams player. Oh, he is. Oh, that's good for him. Okay, so he's good. He'll be back. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me he's gonna be back. Okay. Okay. Now I get it now. I get it now. Got it. He's back, Charles. He's gonna cook now. Now he's gonna cook. Now he's a problem. But special teams player, why not? Maybe a punter. I we could look at a punter. No, long snapper. All right, cold selection. Here we go. Let's play it.
189 pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Indianapolis Colts, the best team in the world. Select Ryan Leonard, quarterback, Notre Dame.
Man said the best team in the world. Yo, dude said the best team in the world. I love it, bro. Hey, that dude wasn't even like throwing shade at nobody else. He just said we're the best team in the world, man. What are we talking about? Everybody's like, we have 7 Super Bowls. This dude's like, man, we're the best team in the world. I like that. I like that energy. And now he's got Riley Leonard. Look at that. He said the best team in the world. That's awesome. All right. You got one of the best punters in the NFL. No, we do. We do. I'm trying to think outside the box. I don't want to overthink something. I don't want to miss something. It could they could definitely go running back, right? For I think special teams value. Is there a receiver that's standing out? Yeah. Is there a receiver that stands out here? Let's see. I think tight end would be interesting, man. CJ Dupree. I rock with CJ Dupree too. I rock with CJ Dupree. They have Ben Urasek really low. Probably because of the receiving potential. They probably question that big time. Understandable. But wide receiver, Isaiah Bond. Yo, Isaiah Bond's about to go undrafted with what happened. That's crazy. Hmm. Elijah Badger, like I wanted to really love Elijah Badger. Tim Smith, my man Tim Smith going off the board. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Where are we at with the DTs? Hey, I had him at 13. He goes before Broughton. Hey, yo, wait, hold up. We forgot to talk about this. And we need to talk about this. Hold up. Oh, Vernon Brown went. Yo, I was gonna just sit there and think that I was like, wait a minute. At some point, we gotta take Vernon Brown. That dude went pick 71. All right, my bad. See, that was a miss. He was in there. I thought the dude was still available for some reason. I just didn't cross him out. Like, why is he still available? All right, my official top 15 D tackles are gone. The D tackles are out of here, man. Still a couple linebackers though. Um, it'd still be fun to get Madrano back here. I'm like, how is this dude available, bro? Oh man, what happened? Nah, I thought Vernon. His name was like Vernon Broughton or Vernon Broughton. I thought that he was still available for some reason. Like, why is this guy still on the? Why is this guy still on the board, dude? No, he's not. He's not. Philly's pick is in at 191. Miles Hinton out of Michigan. Ooh, I didn't even know he was coming out this year. That's sneaky. Look at that. Big school, Miles Hinton. Miles Hinton, man. That's an interesting swing right there. I feel like I've heard that name none. Miles Hinton was like one of those dudes that like Michigan fans know. Miles Hinton was awesome. Some special teams value right there. I feel like he's gonna block some field goals. Okay. Miles Hinton. Okay. Wow. Okay. Imagine putting your tackle to block some field goals. Like it would make sense though if you're massive. Like it would make sense to just throw him out there and just be like, "Yo, you're bigger than everybody else. Just go block the." I don't know. Teams need to get more creative with that. Is what I'm saying. Teams got to get more creative. Miles hitting above Cameron Williams. That's crazy. It also does make sense because Cam Williams was struggling against like anybody that was talented. It felt like. All right, pick is in for Seattle 192. Lions are at 196. Let's keep an eye on it. We're right there. Again, keep an eye on the Lions trying to trade out into an extra pick. Bryce Cabledu, offensive tackle, Kansas. Hey, he's fired up. All right, Chad, give me 1 second. We got a few picks. I'll be right back. Be right back. We're about to get this pick going. All right, we're back. We're back. We're about to get it rolling. About to get it popping. What happened? What happened? Okay, I thought we traded. Y'all were saying Diggs. It's almost bedtime, bro. What time is it for you? Is it late? In a different time zone? Taj Brooks. Is that a running back? Yeah. Taj Brooks, running back. Okay. Diggs is going to be there. Diggs is going to be there. Yeah, nobody's taking Diggs. I don't think so. I don't think so. What is my edge at? Dude, it's tight for me. I still got Boise State's edge first. And then Batty, and then Ivy, and then Powell, and then Diggs. I don't think Diggs is going to. Okay, Jalen McLeod goes to Auburn. I don't think Diggs is going to change the game as a rusher. Diggs is going to be a good backup, though, to Derek Barnes, which will help us because we got to get better against the run. And then on sub package, I'm kicking him over a guard or a center and then trying to let him go. I'm just going to be moving him around, though. I'm going to be moving him around the front. I think if you get someone like that, though, you could then come back and try to take another swing on a different development. Because I think Diggs has a chance to stick with a team. I think he's got a chance to stick with a team, which is the big positive. Where am I at with him? Let me go with my stuff. A, B, C, D. Diggs is 6'4", 257. Yeah, I like him as an on-ball player. Because I have him as a below-average pass rusher. He's not overly athletic, but he's a smart player. So we'll keep an eye on that. Because the pick is in. Lions are about to be on the clock. 195, Bears. Pick is in. Ethan Downs would be wild. I'd be shocked they took him this soon, but I'd be kind of excited. Be a little surprised. Make it you saying Diggs or Clemson? Yeah, Clemson. I don't remember Mickens popping to me. I didn't watch him as much as the others, in fairness, but I don't remember him really popping to me. I remember doing a lot of split field work. Safety. Okay, Bears selection. Did Bears trade up? I don't think so. Maybe they did. Luke Newman, tackle Michigan State. All right, so the run on like back end tackles is now happening. Team's trying to find some depth. Here we go. Lines are on the clock. Let's get it popping. They're gonna go to commercial, huh? No, we're good right now. We're good right now. All right. All right. I'm not gonna look at the screen. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it. I'm not gonna look at the screen. I'm gonna look at this screen and not that screen. I don't want to spoil it. Here we go. Here we go. Give us a dog. Give us a dog. I think sleeper here. Sleeper here. I think Hassanian, man. I think that'd be my move. I think sleeper here is Jordan Hancock. He's up there for me at safety. I think he'd be sleepy. I mean, not sleepy, but he'd be sleepy. I think that'd be sleepy, man. All right, here we go. Lions on the clock. Doesn't say pick is in, though. So are they trying to pull something off or what? Let's see. Nope, pick is in. Okay, here we go. Man, y'all got to stop with the music, bro. It's so copyrighted. Ryan Lane would be fire out of Navy. That'd be fire out of Navy. All right, here we go. Pick. Here we go. Come on. Did they make the pick? No. Oh, they cut away. All right, here we go. Pick is in. I don't think they're going to announce that. I think they're just going to show it on the bottom. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 196. Yo, I feel like the late rounds are so like tense, bro, because teams be just dropping them picks in so fast. Like you already know they knew who they were going after. They probably knew like 15 picks ago. Here we go. Stalling, man. They're stalling. That place is thinning out though for sure. 196 pick is in, and not announced it yet. I'm open. I'm open to whatever here. I'm really open to whatever here. I would love the guy that's going to make the team. I mean, we have to look special teams first. We have to think special teams with probably whoever they pick. It's the first thought should be what can they add to special teams. I think they're going to announce this thing. Yeah, they got a dude walking out there. Hold up, they're about to announce it. Okay, they're about to announce this thing. I'm going to get the audio on. Here we go. Here we go.
What up, though? Where are all my Lions fans?
There you go. He found him. He found him. Dang, they got them comfy seats. What? All right, here we go. Here we go. Pick us in. Come on.
Well, honestly, I didn't hear Jared Goff. Sorry.
Yo, wait.
Well, I would like to thank
I didn't hear Jared. Nah, he was trying to be slick with that. That's crazy. He just cooked everybody. He got the hat too. Yes, yes, bro, Chad, I'm telling y'all. Yo, I'm telling y'all. What do I got to do, baby? What do we got to do? He's top of the board. He's top of the board, bro. They playing the board. They're fiddling with him, bro. We ain't reaching, dog. You know what I mean? We ain't reaching, bro. That's a money pick, dog. All right, now I got to pop the board on the screen. Dog, this is so money. He was 21. He was edge 21. I had him touching Oluwafemi. But okay, here we go. We're back. I got to get my note. You know what's crazy? I was going to get my notes ready before this pick because I was just like, what if they just do it? I mean, he's the top player there. I didn't grab him. I was like looking through the stack. I'm like, it's kind of messy. But I'm going to pull it up right now. So this is where I was at was edge. The red ones are obviously already been selected. Obviously, these top 20 were already selected too. So all these guys are out. But the top one's right here. Hacian was sitting right there. And this is great because it gives them a lot more girth, you could say, to that edge position. It gives them a little bit more power. It's going to be a power player that they're going after here. So this makes a ton of sense. Let me get my notes. I got to sort them out, figure out where they're at. And also, we do have a clip from him because, he was in our edge rusher video as well. We kind of touched on like everybody a little bit in that one. So I'm curious what I had to say about him because I don't know what I said about him. But to me, this is a value pick, man. I have no idea how to say his name. I'm not even going to try, bro. It's just, here it is. Okay, so Ahmed Hassanian. I don't know. He's 6 foot. He's 6'2", 267 pounds. On my comp, in terms of build, he reminded me of Moro Ojomo. Y'all remember him out of Texas? He got drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles. He reminded me of that. His arms aren't super long, 32.25 inches, very powerful, 27 bench press reps, which makes sense based on that. He had the 4.77 40-yard time, which is really strong as well. But the standout here was this. As terms of play strength, I gave him a very good grade. It stood out to me. He's super powerful as a player. His get off is closer to average for me. So I'm assuming his relative athletic score is not going to shine. It's closer to average to me there. So slightly below average is what I actually put it at. And I put his pass rush at slightly below average. But where we're at on the board, that's kind of the case for every edge rusher that I have left. That said, though, I even wrote in a little note underneath, get this guy inside. Let him get inside, let him rush. So I think that this is someone that kind of fits the mold of typically what they go after a little bit more. I think it kind of dials everything together a little bit. But the big positive is this. This has become a consistent theme now with the Lions. Agility. I don't know what the heck his RES score was there, but I can tell you this. I gave him a very good grade in terms of agility. Big, powerful dudes that are agile in short spaces. those dudes stand out to the Lions. We're seeing it. All the trenches guys that can move in a short area, those guys tend to stand out on the defensive side of the ball. And I had that. That was one of my stronger grades is the agility that he played, the redirectability that he could work with in coverage, the wide base, the foot quickness that he played with when you put him inside, which became a problem for interior offensive linemen, specifically at the top of the rush. That short area footwork, bro. And a dude that's built like that, he's a little bit stouter to the ground. He's a little bit heavy. He's got a big punch to him. His hand usage needs a lot of work from what I have, which is closer to a poor / below average type of grade. And also just shedding blocks is also below average for me as well. He's obviously super strong. He can kind of latch guys, create a strong grip, kind of control blocks if he gets a good entry. The problem with that is I don't think he adapts incredibly well. He doesn't always replace his hands to take on technique. All that can be a little bit messy, but you get him inside, you let him rush, use that lateral quickness. That's why I had it there. See, now I'm looking back, it's bringing back all of these things. The reason I'm saying get inside is because he's agile. It's short area movement skills for a big body. Those guys work inside. They're tough to match up with because then they also have, and I'm sure I wrote it on here, is they have the contact balance. And I did contact balance when the offensive tackle is late. So an offensive tackle is trying to get out, recover. He's got the contact balance to play through punches, continue to work as a pass rusher. And that works on the interior. So those guys really are who the Lions are typically going after. And I think what this makes this pick makes so much sense for them specifically because he's got a discipline to his game. So he works down the line of scrimmage well there. I don't love, again, the shed ability because sometimes it felt like he was closing his eyes, like he wasn't seeing what was happening. So it was like one of those numbers. I'm just going to throw myself into guys. But he plays with low pad level. He continues to work beyond the play in terms of his vision. He kind of presses down the line of scrimmage to showcase that discipline as well. Plays with leverage, settles into the mesh point. He was super disciplined. If you watch him, every time there was a read option, some sort of mesh point, he settled himself down. He wasn't overrunning plays. He would really stay disciplined in those spots. So for me, I look at this as just simply best player available for the position. 10% pass rush win rate and a 6.3% run stop rate. He just stood out, man. Athletically stood out. He fits what the Lions are going after here. And now it opens him up with 2 more picks where it's like, okay, we can try to go anywhere really else here, but this just fits them. And it stood out. He had a little bit of a gap on my next edge defender, as y'all saw by the rankings there. So yeah, this is absolutely a Brad Holmes type of edge rusher here. And relatively new to the sport, right? So there's that background as well. This is fantastic. This is the second straight pick to me where the position that they drafted at, the player that they drafted was incredibly high within that positional group. Both picks today, both Miles Frazier and Ahmed. I'm going to go with that. We'll see. We'll figure it out later. Both those guys were super high within their category. Both of them just stood out like a sore thumb, man. So fantastic pick again. Honestly, again, this is no bias or nothing. It's just a fantastic pick, and because of that, I want to slide over here, and I want to show you guys what I said about him before we drafted him, which would have been my edge rankings, and it would have been a quick little soundbite, likely, of what I thought about Ahmed before we drafted him. I'm gonna play this because I like doing when I have these because it shows that like I can make it's what I thought about a guy before we took him. So I have no idea if we're gonna draft him. I can't be biased and like, oh, he's an amazing draft pick because now we have him. No, I can't do that. So I'm gonna show him here. Okay, we have him at 21. Let me get to him. Here he is, right here. I even have a clip of him. Oh, this is gonna be great. And I know how the audio works now, so this is fantastic. Okay, here we go. Pop it on the screen. It's a very short clip. Let me pop it up. Here we go. Ahmed. Here was my thoughts on Ahmed when I went through my edge rusher rankings. Make sure the sound, give me a 1 once I start playing this, if y'all could. Make sure the sound's working, but I'm going to let it roll. Here we go. Sure, that we have here. This is where things get really interesting for me. We're going to go to Ahmed Hassanayan. I think that's how you say his name. This is the Boise State edge rusher that we have here at 6'2", 260. Wait, can y'all still hear it? Can y'all still hear it the whole time, even until I paused it? Y'all can still hear it, right? All right, cool. Because I don't want it to echo. That's the only thing. I appreciate all the ones, man. I appreciate the ones. All right, let's roll it again. I'm sorry. Here we go. Pounds. Side note, this is why I actually recorded this video a little bit later, is because I was trying to find my notes on this player. I was like, I have them. Where are they? I can't do it without it because I don't know where to put him on this list. But I found him. All right, that's why we're here. We found him. All right, we're good. Another guy that tested incredibly well, the 27 bench press reps, on top being 6'2", 267 pounds. The length is still a little bit above 32 inches. The production isn't as eye-popping as maybe some of these other players. Play strength, that's incredibly noticeable when you watch him. And that's kind of the thing that I think you're betting on with this piece, as well as the fact that he has some real agility to his game as well. Those are two things that I think you could buy into. To me, he works to leverage out his hips at the point of attack. He fires into kind of half-man opportunities as a rusher, which allows you to kind of just get an edge, push forward, create pocket push specifically. I think he
Pocket push.
drives through
Gotta
those
love
top
it.
of rush positions really well specifically. But for me right now, I think that his pass rush is slightly below average, his ability there, but I like him a lot more on the inside. I think the more consistently you get him on the inside with that agility, that short area quickness, and also his ability to play with power and play through contact, I think if you're kicking him in the inside, you could find some early value as a sub package rusher. Outside of that, though, I don't think he's going to be a consistent outside rusher, at least early on within his career, because he loses some of that momentum when he gets punched off his reps. He's trying to work on the outside. Opening angles on entry is also a little bit hit and miss as well. But he's got an effective crossover movement, that he could tap into. He absorbs contact, right? You'll see that on stunts. So I would put him on the interior and kind of let him go to work there specifically. He's got some quickness when he's working laterally. He's got a heavy punch that he can deliver. And you see his hand usage, which to me is below average. It's closer to a poor grade at times for me when I had him. But ultimately, it's a really strong below average spot for me. There's a discipline when he works his entry. He has control when he works into contact. There needs to be more development here beyond kind of just getting into the rip. I don't think there's like a starting move or something that he actually attacks with first to consistently open up the rip as kind of the secondary. Let me finish the quarterback. Feels like sometimes he just kind of gets right through the rip move, and that's all that's there. I don't think there's always a great plan as a rusher specifically. There's a two-handed swipe that he can get it to a little bit, but that to me is just average in terms of consistency. But it's the play strength that he brings with. You put him on the inside. You buy into the athleticism, the agility that he brings to the table. And his first step to me is slightly below average, but that's something that can translate, especially towards the interior. Potentially could look a little bit better as well because, he can change pace. He has some of that buildup where he can go from not moving to kind of building up speed pretty quickly. Now, that may be better from a wider alignment, but I think it can also allow you to get through contact pretty quickly because you can change and charge and build up that speed a little bit for me as well. I think off the ball, it's a little bit more build up than it's sudden. So I would put him on the inside to pass rush, but as a run defender, tying the play strength there, and you also look at the fact that, all right, hands need some work, shed ability probably needs some work here as well, but the build is something that we really like. I think that's a day 3 pick written all over it, but he comes in at 21. All right, now we go to 22.
Okay, I was going crazy on that one, clearly, bro. I was all in on that one. I'm glad I brought up some of those notes that I clearly just forgot, when, just looking back and kind of read my notes again. That was fresh in my mind when I put that together. He's one of the last players I actually had watched to kind of put that whole thing together. So fired up about this draft pick, man. Now we got 2 left as of now. Nothing's changed yet. We got Graham Mertz, Warren Brinson have gone. Dude, I think the Lions are snagging dudes right now. The Lions are putting this thing together, and they got 2 picks to wrap it up. This is awesome. Who's that international player Lions were looking at? Think they pick him up? I don't oh, wait. Hold up. 1 second. My bad. Is Tom Grassi doing his thing? I want to check it out. Oh, I definitely want to check it out. Okay. Let's see. Oh, whoa, I can't play that. Okay, there we go. All right. I want to see it. Are they going to show it? Oh, they're not even going to show it. That's crazy. Maybe they'll show it later. Maybe they'll show it a little bit later. Dude, that's fantastic, bro. Oh, dude, they're working right now, bro, because if we think about this though, I don't know. That's where I have him, right? I have him at 21. I had him at that spot. Shoot, they could have had him higher, of course. But if we think about how they started playing the draft from the beginning, and again, taking positions that were lighter, offensive line was struggling. It's like, hey, go get your offensive lineman. Now that's what they did with Ratledge. Now, based on my board, I would have been cool with just waiting on Frazier and just taking him. But it sounds like they probably had Ratledge a lot higher than I did. But just playing the board the way they did, now you can settle in and take your edge later. It works out pretty well, just by playing that. Lions going to move back to the 6th round. So they got 2 picks left. Most of us, I think we're going to probably grab a DB at some point here. But I think now that you got in this position, you're kind of open to do whatever. I don't think there's anything that's I don't think there's any position that really needs to be taken here. I think anything's on the table, and you got 2 picks to do it. I think trading up should be considered. I just don't know who I'm trading up for. That's the only question. And if they want to go get Diggs, I think you can draft both these guys. I think they can be different enough. You could package those picks maybe and try to go get Diggs and just kind of put those 2 together, have Diggs and have Ahmed, and just kind of tie those 2 together. I would look at trying to go get one of these DBs. I'd look at jumping up and thinking about a Lane out of Navy. I'd think about a Zaya Alexander out of LSU or a Kobe Bryant. I'd think about one of these DBs just because of where it's at now, or a tight end, because I don't think Fadone's gone yet. To me, he's standing out a little bit now at tight end. I think that's the one group that has dudes that are kind of standing out a little bit still. So I think those are the 2 positions that I would really consider if I was going to jumping up for one of those 2 spots. I think that's where those two positions are kind of heavy. But Diggs, so he plays like edge slash off ball linebacker. He kind of did both with Syracuse. My thing is though, I think he's best kind of on the ball because I think it'll help with his strengths. It'll kind of like emphasize what he's good at, and it'll help him because he plays so smart. Like he's going to be a guy that you put on the line, and he's going to position himself really well in the entry. He just has a feel for the game, so you could have a lot higher and immediate kind of impact if you put him in that position. So for me, that's what I'm thinking of him. That's what I think. He ultimately should do at the next level is kind of put him in a role like that. We'll see if they end up doing it, but that's what I would look into is doing that because he played off ball, but he didn't do much in terms of coverage dropping. And I don't think the problem I have with Diggs is I don't think he's a good pass rusher. Like Ahmed's different because he's got the size to go live in the inside. I don't think he's a good pass rusher. But if you put him in a Barnes type of role and his only thing isn't just rushing, then it makes sense. And by the way, Lane just went off the board. So speaking of defensive back, Lane just went like immediately. Yeah, my goodness. Okay, he's off. Wow, that was like weird timing. To Jacksonville. Plug that in here. Bam. I still think Hancock's kind of the issue with Hancock is going to be some of the coverage trust that you're going to have with him. Dude, I don't know, man. A taller edge? Yeah. Well, Diggs was definitely he's definitely a taller edge. Yeah. He's definitely that. I don't hate taking a shot on Fortune either. Fortune's going to take the ball away, and I can put him in different spots in the back end. I don't think they'll go with one of these linebackers. You know what would be fun, though? I think it'd be a lot of fun to put Powell Ryland in this mix. Ty Robinson's gone. He went. I think he went yesterday. Maybe it was early today. I thought he went yesterday though. I would think about grabbing Powell Ryland, even if that meant trading up. He is right behind. He's behind Batty and Ivy for me, but I would think about it. I would think about it. I'll think about it because you could change the skill set a little bit there. I think with what we got now, you don't really need an Ivy type. I think Powell Ryland could balance it kind of out a little bit. That'd be my thought. I think that'd be sneaky right now. You go get a guy that's just because his chance to make the team could be that. You got 2 picks left. It could be like, yo, he can give me enough immediate production. And we're at pick 201. Or no, Kobe King just went. All right, let me take that off. I was looking at Kobe King. I didn't think the Lions would go King because I don't think he can really get outside the box very much. I think he's a smart player. I just don't think he can get outside the box much. It's too limited. I thought the Rams or someone would draft him. Okay, so now for me, linebackers officially getting, it's pretty much finished. I got Madrano and Lindenberg kind of hanging on there. But that position group is pretty much a wrap. What they might be thinking about, absolutely, yeah. Especially if it's like a running back that can return, a defensive back that can return, something like that. Someone that has that skill set. All right. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. I think special teams matters, but the only thing I wonder is I thought there might be more of a run on that. We'll see if round 7's that's the case. I thought round 7 could be a little bit of a run on like, hey, teams want guys that can really help on special teams here. Yeah, and 2-way player. You do feel like family. Hey, I appreciate you, Jay Mommy. I appreciate you. Thank you. I didn't want to miss that comment. I appreciate it. In a good mood. Man, this is a good day, bro. This is my favorite day by far. Because it's not that that I don't like the other. I like the other picks, but it's just that it was like the Tesla one's so funny because all the signs pointed to them doing something like that. But Tesla is fascinating, bro. Like there's never a moment where you watch Tesla and you don't buy into it. Tyreek was just weird because it threw me off, but at the same time, looking back, it makes a ton of sense. It's the what is it? It's the fact of where they're getting their guys today. I think is just money. I think the spots that they're grabbing dudes today is crazy. Like they're playing the board beautifully, I think, so far. And they're not like rushing it, but they're also not like missing out where you're like, that felt like a little bit of a push to grab something. Like they're just dropping to him. LeJounte Wester See, now that's the kind of guy that I wonder about for Baltimore. Like, could they get him into some special teams action, try to get him the ball and have him take off? That dude can fly. All those Colorado receivers can. Like, that's the kind of piece that I'm wondering if we start seeing. I like Maxon Hook. I have some issues in terms of like what's his exact role. I think he's going to be more of a split safety than a single high, which is kind of a problem. And if I put him in like one-on-one situations, I'm not sure how much I trust him. Like if I put him in man constantly, he could deal with like I think some more limited route trees. But if I put him on a slot, I think we're gonna have problems. That said, though, I love how he plays in zone. I think he positions himself really well. He plays with great depth. He plays good at high balance. I think you could put him maybe as a single high in a cover three if you could somehow shrink the field for him. I think the more the field is shrunk, the better his vision is. So he becomes more impactful because he really settles himself in well. That's my thoughts on it, man. Cowboys pick is in at 204. They just took Cornelius out of Oregon. It's crazy. It's not crazy that Cornelius is going this far down because I think that's legit. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like there was more buzz there than what should have been for a little bit. And I bought it for a second, and it's like, wait a minute, I don't know about all this. I don't really like his game. So that's I don't even know what you're buying into with him, to be honest with you. Okay, Washington. Washington. We are rolling through. When's our next pick? What are we at? We're at 206, 230, and we have 244. So we got 24 picks. Yo, we got it. Man, we got another gap here. Okay. 27 picks left. What's up with Lakai Tassie? I have no idea. I have no idea. No, wait, what? Yo, why are they gonna put that up, bro? There's articles saying we didn't draft an edge rusher. We just did, dog. Y'all gotta be patient, man. Gotta be patient, dude. They've been flying by at least. Yeah, they have. There was like a lull there, I feel like, for a second. About 10 picks ago, and then it picked back up. Trying to get the dang draft stream pulled up. Okay. We're still good. No, we're in the wrong round. I'm showing the wrong round on the screen. All right. All right. CJ Dupree. Yeah, I'm a CJ Dupree guy. I think CJ Dupree is nice. Problem is, I don't know if he brings much of a pass game upside beyond what Zilster brings. That's kind of the issue I have there. I definitely like him though. Like he'd be a good tight end 3. I almost feel like there's some tight ends out there. Yurosek's still out there. If the Lions want to do it, I think the value would make a lot more sense if they're one of these last 2 picks. I I like Fedone still. I still would go Fedone if I'm going tight end. Ivy, Diggs, Luke, Dolak, Larson. Probably Larson or Diggs, one of those 2. I'm not big on Jared Ivy. Luke's myth to me. I don't think I was that big on him. I'd go one of those 2, but I don't know, man. It's like think like Brad Holmes. Okay, I'll try it. Man. Boy, what do y'all think, man? Wait, hold up. Let me see. Let me think. Okay. Dude, I think Fedone, bro. I think you grab Fedone, you just plug that dude in and let him go to work, bro. Get a tight end battle brewing. This one. This is just I like this one intrigues me a lot. Both of these do, to be honest, because Asante will get after it too. Asante will get after it as a rusher, but the Powell Ryland one is fascinating. I think that might be the one. If I had to guess, they go that way. I think this one's good too. I think Kobe Bryant would make a lot of sense too. But dude, there's a lot of backs here that could return. Nick Nash is chilling. He's on the older side, which kind of hurts him a little bit. If they felt like Brinkstool could be a tight end, maybe. I like Horsley. Dude, I don't know, man. Alexander is nice. Bro, there's some DBs, man. At worst, we're gonna get a nice one. We're gonna get a nice one as a UDFA. We're gonna get a nice one. He's had Bond, McLaughlin, Kobe, and Castro. I'm not mad at those. I'm not mad at those. Pick is in. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, can I guess again? Okay, we got the Bills saying they need a receiver. I'm just gonna say another one. Oh no, the Bills might go. I'm gonna say they go Bond. The Bills might take Bond. They might do something like that. I think they were connected to Bond before the draft. All right, they're showing stuff, but they're not like showing the. Bryant ran a super slow 40. Yeah, he ran like a 4.61, I think. I think that's what it was, a 4.6 something. But he still went, man. I mean, he still got out of there. Unless you're talking about someone else. Chase Lunt from UConn. Are you able to do a game podcast from Allenson, Michigan at my brother's place? He's a huge Lions fan. And he has a back room at his bar. I could possibly hook it up. Shoot, man. I mean, look, man, I'm open to anything, to be honest. You know what I mean? If it makes sense, I'm down for whatever. I'm down for whatever makes sense. I know this year we were talking about trying to put together some sort of like meetup with divisional fans. Lions, Packers, Bears, Vikings, where it's like a tailgate party, but it's also going to the game with fans. Like that would be fire. That's something I know they were talking about trying to put together this year for the North. So I would be on board with that. Shedeur Sanders. Hey, it is a safety, bro. I mean, maybe, huh? Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe. Let me see. Let me go back to safety again. Let me see if someone's catching the eye. But no, dude, it would be sweet. Like if it went down, it would be sweet. They've done it before, and they're just events, man. Like it's pregame, it's during game, it's post game, it's live shows, and it's fans from all teams just like all in the same spot watching the games together. So it's gonna be like it'd be super fire. I'm definitely in with it. They've done it before, and they've said it's went pretty well for them. So they think the next expansion will be the North. If the next one they do is going to be within the NFC North, I think it'd be fire. That'd be really fire. So I'll keep you all updated with that because I'm trying to make that happen too. Bill with the 99 cents. I appreciate you, Bill. Thank you for the super sticker, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Thanks for showing some love, man. I appreciate it. That would be fire, man. And we'll get Bill there. We'll make it happen, dude. All right. We got what is happening? Actually, I want to see what your super sticker was. StreamYard needs to fix this. They need to fix this. Can we get this fixed? All right. Eagles pick is in. Here's the selection. I don't think they're announcing picks anymore, which is why I can't play the volume because they're just oh, they went Cameron Williams. Nah, see, this is no, you gotta be real though. This is Philly strategy, bro. Big schools, bro. This is Philly strategy, bro. They took Cameron Williams, dog. That's all the evidence right there. I'm not mad at the pick. We got 2 picks. Let me show y'all where the picks are. Teams. The General Z with the $5 super sticker. Man, y'all are going crazy. Man. Man, I appreciate it, man. You guys are doing too much, man. Appreciate y'all just hanging in here, bro. We've been live for 5 hours just to lay that out there. But we running no sleep, though. We running straight no sleep last night. Legit no sleep last night. We just drove to the airport from Green Bay and we popped on the stream. I appreciate you with the 5-piece, man. Thank you, thank you. Now this is fire, dude. And we were built up to this. We were built up to doing day 3, man. We were ready for it this year, and I think we've been money. So yeah, 7-14, 7-28, and it looks like we're close to wrapping the 6th round. Would you rather draft guys from big schools for the Super Bowl or take guys playing to marry? The second one. Second one's more fun. Can't be on top all the time. Sometimes you got to be, second place, and then it's more fun. You know what I mean? No, but that's Philly's strategy, though. We can take notes. Take notes. I like Zy Alexander. No, I do like Zy. Zy's a top 15 corner for me. The only players that here's what I'll tell you. The only players that I have in the top 15 left. Top 15 left by position. Only players I have. Tight end, I have Fedone. I have Eurosec. I have Conyers. I have Dupree, and I have Bringstool. But that's kind of a weird position. Cornerback, I have Justin Walleye. I have Zy Alexander, then Kobe Bryant, then Denzel Burke. And then at safety, I have Jordan Hancock and Max and Hook, as well as O'Donnell Fortune. None of mine are left for receiver. None of them are left for DN or D tackle or edge. Linebacker, I have Madrano and Lindenberg. And then for O-line, I have Joshua Gray, Seth McLaughlin, and that's it because Jackson Slater went. Yeah. I think McLaughlin may have also went too, but I'm not completely sure on that. That's it. That's all I got left in my top 15s. Wait, Jalen Rose did get drafted. He was slipping though. He was slipping. I don't remember where he went exactly. He went somewhat recently. Somewhat recently. All right, about to announce the pick. Two more still picks to go. Come on, man. Pick is in. Jimmy Horn Jr. Hey, these Colorado receivers getting some flyers. Bro, that's great time to take these guys. What do they do with Broderick Martin? I don't think you. Well, here's the positive for is Aleem will probably come in as not counting towards the roster, I would assume, because of his injury. So you'll have Tyleek, you'll have DJ Reader, you'll have Roy Lopez, and that's kind of your only locks on the inside, right? And then you'll have Chris Smith and stuff for competition. So Broderick might be able to sneak his way in the back end because Levi, Pascal, Marcus, Hutch, Ahmed puts you at 8. So he might be able to get in his 9. That's his battle right now. He's got to fight with. But he'll be fighting for practice squad. He'll be fighting for making that final last spot, and that's okay. Like I think that's okay because, like I said, the difference is I think Broderick Martin has at least it in his capability to be a legitimate starter you can feel good about. The problem is he's not consistent, so he's not a reliable 15 snap a game guy because he's not consistent. Roy Lopez is the reliable 15 snap a game guy who is just going to be that kind of steady piece, I think, for them. Who said was a Dan Campbell type player months ago. Look at that. Shout out to Daniel Jeremiah. I got a picture with him. Oh man. Okay. Wait, let me go back to the rounds. Strepo's in on my team. I'm fine. He's going undrafted, bro. I'm excited for Wingo. Oh, Wingo. I'm sorry. Yeah, Wingo. Well, Wingo may also be in the same category. Wingo could miss the beginning of the season as well. Wingo could miss the season early as well. So yeah, let me not forget Wingo. That could put them at 10. Yeah, I don't think he will. I think he'll miss the beginning of the season too. Not completely sure, but I think he will. Powell Ryland just went. I'm glad we got our guy when we did. I'm glad we got our guy when we did. I think that would have been a cool fit. Probably, yeah, because yeah, he probably will. I had 4 weeks. Okay. Billy Sims. Billy Sims out there? All right, who's going next? Aeneas Peebles. 16 D lineman. Oh my god. He was on NFL Network. They show Billy Sims being drafted. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Or 6'3". Um I think Elijah Huzzy is sneaky because I think a guy that could play in the slot, and he's very comfortable as a slot corner. Like someone that you're pretty comfy with that can kind of settle into the slot, play man coverage. Something like that I think is interesting when you get to a spot like this. He feels kind of like he could be like the AJ Parker type of pick. Something like that could be interesting, even though he went undrafted. But Fortune's a big corner, and Fortune's the guy that I would take a swing on for sure. The fullback Hut Ravens just took one. Just took him. So safety wise, my top two left. Well, I like Castro too, but Max and Hook, there's a lot of good safeties left. Like I know personally, just from the guys that I've watched, I'd be comfortable with Castro, with Hook, and with Dan Jackson. I'd be pretty comfortable with those three. And Elijah Clark, like those four, I would actually throw in there. Did we just have a safety go? Oh, I know what it is. They have that's because they have one listed as a corner. Like I said, I think Fortune could go to corner at the next level. But that means, yeah, I think Fortune goes to corner. I think Kobe Bryant could bounce around too. Tommy Hill's fascinating too because he is so impressive up until last year. He was rough last year. But before last year, he was really good. And he was honestly good before he started really is before he started playing through the injury. He was awesome. He did really well against Travis Hunter. So he's sneaky. He's sneaky. Okay. Cardinals pick is in. Who is that? Hayden Connor for a guard out of Texas. We got our guards already, though. Yeah. Dog, I'm glad we got in and got out with our guys, bro. I'm so pumped about this offensive line now. Like, I'm fired up, dude. If Manu's taking steps, the offensive line is going to be outstanding. Did anyone see what Tyler Booker said on who he wants to play the most? I did not. You gotta inform me. Please inform me. I have no idea. Inform me, man. What does Gibbs get next year? I say 2K yards. Man. Frazier was so nasty of a pick. Did you say two of the guards have any flexibility center? I could see a world in which Ratledge does it. I don't really think there's a great spot for. I don't know. There's a great spot for Frazier too. Frazier does position himself though well, so maybe I mean he positions well. I don't know if he's like that short area quick, but he does position himself really well for just run block specifically. His entry points, his angles are really sound, and he wins quickly. So maybe, um, but that's where Graham will have to come into play. So hopefully one of those guys can definitely beat him out and take that spot. That way Graham can kind of settle back in to backup center. Jalen Carter wants to bully him. Oh, snap. He and him got some. Okay. Dang, bro. I love Tyler Booker, bro. He was awesome to talk to. Tyler Booker was like the best player to talk to, I feel like, that entire time. That dude was awesome. And his family was there. We talked to them a little bit too before he ended up getting drafted. I'm happy for that dude, man. I wouldn't go Seth McLaughlin now. I mean, he could end up being the best player that's left for me. Right now, he's not. Again, I would lean Thomas Fedone, and I would just take that pick and run with it. I wouldn't do it just because of where we're at, but I mean, I guess he could. I have Joshua Gray higher, but Gray's more of a tackle guard, and he's a little bit undersized. Seth McLaughlin will be a backup center, and he's athletic enough. He would have been super fun as a Lion, bro. All right, Ravens pick is in at 212. We're getting up here quick. I mean, we have two picks. We have two picks. We traded up. Looking. We're looking at 228 and 240, I think. Oh no, 230 and 244. 230 and 244. All right, cool. Finally, the thing's done. Okay. Yeah, we still have two. We have two picks now. Did you ever look into Land Larison? Not really, not much to be honest with you. It feels like with all these connections, like he might end up being a potential UDFA that the Lions could go after here. I mean, 230 is kind of a UDFA pick anyway, so it's one of those things where you can kind of draft him as a keeping him from becoming a UDFA if you really like him. We're kind of at that spot now with this draft too. I mean, outside of like if we added a safety just for the position, you feel good about it. But I mean, really, like for the most part, anything would be fine. I think at this point, I really like what the Ravens are doing. They took a longer beam. They've taken a lot of swings at corner. Taking a lot of swings there. That's what I'm thinking, right? We could use a kick returner. It's still gonna be hard though to make a team just as a returner. Like you're definitely gonna have to add some value. Like you may have to beat out Craig Reynolds. I don't see Vaki getting cut after 1 year as a fourth round pick. Um, Craig Reynolds would be the guy that you'd have to beat out for that spot because you would have to keep 5 running backs in that case. That's a lot. I'm not saying don't bring somebody in, compete and that kind of thing, but it's a lot. Kyle Brandt has David Martinez on his watch list for injury runners. Good replacement for Monty. Sorry. No, I mean, don't be sorry. I don't think we're in a rush to replace Monty, but we could get off his contract after a year. I think Vaki's a replacement for Monty. That's how I look at it. David Martinez is a good back. He's a good back. He's also available in the 7th round, but he's a good back. All right. We got a couple calls coming here. It is close to the 7th round. Lion, bro, you all should just trade up and get these picks done, bro, so we can wrap this thing, though. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Y'all dragging this thing. Hey, Craig's a good back, though. I don't know the other guy, but Craig's a good back, man. Craig's got a really good feel, man. He's consistent. He played well last year, too. Why did Braden Swinson fall? I have no idea. There's some like little limitations with his game, no doubt, and he's not like the most polished rusher. There's a lot of like little things that maybe he dominated on in college that he'll have to tweak to make better. But I think he's got a lot of the factors that I'd buy into. So I'm a little surprised he felt like he did. Personally, I'm a little surprised with that. Maybe there's something that we just don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe there's something we just don't know about him. Um, Maybe he just fell. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I was just higher than everybody else was, and that's very possible. I just liked him more than a lot of other people did. That happens, man. I liked Jalen Reed. I don't think there's anything with him. I think I just liked him more than a lot of other people. We'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out. Like it's one thing to get drafted, but it's another thing to play as that draft pick. So we'll see. You're hungry, bro? Y'all get some food, man. Y'all get some food. You just pull some ribs off the smoker. Y'all crazy, man. You're just gonna put that in the chat. Tommy Mello. No, this is. I said Malay. Mello. This is the quarterback, Montana State. Raiders taking their swing on a quarterback. I kind of like this. This is a good spot to do it, man. Cooked in that offense. How sleep deprived are you right now? Oh, I feel awful. I'm gonna be honest with you, but it's mainly my eyes. Mainly my eyes. Everything else is cool. Everything else is cool. It's just my eyes. My eyes are a little bit like tired. Do you think Mike Green was even on Brad's board fit wise? That is. It's a good question because I thought coming in they didn't have to worry about the measurables. That said, Hacian is a power player, right? He's a pocket collapser. So ultimately, he's still got a guy that is that. So personally, I would have been shocked if they would have overlooked him as a player because even though he is undersized, he still played with enough power that I would have thought that you could have maybe that wouldn't have been as high. They wouldn't have been as high on him because of that, but I would have thought you could have still felt comfortable with. I would also say keep this in the back of your mind. Donovan Ezaraku fell into the 2nd round, which is one thing, but he fell, relatively further into the 2nd round. And he's another guy that teams were concerned about as a power piece. He had a lot of length too. Ezaraku was different. He was very lengthy and he was ultra productive. He had like 16 sacks, but he was the guy that didn't win as much with, force and power and knockback. He was a little bit more of everything else. So I think there's a little bit maybe both there. I would guess though that majority of it was the character aspect. I can't think of a player the Lions drafted. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. That was like, hey, this like major event happened and it was like a legitimate storyline, and then the Lions just drafted him. I don't even know who that would be. I can't think of someone they've done with that within this regime. So I would think that's the main thing there. But I loved Mike Green as a player. He's a very good player. Now I didn't think he was like elite or something like that. I thought I had him 2, but he was actually 3 because Jalen Walker was above him. So I liked him a lot, but I don't know. I think both could be a little bit in play. Need blue screen protector for your monitor, laptop. If you don't have one, right? I know, dude. And I used to have the glasses. I actually think I still do have the glasses. And my eyes are just tired. My eyes are just tired. They're tired of being awake. To be honest, I just want to close. We've already taken care of dinner. It's going to be heat up later. Okay, I'll see you. Rest your eyes. They need a lifetime. Take a break. Look at this. Here we go. Here we go. We got some blue light glasses on. Take home. What is Locky Tassie training to be? Who is that? I don't know who that is. How our two amazing Wolverines got the top 10? And hopefully Will Johnson is okay. Hopefully he's okay. Should I go out tonight or stay in? It's a go out night, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. We were out at Green Bay, man. I think that's what it is. If you're trying to decide, that's a decision for you to make. But that's what I'm thinking. You should have a contest to the nearest to Brad Mox, dude. I know, like that. Okay, R.J. Mickens just went out of Clemson, dude. I know that's something that we were discussing too. Is trying to do like a mock draft type of competition type of feel. I think what you get is you get a lot of people drafting just the players that visited, which is probably smart. But you may end up getting a lot of similar, great like similar similar amounts right. I feel like you'd get a lot of the same right. Like the most would probably be very similar. He's a 6'6", 300-pound defense tackle prospect. From where? Oh, international rugby. Okay. Detroit interviewed him. Gotcha. So he'd be in the international pathway program. Like he wouldn't be likely a draft pick. He'd be more in the pathway kind of thing. You should check out the new restaurant, McDonald's and a Blockbuster. Whoa. You should check out the new restaurant. They just got a McDonald's and a Blockbuster. Dog, I left yesterday, bro. We did see the old school McDonald's. That's what you're talking about. Bass pointed that out. But a Blockbuster? I didn't know they had that. So he would be that. Okay, now see that could definitely happen. I think we had like one of those get signed like a month ago or something. A team went out and signed a player like that. Raiders are sneaky. Raiders pick is in at 215. We're getting close to the end of the 6th round here. All right. No, there actually is a McDonald's. No, there's like a you making that up? Well, Blockbuster would have been fire, so don't do that to me, okay? I thought there's only one Blockbuster in the world, right? I missed the video stores, man. But there actually is a place. I believe they have like an old school McDonald's there, and we passed it. They have a Culver on every corner. That's funny you say that, bro. Bass had never had Culver's, so we stopped there one of the days. He's like, he never had it. So we got Culver's. Cam Miller, quarterback, North Dakota State to the Raiders. Did they just take 2 quarterbacks? What the heck? What are the Raiders doing? I don't think I've ever seen that. I think the Raiders just drafted 2 quarterbacks. Okay. All right, Raiders. Hey. Did the Raiders draft a quarterback earlier? I don't know, man. If they did, bro, that's crazy. Maybe they didn't though. Maybe that's why I'm. Okay, they didn't. They didn't. Ooh, I like the Raiders draft. No, I don't. No, it's okay. The draft's okay. Genty actually did happen. All the noise and it did happen. Jack Bash is sweet. Got Rodgers in there. Charles Grant and Caleb Rogers. Taking Caleb Rogers before Charles Grant's crazy work, but they went back to back on those two. Okay. On the clock now, Denver. They're saying Quinn Ewers. They need a D tackle, center, and a tight end. All right, let's see if we can get one here. D tackle, center, and a tight end. All right. Ooh. I'm gonna say Zeke Biggers. I'm gonna say could be Stackhouse. I like tight end though. Tight end's in a better spot. I don't know if they've drafted a tight end yet. Give me bringing stool right here. Give me bringing stool. They're gonna go with the very undersized tight end, essentially a receiver. They're gonna go that route. Give me bringing stool goes here. Try to grab a weapon there. Hey, the clock's rolling. Are we trying to get up? What are we doing? Doesn't it always feel weird that like there's not as much moves once you hit the 7th round? Like in some ways I get it because it's like, oh, okay, we're cool with like multiple guys. And other times it's kind of like, but wouldn't you like, I don't know. Like to me, I'd be more aggressive. I feel like there'd be like a guy. I guess you, I don't know. I guess you can't because you don't have any more picks to work with. That actually does make sense. Take back what I just said right there. It doesn't make any sense because you don't have any picks to work with. Never mind. Never mind. Forget what I just said. That made no sense. That made no sense. That's cool though. You know, hey, we thought it out, made no sense. Lions trade up for Brady Cook. 30 seconds and pick is in. There it is. Yeah, pick is in. They could do it. They could take a quarterback. They definitely could take a quarterback. Dude, I mean, I can see it. Like, add someone to compete with Kyle Allen. Like, that's all it would be. But if there's someone that they like, I mean, you're at a spot, you can do it. You don't have to stay away from something like that. I wouldn't have any issue with them going quarterback if they wanted to. I want to know who the quarterback is, but I wouldn't have any issue with it. Sebastian Castro would be slick. My issue with Sebastian is the man coverage. Like I don't know how much they're going to trust him in man coverage, which is the problem. He's even admitted to that, like wanting to get better there. He's pretty smooth in zone. He just doesn't play with a lot of range, which is his problem too. Like he can as a run defender, just not as a coverage piece. He doesn't cover as much ground as a coverage piece. He gives some room. I think they cut Fromm for numbers, and my assumption is if the numbers work out, he'll probably get brought back at some point. But I would assume for numbers, but we'll see. I mean, if they do draft a quarterback, then there's that too. So it's numbers and hey, we were after a quarterback, so we kind of did two things at once there. So it could be both. It could be both. We're gonna find out. By the way, Broncos pick is let's hear it. Everybody's just cooking this. Everybody's cooking. This guy's going crazy. This guy's about to get kicked out. This dude's about to get kicked out. Oh, they got Crenshaw. Dude did all that just to draft the punter, bro. No. Dude did all that just to draft the punter. That's crazy. Come on, man. Dude went crazy like that just to draft the punter, bro. He announced our last pick and it was hilarious. I mean, look, I'm here for it. I'm here for cooking the Packers. This is fantastic. Yo, what did Terrion say yesterday? Did Terrion cook the Packers yesterday? I feel like he said something that was like pretty fire, but I didn't hear the whole thing. He went crazy, right? I feel like he did. He said he cried a year ago thinking he was gonna be a Packer and the Lions saved him. Okay. That's good. That's good. I thought it was something like that. I'm like, I know he said something crazy up there. Terrence said they're 2-0 versus Green Bay. That's amazing. I love it. Not only cooked them, but he also told them to pipe down. Pipe down. Right last year when I thought I was going, uh, to the. Oh, whoa! But by the grace of God, the Kings of the North drafted him and saved him. That's crazy. Yo, that's awesome, bro. No, that's crazy. Okay. That's why Terrion's great, man. Just for that reason, you gotta love him, dude. That's amazing. Shout out to Terrion Arnold for being a dog. Any thoughts on our division round drafts? Yeah, let's take a look, man. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right, Chicago. I'm gonna just get. I like Chicago's draft. At least the first 2 days I did. Let's see. So I love the Colston Loveland pick. I think it's I mean, outside of maybe Genti is like the best matchup piece they could have gotten. So I actually really do like that one. Luther Burden, I mean, I think he was my number 2 receiver. The only thing with Burden is the questions people had about him. Then they went Trapilo and Shamar, and like I like Shamar. They needed it, and I think he was kind of like the last pick before the drop off when it came to that spot. Today, I think it's been lackluster. If I'm being honest with these picks, that's just kind of where I'm at with them. I don't think they've hit many of these picks. I feel like the first 2 maybe just kind of dropped in their lap a little bit because the Luther Burden one just felt like it was like, why is this guy still available? And they drafted him. The Loveland one was money. Loveland was money. I don't know how I feel about the rest of them, but I rock with Shamar Turner. I rock with that. You just got to keep him on the field. But I heard his character is fine. He's just crazy. Like not crazy, but he's very passionate and he goes too far. Still something that you can't do, but I guess he does. He goes too far. Let's take a look at these other ones though, because we got a few more in here. So we have that. We have not that one, my bad. Green Bay. Okay. Green Bay took Matthew Golden. That was a great fall for them. They had Matthew Golden kind of drop into their lap there. And it was cool. It was iconic that it ended up going that way. Anthony Bellman was interesting. I get it though. As they can get Sean Ryan off the field, I think it helps. Savion Williams, I think it works because you have Golden. He's gonna be just a piece they get the ball in his hands a lot. Just a lot. And the Packers do that a lot. So it makes sense. Not as high on Baron Sorrell personally, but I can see where he could have some wins. And then they also just went like the pure edge. Like they needed juice. So I don't know that this moves the needle very much. It definitely adds like backup options. Like it gives you maybe a better rotation. I can understand the style fits here. I just don't know that it really moves the needle with these 2. I don't know that it really moves it for me. Colin Oliver maybe could. He could maybe a little bit. And then Minnesota, really like the Donovan Jackson pick. I really like that pick for them. I think, it's so overlooked how terrible their offensive line played at the end of last season that going into your offensive line was a really smart decision. I think Ty Felton, I like Ty Felton a lot too. I don't know that they even needed a receiver, but Ty Felton's a good player and they had such a gap there. They were cool with taking him. I mean, I guess they could have used a receiver 3, so maybe this is that. He played inside and outside. We'll see. I don't know how well it's going to fit with him. But I'm a fan of Ty Dillon. I always thought that Ingram Dawkins was going to higher than what I had him ranked as, so I felt like this was too high. But I knew there was going to be love for him, man. He's just too athletic and too big, and his flexibility in time, maybe they think he can plug in somewhere. Kobe King's a smart player, and I feel like when you look at Vikings drafts, what we've seen over the last few years is they do draft high character players, man. Where like the football intelligence connects and all those things. So I feel like they stuck to that blueprint this year. They just didn't have any draft picks to work with, really. All right, we're into the 7th round, and we are rolling. We are rolling. We are rolling. We're at 219. Lions pick at 230. Okay. Yeah, Bears got a lot on offense, bro. They got a lot. Can he be the next Ziggy Ansah? I don't want to do that to him, man. Ziggy was like pick 6. If I thought he had more juice off the line, then maybe we could go somewhere there, right? Like I could maybe try to build some hype towards like, oh, at the perfect scenario. Like I don't think he's that explosive. I don't think he's that explosive, but he's super agile, man. And that can win. That can win, bro. Like, could he be like your next John Kaminsky? I think so. I think he could be like that, right? Could he have a season that's like John Kaminsky's peak? Maybe at his peak, he could get to something like that. Like the best of him maybe could look something like that. And that would be more than enough, I think, for where you selected him. You'd be happy with that pick. By the way, we got another pick in right now. The selection is in for the Giants. And it is Giants ended up getting Cam Scadaboo earlier. And now they get Thomas Fedone. And went out and got the tight end. Thomas Fadone's off the board. See, that makes it interesting now. It makes it real interesting now. I think you know what I think though? I mean, this is because it's I guess similar to mine. I think the Giants got a good feel for offense, man. I think Brian Dable has a good feel for offense. Like, dude, they just seem to know what they're doing, man, when it comes to like drafting offensive players. They get dogs, dude. They get dudes that can play. They don't get caught up in the production of the measurables. They just get dudes that can go. I like that, man. I like that for them. Keep seeing these mod reactions, and I'm really ready to play football right now. They did give Saquon away. That's facts. That's facts. That is facts. Now that's real. I understood it. New York, New York. Okay, maybe not. No, I understood it because, like, yo, I get like the idea. Like, all right, we can't, we gotta prioritize the O line. I get that, but I feel like that was like that's more of like a team issue than Brian Dable, maybe. Like, yay, as a whole, like, what are we doing? How can we not afford this guy? He's making like $13 million a year. We can't afford that. That feels like a legit team issue there. Like, how do we not set ourselves up to be able to afford Saquon Barkley? How do we fail that? We're at pick 220. 10 more picks. Yeah, that's an unfortunate move. That's not great. That one's not great. There's not I can't defend that one. That one's not great. Bro, I feel like I'm chilling right now, dude. Like, whatever happens, happens at this point. Like, I'm pretty confident with whatever goes down is gonna be a good move for the Lions here. I feel really good about this draft. Lions sitting back and not moving kind of surprised me a little bit. I still think if they could get a call, if someone called them and offered them a 6 next year for one of their 2 picks, I think you take it. I think you take that. I think you I think you take that pick, bro, and you try to get out of here and you grab an extra pick for one of the 2. That's what I would think. At least that's how I'd be looking at it. But dude, I think, man, if you can, I mean, you can walk away with Diggs still. They can still do that. I don't think a lot of these guys are draftable, but you could walk away with Diggs. And I think tight end at least has some draftable pieces, maybe. Maybe. You're getting too pretty thin here. Isaiah Bond's definitely draftable. Yo, imagine the Lions take Isaiah Bond. Daquan Felton would be interesting. He'd be interesting. I don't know. I like Elijah Badger as a returner. You put him out there. He's crafty. He's got a lot of juice. I like him as a returner. That'd be fun. DOE, same. Trying to think, like, who's like, is there anybody standing out? Like, not on their list. I don't think anybody is. Junior Tafuna would be fun, dude. Junior Tafuna feels like he could be a Lions pick. He's undersized, but just taking a swing on a guy that like gets the job done regardless of his size. Junior Tafuna would be that guy, and he cooked at the Senior Bowl. This guy is energy, man. This feels like someone that could be interesting. And I obviously like Cam Horsley too. We talked about him. This one to me feels like a Lion too. I think Reed plays the game like a Lions linebacker. I just don't know that he'll go that route, but I think he plays the game like a Lions linebacker does. Or like what they would be looking for, even though he's a little bit on the smaller side. And then you get the safety, and safety just is the spot, probably. Castro. I would be fired up if they walked away with Max and Hook. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Eurosec, yeah. Well, the only reason I didn't say him is because I'm thinking he was gonna go undrafted. Like, I'm thinking there's a real shot he's gonna go undrafted. I think here's your value, dude. I think your value could be right here. I know I'm not as high on Kobe Bryant at the time, but I think at this spot in the draft, Scoop and Kobe Bryant could be some strong value. Speaking of, Marcus Bryant goes to New England, and the pick is in for the Jags. Like, that could be some real value because I could put him at different spots. He's going to hit guys. Shedeur Sanders, name. Come on, man. You just name. I can't believe Ted Johnson fell this far. Man. I mean, he hurt himself big time with the way that he ran. This is where I take the flyer on, though. Because, like, I feel like before this, I wouldn't have been comfortable drafting him. But I think with where we're at now, if you keep these two picks, if we could get him at 244, I'd be able to take a swing on him. I'd feel comfortable with that at that point. That's the one guy I'd be pretty comfortable with. This is interesting too. It's interesting too, Jamal. But I like watching Tez play the game, dude. Put Isaiah Bonnet returner. Just let him go. He just goes out of bounds a lot, though. That's the problem. All right, Jonah Monheim ends up going to Jacksonville. We need a safety and a guard for the Raiders. If that is the case, safety and a guard. Let's take a look. Where are we at with guard? Oh, dude, there's a couple actually. Dude, you got to take Joshua Gray if you're the Raiders. Like, I would just get Tez. Screw it, dude. I would take Gray right here. Castro is still on the board. Yeah. They probably do draft like 11 guys a year. No, he definitely won't put on a Lions jersey. I would. Dellinger could be safer. Dellinger feel. My guess is they go Garrett Dellinger here, a little bit safer. Oh, Cody Lindenberg. Okay. Okay, that was. I like that value. That's strong. I think that's a great spot to get Lindenberg. I'm telling y'all. I think this might be my guess. If I had to guess right now, I think the Lions take Reed. This is my guess right here, right now. They go Reed out of Utah. Find out. The clock's running though. Pick is in. I don't even think this thing's on like TV anymore. Like, I feel like it's on, but it's not really on. They're so far behind. They're so far behind. It's pick 223, by the way. Keep a doctor out of a plumber. We should have just got him so we could have put that on a shirt or something. Oh man. Seth McLaughlin's creeping up here. Okay, wait a minute. I've never watched Carson Bruner. Never seen him. Is he a dog? Let me know. If we draft him, I need to know. I've never seen him. All right. Damian Martinez just went. Seems like a Seattle type of back. I could get that. No, I could get behind that. I thought like Chris Carson immediately came in my mind when I saw that name. Immediately, man, with Seattle, that came in my mind. The linebacker is kind of whack right now. I take Madrano. I take a flyer on Madrano. But I do like Reed. I think Reed could be a special teams fit. He plays the game pretty fast too. I like his play speed. To me, that feels like it could be a swing. If they were going to go that position, definitely. I'm going to try to change one of these. Oh, they're showing the same thing on ABC. Hamilton went. Man, I forgot about Hamilton.
What is this? Devontae Hamilton. Okay. Let's get Donovan Edwards. No, I'm with that, bro. Hey, you don't got to make that make sense to me. I'll take him. Bro, yeah, dog. There's nothing on TV right now. Like it's all they're just showing random stuff at this point. I don't even know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing, bro. All right, Arizona. Arizona. They need a receiver. They haven't grabbed a receiver yet? Oh, dude. I mean, Restrepo for Arizona, dude. Or Nick Nash. I could see one of those two. Trying to think with their team though, they have Isaiah Bond would be fun. I'm gonna they're gonna go Nick Nash or Restrepo, I would say. They'll probably grab Nash because they won't be able to get him in free agency. I think Nick Nash probably goes here. But Restrepo would be fun in that offense. I wouldn't hate that. I think how that offense works, that'd be fun. I just uploaded a video. Yeah, dude, I clipped the reaction. I just threw it up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They taught me that clipping reactions, at least for the draft. Especially now, like I'm so tired, bro. Like I don't know that I'll get like a video out afterward, like right away. So I'm just gonna clip them and put them up in case people don't see them. That way, what's it called? I have something up there. See, we believe Shedeur Sanders will outproduce his draft slot. Oh, are the Browns done? When did they speak to the media? I remember we did that last year. Panthers are picking up fifth year option on Ike Ukwanu. Cool, man. That's good stuff. Yeah, we cooking right now. We're gonna hit 6, bro. We're gonna hit 6. By the time this thing's over, we'll be close to 7. For sure. Yo, wait, where's the interview, y'all? Can we check it out? Surprised he's still available too. Where's the you making me tired? My bad, I'm sorry. Where is it on like their X page? What's going on with Restrepo? He just his speed cooked him, Duro. You can't run that slow. Now he was banged up. I was never that high on Restrepo, you know what I mean? Because a lot of it was route tree. The biggest thing, the routes that they actually asked him to run, it's pretty darn limited. But he did run some of his routes well. I think he had a pretty nice feel to his game, and he played with a little bit of a suddenness. There was an urgency to it. So you throw like a small wingspan, and you run really slow. It's tough, dude. It's tough, man. Even in a bad receiver class, it tells you how many receivers come out that a guy like that just falls. That doesn't mean it can't work though, man. Because UDFA, as we know, man, like it's just about fit. Just get into a spot where you have a quarterback that can get you the football, and then we'll see what happens. But y'all are saying this dude's got an interview. I at least want to listen to it. He's the first Egyptian ever chosen in the NFL draft. That is amazing. Y'all gotta let me know. That's his interviews before. Oh, it was probably live. It was probably live, right? It was probably a live presser. I missed that. Sheila said no knuckleheads. Man, you think he's a knucklehead? Oh, here it is. Conference call. Okay, I got you. I found it. Yeah, yeah. Is this a draft we don't draft a Bama player? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know who you draft out of Bama right now. Don't even know who that would be. Oh, CJ Dupree. Nah, I take CJ Dupree now. I'd take CJ Dupree. I would do that. I would do that. I don't think the Lions will, but I would. I was hoping we get Fedone, man. I was hoping we would. All right, let me check this thing out, man. Let me check it out. Oh, I'm already wearing my headphones. Thanks. All right, bro. What are we doing here? Why can't we have like them announcing picks anymore? Okay. Steelers pick is in. Here we go. Steelers pick is in. I like Dupree ever since the Senior Bowl, man. I liked him. He's still in the top 15 for me. Man, they're just gonna sit here with the Steelers pick, bro. Announce the pick, dog. What are we waiting for? Come on, bro. Come on, dog. We just gonna sit here and wait. He said, "Go ahead and clock out, bro." Nah, man, they gotta get this pick in, dude. Let's go, man. Came so close. We got 14 picks left. Here we go. Network is. We have one right here. We got one right here. We got one right here. We got the Steelers announcement.
Honor to be here in my home state, representing the Pat Tillman Foundation and all the Tillman.
Malachi Stark's still on the board. Get out of here, bro.
Now, with the 226th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Carson Bruner, linebacker, Washington. I think the Steelers ought to have really good intel.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. They say he's a Brian Branch type player. Rolling, bro. You need to stop, dude. I like Malachi Starks. Right. Hey, bro, it was a good time, man. I mean, it was a good time, man. It was chill down there, though. Like to be honest, it was pretty chill. They got your guy, man. Got your dude. What was it? I don't remember. Prayers the Lions take either Sebastian Castro or Jay Higgins or Luke Lacey. I don't know how to say his last name still. Okay. On to 227. Pick is in. Here we go. Do I like him? No, I like him, man. When we took him, he was the top I had at the position left by a couple spots. So the if it worked out, like it worked out. For me, it was the right player to go with there. Curtis Rourke. But yeah, no, I works out. He's a power player, right? He's a power player. He's a getting edge kind of guy. He's gonna drive people backwards. He's gonna be disciplined. Just a lot of things that need work. It's a developmental pick for sure. Put him in the inside, let him go. He'll find a special teams role immediately, and he'll have to. Curtis Rourke to San Fran. I am here to let y'all know that Brock Purdy has officially been replaced. We can hey, it's done. Like I'm just like that's where we're at with this. Curtis Rourke has officially replaced Brock Purdy. So there you go. News is broke. I'm just here to share it. That's where we're at. That poor hey. That's it. That's it, dude. It's over. He gets play as slow as 40. Purdy's a good comp. Hey, Purdy moved a little better. That's much more draft investment than Purdy. So I mean, lights out. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yep.
as a high draft pick. Trying hard to find Tom Brady. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go O-line again. I still think Kane Madrano would be fun. There's a couple tight ends though that are still just chilling, which would be make a lot of sense. Jurasek still there. Conyers is still there. Dupree's still there. I think those three would make sense. Dude, Jordan Hancock to me would. I think Jordan Hancock's gonna be my guess. I think that's gonna be my guess, man. I don't think he's gotten selected yet. Oh, bro, he's already been selected. See, this is the things, bro. This is the things. Y'all need to call me out like, yo, Goofy. He's already been selected. I'm like, why is dude still available? I had to look it up. Like, there's no way dude's still available. He's not available. All right. Let me stop saying that. Man. I'm sitting here thinking this dude's been available for a long time. This dude got picked at 170. Oh my goodness. Like, bro, dude's just falling in our lap, man. Okay, let's not wait. So who is that's why he wasn't on the list. Like, why is he not on the list? Dude, I think they're gonna take Kobe Bryant, man. I think they're gonna take Kobe Bryant. Oh no, dude, Diggs is there. They're taking Diggs. They're taking Diggs. Yo, we're gonna get Fidel Diggs. Yeah, they're taking Diggs, bro. What are we talking about? Did we forget? I like Bryant. I would just be. I like it because I think I could get creative with him. You know, like I think I could move him around. But he is undersized, and it's probably not his best strength to just leave him in press. But man, Joyner makes some sense. It's just like Dante Kent. It's like why would they not go? Why would they not go Diggs here? Yeah, that's gonna be the pick, dude. That's my guess. That's got to be the pick. Diggs has to be the pick. And if we go to the my board, it's for me. He's so Ivy's still there, Batty's still there, and then it would be Diggs. Ivan or Ivy or Batty. Batty would be cool, but I think Diggs gives them the best offset of what they already have. Pick is in, baby. Let's see if they announce it. All right. Pick is in officially. Let's react. Here we go. All right, Lions pick is in. Pick 230. Reacting to pick is in. That's what we're doing. I don't know if they're going to announce this one. This may just pop up on the bottom here. But we're looking at this thinking, man, we got a lot of dudes that we were thinking about pre-draft that just kind of sitting there. Safety becomes super interesting though. But I think if they want to go safety, there's a lot of different names that they could go after. It's kind of just finding the right style that's going to work here. I think corner is the strongest group right now that's available. I think if you want to go cornerback, it's kind of a loaded position right now. I don't think that would be a bad spot. I think they're announcing this pick. There's people coming out there. They might be announcing this pick again. It might be. Okay, here we go. Here's pick. Selection. Here we go. Calm down. We got to calm down. Here we go. Selection. They're not announcing it. Selection. Yo, why are they doing me like this? Yo, who we selecting, dog? Dan Jackson. Okay, that makes sense. Nope, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's one of the most productive. Here's why I think they did this. I think it makes sense for style wise. I think that's why they ultimately went this way. Guys that they trust that can play single high safety is Dan Jackson. He was one of the most productive safeties this past season, racked up a I think, a ridiculous amount of tackles, if I remember correctly. But he is comfortable in playing in kind of more of that single high role. He's got a lot more range as a safety, and I think that's probably why they went that direction. He's going to give them immediate special teams value as well, so they'll throw him in there because of that kind of production that he makes as a run support piece. So my guess is that's probably why they went this direction when you talk about safety. Plus, man, safety was getting picked a little bit there. Like the guys that I really wanted at safety were kind of gone. It was like Max and Hook at that point. So I think you had to go one, special teams piece, two, go with a guy that fits what you want to do stylistically. He's got to have that kind of feel and range. And he played a lot as kind of the center fielder. He played a lot as the deep free safety, and he kind of roamed for that defense. And I think that's likely why they went with Dan Jackson as the pick here. We don't really have much depth, but he also he gives you something different than what you have with Avonte Maddox moving to that position. So I think the fit kind of makes sense there. I'm trying to figure out. Do I have my notes handy for him? I should have some. Should. Let me see if I can find some. I gotta take these glasses off, bro. I don't dislike this pick though. This guy grabbed a lot of buzz, I think, towards kind of as the draft got a little bit closer because of the amount of impact plays that he made. Even though he doesn't really pop and look the part, he's just around the ball a lot, and I think got a lot of buzz kind of towards the end. It's like, okay, how high? Where's this guy gonna go? Where's he gonna land? I mean, this feels like you're kind of plugging a spot here. Let me see. Yeah, and I like Strickland. Like I definitely like Strickland. Let me see. Find it. That's what I'm saying, bro. He's rangy, man. They're gonna let him roam back there. Which you gotta like meet certain like requirements to like fit as a Lion safety. Like you can't not be able to cover the entire field because then your flexibility is not there. We can't rock with that. We need that flexibility. All right, Baron. I don't know my. All right, maybe I'll just find them later. I don't know where they're at, but we do have another pick coming up. We pick at 240. We do have 240. Yeah, I have to find it. I don't know what it is. I got too many notebooks. That's the ultimate problem here. That's Tommy Hill. That's Lane. All right, we'll find it eventually. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we do pick at 244. You're right. It's not 240. Dang, I thought it was 240. Okay. Okay. I mean, maybe they think their dude's gonna fall, man. Maybe that's what this is. Let me see if I typed it up. Probably typed it up. Ewers fell like a brick. Man, he was trash in college. Hey, straight up, man. Straight up, dude. All right. Seth McLaughlin's still at the board. Take a swing on him. I don't think they will. I don't think they'll take a swing on him. My guess would be they don't. My guess would be they don't take a swing on him. I think they feel pretty good with where they're at with the line. I wouldn't hate it. You didn't forget about Diggs. Yeah, and Diggs is still there. You know what I mean? Diggs is still there. They could end up still pulling that off here. They definitely needed to walk away with somebody in the back end. I'm not mad at Dan Jackson at all. I'm not mad at that at all. I liked watching him play. It's just when you get to that spot, I think you have to kind of just focus on like their style, because there's a lot of these guys can only do certain things. I think in the back end, which kind of puts you into a little bit of a box of what player actually is going to make sense for that team. Like right now, okay, now here goes another safety. Hunter Wooler's off the board. Quinn Ewers. Or Riot. Yeah, I can even show y'all some clips of Dan Jackson if y'all want to see some, man. Because you'll see like what I'm talking about. And he was a roamer, man. He played the full field, but it's that ability to kind of roll post snap, go single high, playing those kind of looks, which is again why I assume the Lions ended up going this kind of direction. You got to have a little bit of that range to your game, and he was able to do that. The Lions select, hey, they can do that, bro. I'm with it. You know what I mean? I've watched like a couple games of him, just to get a sense of kind of what his style was. Not to have like a full breakdown on him, unfortunately, but I do have a kind of a feel of what his style is, and I think special teams is the first thing that clicks. Like the first thing that you think of with him is you think of special teams. You think of putting him in those spots, and that's going to be his spot to make the roster. And then you think about okay, the fit. Okay, where we at now? So the Bears are on the clock. 7:17. First pick, you didn't have any mocks. There you go. Right, you're doing a lot of mocks, huh? And I think the problem with Dan too is he was throwing on really late to a lot of the simulators. He was throwing on really late to a lot of the simulators too. Bears pick is in. You won that? Where would you win that at? Kyle Manungai. Did they take 3 running backs? No, that has to be a different team. That was Cleveland. That was Cleveland. Okay, Cleveland did. So Manungai with DeAndre Swift. I don't think they have another running back. Let me see. All right. I want to check that out before. I thought they drafted a running back already. No, they didn't. Okay. That's their last pick. Got you. Yeah, and the thing about Ahmed is like the competition was shaky. Like you could tell at times, like it was pretty shaky, and who he's actually matching up against. So it's understandable. But I mean, he's hard to block, dude. He's a heavy force that can get rolling pretty quickly downhill. So I felt like that's how he made a lot of his sacks because he could just get going. Made him a problem. What pick is this? Roshan Johnson. Oh yeah, yeah, they got Roshan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. They have a Seth can be a replacement for Ragnar for Darius. I don't think so. I don't think Seth can be a replacement for Frank Ragnar. I don't think he would be. Yeah, they're kind of open now. Kind of open to really whatever. All right, 9 more picks. Oh, we're getting close then. Okay, 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 okay. We'll just hang on then, and we'll probably do a reaction of both of those picks to the last 2 picks, and I'll just make it one video instead of having to cut 2 of them. That's what I'll do. I can get some my notes on him. Cool. All right, we got to see if we can get some audio going for this. This is no. We got to get some sound.
With the 235th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the reigning NFC South Division champions for the fourth straight year, the mighty Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ted Johnson.
Oh,
Receiver, Oregon. Quack, quack, baby.
heck no, he didn't do that.
Johnson, the Oregon wide receiver, who started his career at Troy.
Oh no, that's copyright. Stop. Dude, that's crazy because yesterday took a Mecca Ibuka. They got a ton of receivers, and then this offseason they re-upped their receivers. They got a ton of dudes to play receiver. Is Aaron Rodgers still have a team? He does not have a team yet. Dude does not have a team. I think we all assume it's the Steelers now, but that man said quack quack. Yo, what the heck? Quack quack is crazy. Quack quack. All right. We're at pick two. What is this? 230, 235. Lions pick at 244. Right. Oh no. We just saw Tez Johnson. 236 then. First 130-pound wide receiver. I rock with Tez Johnson, man. I didn't think I would because like I didn't like him at the Senior Bowl, and I thought coming into it, like my whole narrative was like, yeah, he's gonna cook. Small receivers always cook, and he did. And it's like that didn't do anything for me. But I like watching his game film, man. Like he plays efficiently, man. He plays efficiently. That's why I like him, man. He's got to feel he's tough too. He's gonna get beat up. He's gonna get beat up trying to get through trying to get through contact. Quint Allen. I know there's some love for him for sure. Okay, so these picks are kind of rolling a little bit. These picks are rolling. Here we go. Green Bay on the clock. I don't know. We'll just see. It's one of those things where it's like clearly as a player, he's worthy of being drafted, but man, the weight's a problem. Weight's a problem. Did I play high school football? I actually didn't play high school football. I helped coach high school football. So I got into coaching a couple years ago at the high school level. So I do that, but I actually didn't play. I was a basketball player. Yeah, man. Kind of weird, dude. I'm telling you, man. I don't. I'm sure there's a lot of teams like, yo, I'm not drafting that dude, but hey, I would have. I don't know. I like it, man. Talking about basketball, you think the Pistons will pull through the playoffs? I do, man. I do, man. Our Knicks guy is like not confident. I don't believe that the Knicks are going to handle business. I think the Pistons are going to get through round one. I do. All right, Packers pick. Here's their selection. Position I play. So, um, as a, I think was it freshman year? I think it was freshman year. I played point guard, and then I moved to like our small forward, power forward position. We're not a huge school, so we don't have a lot of height. So I moved to that position so I could help bring the ball up the floor. So if I played power forward, I would inbound and I would also bring the ball up the floor because I had already played point guard. So it just made sense. So yeah, it changed. It changed, but If you need someone to make a buzzer beater shot, I mean, okay. Hey, that's a throwback right there. You know what I mean? It only takes one. Michael Robinson from Tulane. It only takes one of those shots. That's still the craziest thing ever I think I've ever done. Really, Grassi announcing pick. Has he done it yet? Or is it right now? Oh, he already did it. I missed it. I think I missed it. Okay. Yeah, I think I missed it. All right. Seahawks on the clock. Seahawks have made their selection, it looks like. No, they haven't. I thought they did. Did they trade? What was that? Oh, we're on the screen. We are on the screen. They didn't show it on NFL Network. Oh, that's what happened. That's what happened. Huh. He'll probably post it somewhere. Someone definitely recorded him doing it. Definitely do that. Tony Perna more than Grassi. Who's that? Tony Perna. Is that the same person? Ricky White goes to Seattle. Another receiver there. Power forward at 5'10 high school as well. Yeah, man, probably similar thing, right? Like for us, we got pressed all the time, so it helped because I just bring the ball up the floor after inbounding it, like, get the ball back. Perna, his Denver podcast teammate. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. So he does Bronco stuff. I started the Grassi Posse Lions Nation thing to uh he's a Packers fan. Okay, okay. Yeah, man, shot there. Actually, I saw Grassi there. He was we saw him there. He was there on the media day and they were like opening up a new spot. They called it like the something house. It was like the bar house or it was something like that. It was like the game day house or something. I don't know. Something. He was in there, like walking by him. I'm like, yeah, that's Tom. He's just chilling in here, man. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, man. I haven't seen him. Well, I haven't seen him really since we did our show. I haven't interacted with him since I did a show with him like 4 years ago. You love that edge pick? Yeah, it was a good spot to get it. I'm glad we got in and got out with that. Phil Maffa from Clemson goes to Dallas. Should really be a Tony though. I'm so confused. What's who does Grassi? Now that would be fun podcast. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. LCA. I gotta check that stuff out, bro. I don't even know what y'all are talking about. I gotta check it out. I gotta check it out. I'm not in the loop, man. I gotta get in the loop. What am I looking for at 244? So I mean I would like to see them just walk away with Diggs here. I like to see them walk away with Diggs. Kind of I just think it would kind of put it all together, you know? Like Caden Prather for Maryland. I think we only have 3 picks before us. We go to best available. That's what I like to do. I like to just walk away with a guy that we feel comfy about. Like I'm cool on Seth McLaughlin. He's fine. He'll be a backup center, and that's okay. We can do that. I would be very intrigued on a swing at Tommy Hill. I don't think they're going to do it, but man, I'd be very intrigued to see what that is. I got a lot of players up here I like. I like Zai a lot. Um, I'd be perfectly fine with taking a swing on Kobe. I think tight end makes a lot of sense. This is who they met with. I don't think they're going to draft him because I think Ben's going to go undrafted. That's my guess here. I think it's pretty comfy to say he's going to go undrafted. My guess is they're going to take Diggs because I don't know that he goes undrafted, right? So even if they wanted to sign, I don't know that he's actually going to go undrafted, even if he gets to our spot because of what the rest of the group looks like. Like Tyler Batty looks like he's probably going to go undrafted, which makes sense. Athletically, it makes sense. Ethan Downs definitely going to go undrafted. Rutgers definitely going to go undrafted. Joyner may not. Diggs may not. Ivy, I think will, but we'll see. Maybe not. So RJ Oben could be a sleeper in there, but I kind of like to see them jump in with one of these two that are probably going to get undrafted and get out. I'd probably lean Diggs because of the positional fit for us now, what we have. I would be perfectly fine with Joyner. Joyner can work, but just for what we already did, who am I calling first? After the draft ends? Who am I calling first? What you mean? What you mean? Who am I calling? Okay. Make sure I'm listening to nothing. I would love to take a swing on Tommy Hill though. That'd be a lot of fun. Be a lot of fun. Definitely could be. I just don't think those two are going to become UDFA's. That's why I'm like, jump on it now. Don't let them get to that spot. I would die for Coach. Lions. Sit on the phone with Dan Campbell. Kobe or Mello. I think now that they've taken Dan Jackson, like I feel less confident they're going to go DB. Oh! I got you. Okay. First dude I'm calling. That's a good question. No, I'm going to take that back. I think the Lions are going to draft Reed. My guess is they take Reed here. And if they don't take Reed, they call him. I think they'll call him. So Diggs or Reed. I would like to see them go Diggs, but I think they might go Reed here. First dude I'm calling. I'm just using this list, but I probably shouldn't. Look, who's out here at quarterback? Ooh, Seth Hennigan. That would be fun. That would be fun. Probably Elijah Badger. I want to see Elijah Badger. I just didn't want to use the pick on him. So if I could bring him in, see what we could turn that into. I think that'd be fun. Kobe Hudson would be another one. I could see throwing. Nah, not Q. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think one of those. Anybody else here? Oh, Joshua Gray for sure, dude. I would absolutely get on the phone with Joshua Gray, bro. That's probably the first one actually, because if he goes undrafted, I don't think he's going to. But if he does, that'd be a great. Man, that'd be sneaky to somehow pull that off. Who just went? No one yet. Okay. 3 guards. It'd be a lot of guards, but it's UDFA, so it's not. I'm not using a pick on it. I'll just bring him in to compete, and I think he actually has flexibility. I think he can play a couple spots. I start with him at tackle, but he might be able to actually try center out. I feel good with him, so that's probably the route I'd go. I think we might be getting Reed here. Conyers. He might draft Conyers. You could just draft him. How many picks left before us? That's what I was trying to figure out. Not many. Two now. So the Lions only have first, second round next year. Yeah, they have first, second round next year. No thirds. Dumb question. If Diggs and Tommy are the two guys not going to UFA, why are these other teams drafting different players? Oh, well, I mean, those are two that I mean, they could go to UDFA. Maybe one, they just may not, be fans of them.
To be honest with you, right? Like, and we like they could just not be fans of them as prospects. Two, I don't know that they uh that they get drafted either. On top of that, plus, I mean, they could be looking at it the same way too. Like, oh man, we thought Prather wasn't going to get there. Okay, I always just kind of look at it like that, especially with where the Lions are at. Like, who can I keep from becoming a UDFA? So I look at it as like, especially like instead of trying to chase a need, just who can I keep from going to be a UDFA? That's what I would think. And yeah, they probably already made those calls to those guys. So just to lay it out there, the comp was traded for next year. Yeah, the comp pick. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. If a coach is poached within division, we get a comp. LOL. Yeah, I'm not mad at that rule. Kanata Mumpfield. I was intrigued to see if that dude would get drafted after watching him. Really intrigued, man. Surprised. I'm kind of surprised he did. Does Bond have an injury concern? Nah, he's got a off the field issue, a pretty severe one that's going on. It kind of popped up before the draft, like which is the worst time for a prospect to have things like that. That's kind of what popped up for him. So not ideal. Okay, we're about to pick. I'm gonna lock back in here. They're gonna be showing it on the screen. We're going to react to this, and this reaction is going to be recorded. We're going to talk a little bit about Dan Jackson because I found some of my notes here. It's not a full breakdown. Let's give some notes on kind of what I think about him, and then we'll react to whatever the heck they do, and we'll leave it like that. We'll leave it like that. Hey, let's go. Let's get that Ravens pick in, man. There's so few people. There's still everyone in the crowd got a piece of Mel Kiper's pumpkin pie. Ooh, that sounds so good right now. Dude, I'm happy that those two are doing their thing together, man. Like, those two have like a good relationship, man. You can tell they got a good friendship. Those two do. The Yates and Mel Kiper. I'm glad they're like doing this together. I like that. Pumpkin pie in April is rare. Look at that. That's some insight. I didn't know that. Ravens are a bothersome franchise. Dang, dang, dude. We're on the clock. Who they take, man? Who did they take? All right, here's the Ravens selection. Yeah, they're all eating pumpkin pie. That's crazy. Garrett Dellinger. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. They're gonna do something that we don't expect. They're gonna go crazy with this pick. All right. Lions pick is officially in at 244 to wrap up the round. We just landed Dan Jackson a few picks ago, which is fantastic. You know, we landed Dan Jackson. We're going to talk about him a little bit. It makes a lot of sense, I think, stylistically. Hopefully, some special teams value, which I think he's going to add. They needed safety depth. So we'll talk about him. We're waiting for 244 to wrap this thing up. Have a few names in mind, guys the Lions have met with, which could potentially wrap this thing up, I think, really darn well. But we'll see. I mean, they could definitely go off the board. I don't think there's anything they got to plug this pick specifically into. Just maybe keeping a guy from becoming an undrafted free agent, someone that you want,
keep him from entering that because, man, we didn't pick like this last year. Last year we were in and out, man. In the 6th round, we were done with Mahogany, and that was it. So now we're kind of just hanging on here to grab a guy that maybe we just don't want to risk like getting selected behind us. But I think there's a couple value picks, man. I think a couple of spots got those pieces. Edge was so deep this year that there's a couple of guys that I think are kind of just still hanging on there. Safety's in one of those spots where you could have some cross training cornerback safety. I think you could have some dudes there that you could like. Interior offensive line has a guy for me, but I don't think we're gonna do that again. This is an interesting spot, man, because there's still names out there. Tight end has multiple guys I think would be interesting to take a swing on. I'm not overly confident, like once Fadone went away in that group, but there's a couple dudes that you could take a swing on, especially if you can bulk any of those guys up a little bit. Some of those guys. So here we go. Lions pick is in. Let's see. Do they keep building the offensive line, man? They could. They could. They go another weapon. That's an option too, because there's a couple guys here that maybe just tested poorly that are kind of dropping. It'd be interesting to see them grab another defensive back. That'd be interesting to me. And there's some dudes there, man. There's some real dudes there. But Diggs is also chilling. And we know that Diggs has that connection to the Lions. And it just makes sense now. If you could just plug Diggs right into this, that the Lions would walk away, I would think, feeling really good that this is how this turned out. They are making us wait on this like crazy, bro. We just waiting here. We 2 minutes in, we're sitting here. I don't know what's going on. What are we doing? Is this? Oh, this guy's announcing the pick. He's just yelling. What is happening right now? I don't know what's happening. We just going to sit here and wait. All right, cool, man. How y'all doing? Oh, it's okay. It's clearing out a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, let's do something, man. Caden Madrano, you know what I mean? That's the guy that I like, man. I'm trying to look at this list, man. I mean, the edge for me comes down to Diggs and you could say Batty, but I just think after getting who we got, I think Diggs makes more sense. So I almost feel like he's just a no-brainer at that position. It kind of feels like a no-brainer at that spot. That's where the line's going to go. There's a couple tight ends though. A couple tight ends. I just feel like with the amount of tight ends there, like one of those guys, multiple of those guys are going to become UDFAs. Cornerback is the most interesting thing to me because there's some athletes at corner that maybe could play some safety that are still available. They are making us wait like crazy for this draft pick. That's insane, bro. This is 3.5 minutes the pick has been in. 3.5 minutes the pick has been in. Come on, man. Let's get this pick over with. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right, this is unreal. Are we going to make the pick, dog, or what? What are we doing? All right. We'll just sit here. You know what I mean? We'll just, yeah, this is crazy. Oh, man. Wearing me out, bro. Dominic Lovett, receiver, Georgia. That's how we wrap up the day, dude. That's how we wrap up the day, huh? Why did they make us wait so long for that? That was insane. All right, so Lions go back into the receiver pool. Here'd be the very first thing that comes to mind when I see that. Immediately, I'm thinking special teams. I'm thinking the impact and how that's changing this season and whether or not they feel that Lovett can play a role in impacting special teams for them. That immediately comes to mind here. So, I don't know, man. I just think it's interesting. You have a guy that the Lions didn't really have a returner this past season. Maybe. And then on top of that, like, receiver 5 is kind of up for grabs. I guess there is some competition there, but you got Green that ended up working his way back. Then you ended up signing a really nice route runner then this offseason too out of Michigan who slipped my mind a little bit. But Dominic Lovett out of Georgia is the pick. I'm thinking that this could I don't know a ton about him, to be honest, but I'm just thinking that this could end up being a special teams type of pick that the Lions are kind of going after here because I do know that he's had roles on special teams in the past. And I think Ronnie Bell. I do know that he's had a role on special teams in the past. My thought is they could end up kind of trying to kind of work through that early in his career, and then we're gonna see how it expands beyond there, right? But I don't have an issue with it. I mean, we'll just have to see who hits UDFA's now because clearly UDFA's maybe not the guys that we all expected. But man, that's it. That's gonna wrap it up. Um, you need a guy that can be impactful on special teams, and I think that's what you're gonna get immediately here. So at least I feel comfortable about that. We'll see how the rest kind of shakes itself out. All right, y'all. Um, we're going to end the stream. 6.5 hours. What a stream. Uh, we will have. No, we won't keep all 7. We won't keep all 7. We're gonna have. We may not even keep this pick. We'll let to earn that. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little breakdowns on each of these players, kind of give a background on them, like an early background before we do our full breakdown, just to give a little sense of who these guys are. You know what I mean? A little idea of who these players are. You know what I mean? So, because I want to do that, I want y'all to kind of have a background on these guys. So maybe that's tonight, maybe that's early tomorrow. That will come out. Okay, that'll come out and just kind of give y'all a background on all the day 3, maybe every pick, like a little recap on each pick, like just a draft recap. Pop that out, and then we'll get to the individual stuff as we get a little bit further. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think special teams impact immediately with that pick. It's like that's the only way you're going to stick. So there you go. Right? No, I know he's done some coverage rules. He's played like punt coverage in those spots. So my thought is too that there's that aspect. I mean, remember JMO had that element early, and it was like, okay, you had that toughness, you can make the team. So it can be that too. But yeah, I appreciate y'all joining, man. This was good stuff. We rolled it, man. We did it, man. 6.5 hours. We got to the picks. Hopefully they don't trade back in. And we're gonna end it here, y'all. This was a heck of a day. I think they did a great job today. I think today was really good. And then, just to add to the whole Dan Jackson lore, even though we haven't really touched on it a ton here, like Dan Jackson has those tackling issues that they definitely are going to have to kind of work with, which is going to be a work in progress. But I talked about kind of the versatility and coverage, right? We know he's had like a lot of the flexibility, the single high looks, those kind of things. But he's been a pretty sound coverage piece just in positioning. That was always the big thing that stuck me is he would position himself well. He played with control. He'd utilize really good eye balance to kind of float and just hover and get into good passing windows, passing lanes, things like that. So my 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 feel with Dan Jackson is the coverage upside is what they're banking on with the athletic traits. And mainly the athletic traits based on how well he moves, the body control he plays with, knowing that man, we got to get the tackling more consistent. That's got to be better. But there will be special teams value because he's had that. Because right now he kind of just slides off dudes. He's very he's kind of like built like a board without a lot of pop. He needs more pop to his game. So yeah, I appreciate you joining, man. Stay tuned, man, for more updates. And as we go through all of this, everybody that joined me throughout this week, man, it was crazy. And I'm glad it wraps up with a good ending. I think it was a really good ending. So y'all have a great night, man. I'll be back soon. And I'm out. Go Lions.